Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook Demon Slayer, Mangekyou Sharingan synopsis. In the demon-infested world of Demon Slayer, an ordinary college student, Rin, transmigrates, awakening the dimensional template system. His first draw? The overpowered Ucha Sasuke, Mangekyou Sharingan template, granting him lightning release, Kai Dori, Amaterasu, Susanoo, and unmatched combat instincts, all without losing his own personality or looks. Armed with a modified Kusanagi sword that slays demons like a Nichiren blade, Rin refuses to watch the canon tragedies unfold. Kyojuro Rengoku will live to see another dawn. Shinobu Kocho will smile under blooming wisteria, not fade into poison and regret. Every heartbreaking fate is about to be rewritten by sheer, unstoppable power. From casually one-shotting the hand demon to facing Muzan, Rin stands as a purple giant of destruction, sharing and blazing. Muzan, what do you take life for? Fire release, Susanoo Kagutsuchi. A ruthless yet chill transmigrator shatters the Demon King's world, because this time, the regrets end here. Op MC, System Progression, Canon Fixes, and Epic Cross-Power Clashes Chapter 1, Ucha Sasuke Template. Books 47 chapters Memo 64,382 word stopwatch tilde 258-minute read. Chapter 1, Ucha Sasuke Template. 1,417 words. What the fuck? The night was as dark as ink, and cold moonlight pierced through the dense canopy, casting mottled shadows across the forest floor covered with withered leaves. Slash. The dull sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh suddenly rang out. A burly demon with a blue face and fangs stared in disbelief at the straight sword thrust through its chest. The tough skin it had always been proud of seemed incredibly fragile before this sword. How the fuck? Is this possible? Who exactly are you? There are no fluctuations of a breathing style, and you aren't wearing a Demon Slayer core uniform. The demon's voice leaked air, and an unwilling roar escaped its throat as it tried to swing its claws in a final counterattack. The youth holding the sword had a cold, stern expression. He did not even blink as he casually flicked his wrist. Lightning release, Kai Dori sharp spear. Buzz. Azure lightning instantly surged along the slender blade, transforming into an extremely sharp bolt of electricity that sliced off the demon's head in an instant. The headless body crashed to the ground and quickly disintegrated into nothing. Ding! Killed a common demon. Obtained dimension points, 10. The cold mechanical voice echoing in his mind allowed Rin's tense nerves to relax slightly. That's the 12th one. Rin deftly performed a sword flourish and slowly sheathed the straight sword, its blade displaying a strange dark black color. His name was Rin. Originally, he had been nothing more than an ordinary male college student. A day ago, he had inexplicably transmigrated into this world infested with demons, activating a cheat known as the dimensional template system at the same time. This system was designed to help the host draw and merge the character templates of powerful figures from countless worlds. The rules were simple. By altering the original plot, killing important enemy targets, or recruiting key characters, one could obtain dimension points. These points could be used not only to draw new templates, but also to upgrade existing ones, exchange for various items, and even travel to other worlds in the future. And his luck had exploded the moment he arrived. The beginner gift pack had directly yielded the Ucha Sasuke, Mangekyou Sharingan period, character template. In addition, the system had thoughtfully provided a modified Kusanagi sword. Not only did it come with its own scabbard, but the blade was also infused with scarlet crimson iron sand, giving it the same properties as a Nichiren blade. Decapitation meant a demon's death. The power of this template is indeed overbearing, but what satisfies me most is that the template provided by the system only grants power. It doesn't change my appearance or personality. Rin touched his cheek. By the light of the moon, he clearly saw his reflection in a puddle. It was still that exceptionally handsome face with a sharp jawline, nice eyebrows, and starry eyes, black hair and black pupils. Completely his original appearance that could emoji any of those so-called looks maxers, without turning into an edgelord. More importantly, after merging with the template, he had perfectly obtained all of Sasuke's combat experience, taijutsu instincts, chakra, and dojutsu from that period. However, his personality remained that of the casual and easygoing Rin, without being tainted by the Ucha clan's characteristic paranoia. There are still 5 days until the final selection at Fujikasane Mountain, Rin murmured to himself. His purpose in entering the mountain this time was partly to become thoroughly familiar with Sasuke's combat instincts in real battles, and partly to accumulate some initial dimension points. After all, only by obtaining an official identity within the Demon Slayer Corps would it be easier to contact the key characters of the story and obtain a large number of points later on. Just as he was about to turn and search for his next prey, Rin suddenly paused. His pitch-black eyes turned crimson in a tenth of a second. 3 tomo spun rapidly around the pupils before finally connecting end to end, forming a complex and eerie hexagram pattern. The Mangekyou Sharingan. Insight far beyond that of ordinary people instantly locked onto the tree canopy dozens of meters to the right. Who's there? Come out. Rin's hand rested on the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. Ara tilde such keen perception. I thought I had hidden myself quite well. Accompanied by a soft and ethereal female voice, several fluttering purple phantom butterflies appeared in the night. Immediately after, a petite figure lightly leaped down from a branch, landing silently in the clearing 10 paces away from Rin like a feather. The newcomer wore the standard black Demon Slayer Corps uniform, with a Hari patterned like butterfly wings draped over it. Her long black hair was tied up in a bun, decorated with a butterfly-shaped hair ornament edged in purple. She was extremely beautiful, with a gentle smile resting on her lips. Yet her deep purple eyes held a fathomless depth that was difficult to read. The insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. The Mangekyou Sharingan in Rin's eyes instantly faded, returning to his original clear black pupils. His heart stirred slightly. He had not expected to encounter a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps so early during this demon hunting trip in the wilderness, especially a character he had quite liked in his previous life. Sir, wandering alone deep in the mountains late at night could be very dangerous, right? Shinobu Kocho said with a smile as she sized up Rin. She had been tracking the remnants of a morph demon and had come here, only to unexpectedly see this black-haired youth, who was not even wearing a Demon Slayer Corps uniform, effortlessly kill a demon. He had not used any breathing style, yet he wielded power like lightning. The straight sword in his hand was clearly made of nichirin, but its design was unheard of. Most of all, when the youth had turned around just now, those fleeting crimson hexagram eyes had caused even her, a Hashira, to feel a sudden and inexplicable palpitation. Yes, it's dangerous. It's certainly dangerous for the demons. Rin released his grip on the sword and smiled casually. Nice to meet you. My name is Rin, a passing, demon hunter. Rin-san? That's a nice name, but... Shinobu Kocho tilted her head, resting her cheek on one hand. That weapon in your hand is a nichirin blade, isn't it? But you don't seem to have a trainer, nor have you participated in the final selection at Fujikasane Mountain. Just as Shinobu Kocho was about to continue probing, Rin's sharp hearing caught a faint noise. The intense sense of danger brought by the Sasuke template made him suddenly look up. Watch out above. Boom! A morph demon as massive as a small mountain fell from the sky with a wild laugh, its sharp claws heading straight for Shinobu Kocho's petite head. Die, demon slayers! This demon's aura was several times stronger than the previous one. It was clearly the target with a blood demon art that Shinobu Kocho had been tracking. Shinobu Kocho's gaze turned cold. Just as she was about to draw the nichirin blade at her waist to meet the attack, she felt a gust of wind rush past her. So fast! Rin's figure vanished from where he stood like a ghost. Chirp, 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 chirp. The ear-piercing sound, like 1,000 birds chirping at once, instantly echoed through the entire forest, and dazzling lightning illuminated the night like daylight. Shinobu Kocho only saw a blinding streak of blue lightning flash across the sky. The handsome youth named Rin had already appeared in midair at some point. He had not even drawn his sword. His right hand condensed high-density, violent lightning, and with unstoppable force he thrust it forward, piercing straight through the morph demon's chest. The attack tore half of its body apart along with its neck without losing momentum. Lightning release, Kaidori! The demon did not even have time to scream before it turned into flying ash within the violent lightning. Ding! Killed a morph demon. Obtained dimension points, 50. Rin landed steadily and casually shook off the remaining blue arcs of electricity on his hand. He turned around and smiled at Shinobu Kocho, whose beautiful eyes were slightly widened. The introduction isn't over yet. My name is Rin, and I'm planning to participate in the final selection at Fujikasane Mountain in 5 days. Please look after me, beautiful lady. Chapter 2, Invitation from the Butterfly. 1,333 words. A night breeze brushed past, dispersing the lingering pungent smell of burning in the air. Shinobu Kocho stood where she was, a rare flash of astonishment crossing her purple eyes as her gaze remained fixed on the ashes of the demon scattering across the ground with the wind. As the insect Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, she was well versed in pharmacology and toxins. She understood the physical structure of demons better than anyone. Aside from sunlight and Nichiren blades forged from iron or that had absorbed sunlight, nothing could completely kill a demon. This had been an ironclad law of the Demon Slayer Corps for thousands of years. But just now, this young man named Rin had not even drawn a sword. Merely by condensing that violent lightning, which screeched like a bird's cry, in his right hand, he had forcibly annihilated the morph demon's regenerative cells along with its neck. What you used just now wasn't thunder breathing, was it? The trademark smile on Shinobu Kocho's face faded slightly, her tone carrying an unmistakable note of inquiry. There was no sound of the cardiopulmonary expansion unique to breathing styles, and you didn't even use a sword. You could think of it as my unique blood demon art. Although saying it like that might make it easier for you to treat me as an enemy. Rin chuckled, slipping his right hand into his pocket and explaining casually, this is a unique ability of mine, a high-density lightning attribute chakra nature transformation. As long as the destructive power instantly exceeds the regeneration limit of a demon's cells and completely destroys its core, killing a demon doesn't necessarily have to rely on a Nichiren blade. Chakra? Nature transformation. Shinobu Kocho tilted her head slightly. These completely unfamiliar terms sparked the intense curiosity of this genius in medicine and toxicology. What concerned her even more was Rin's attitude. This young man, who appeared to be around her age, had not even broken a sweat after instantly killing a powerful morph demon. That composure was clearly not an act, but something that came from absolute confidence in his own strength. Ding! Detected that the host has demonstrated strength in front of the key plot character, Insect Hashira times Shinobu Kocho and piqued her intense curiosity, slightly altering her cognitive trajectory. Obtained dimension points, 200. Hearing the pleasant system notification in his mind, the smile on Rin's lips deepened. As expected, harvesting rewards from these significant plot characters was far more efficient than the exhausting task of killing ordinary minor demons in the mountains. Mr. Rin is truly a man full of mysteries. Shinobu Kocho resumed her smiling expression, her hands folded in front of her. Despite possessing strength greater than the vast majority of swordsmen, you do not even have a Demon Slayer Corps uniform. You are planning to participate in the Fujikasane mountain trial in 5 days? With your strength, going there would be like an adult stepping into a child's sandbox. Rules are rules, after all. Rin shrugged. Right now, I am a penniless, unemployed vagrant. If I do not obtain an officially recognized Demon Slayer status, even food and lodging will become a problem later. I heard the salary and benefits of the Demon Slayer Corps are quite good. Shinobu Kocho giggled at Rin's down-to-earth reasoning, and the tension in her nerves from earlier completely relaxed. ARA, killing demons for a salary. Mr. Rin is honestly quite cute. Since we have met and you helped me deal with a troublesome prey, allow me to host you tonight as thanks. She turned to look outside the forest. The butterfly patterns on her hari seemed to come alive under the moonlight. My name is Shinobu Kocho, the insect Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. 30 kilometers from here, there is a wisteria house protected by the Demon Slayer Corps. I wonder if Mr. Rin would be interested in coming along. An invitation from a Hashira is my honor. Rin nodded readily. Then please keep up. I am quite fast. Before her voice had even faded, Shinobu Kocho's petite body suddenly exerted force, turning into a purple-black afterimage as she nimbly leaped onto the tree canopy and sped toward the distance. She deliberately wanted to test the background of this mysterious young man. Great power and destructive capability were one thing, but when fighting demons, movement techniques, stamina, and speed were equally indispensable. However, after she had been darting rapidly through the forest for more than 10 minutes, Shinobu Kocho glanced back to check, and her pupils could not help but shrink. Rin was not running breathlessly behind her as she had imagined. Instead, he followed 2 meters to her right as if taking a leisurely stroll. Not a single branch snapped, nor did he make any unnecessary noise. His feet seemed to have invisible suction cups attached to them, allowing him to adhere to surfaces with chakra. Each time he lightly tapped a tree trunk, his entire body seemed to defy gravity, gliding forward with lightness and incredible speed. No matter how much Shinobu Kocho increased her speed, Rin always maintained that 2-meter distance, and even the rhythm of his breathing remained perfectly steady. This way of moving, it is practically like a phantom, Shinobu Kocho thought, secretly alarmed. Maintaining this extremely high speed, the two of them arrived in less than half an hour at a traditional Japanese mansion surrounded by blooming wisteria flowers. That was a logistics base for the Demon Slayer Corps, the Wisteria House. We've arrived. Shinobu Kocho landed first and turned to look at Rin. The testing in her eyes had lessened, replaced by a hint of genuine respect. Mr. Rin, although it may be a bit abrupt to say this now, after you pass the Fujikasane Mountain trial, if you are interested, you can come to the Butterfly Mansion to find me. With your strength and that special chakra ability, Oyakata-sama will surely be very happy to meet you. The Butterfly Mansion? I'll go. It sounds like the kind of place where there would be quite a few cute girls, Rin added half-jokingly. Hearing this, a dangerous yet charming curve formed at the corner of Shinobu Kocho's mouth. Oh? If Mr. Rin goes to the Butterfly Mansion with such a frivolous attitude, you will be turned into a pincushion by my needles coated with paralytic toxin. Paralytic toxin, huh? Didn't know you were interested in necrophilia. Rin sarcastically remarked, making Shinobu's forehead twitch. Hey! Stop looking at me with those murderous eyes, it was just a joke. Mr. Rin, please don't joke like that, or I'll have to burn you while you sleep. What the? Ha ha, it was also a joke, Mr. Rin. The two walked into the wisteria house while chatting and laughing. After showing the wisteria carving that represented her hashare status, a warm old lady immediately prepared a sumptuous late-night meal and 2 adjacent high-quality guest rooms for them. Late at night, Rin took a hot bath, changed into a dry yukata, and sat cross-legged on the tatami. He did not rush to rest. Instead, with a thought, he summoned the system's virtual panel. Today, he had not only become completely familiar with the combat feel of the Sasuke template, but had also unexpectedly made contact with Shinobu Kocho. It had been a fruitful day. System, open the panel. Dimensional template system. Host, Rin. Current template, Ucha Sasuke, Mangekyou Sharingan period. Template synchronization, 100%. Note, the host has perfectly inherited this template's power system, combat experience, chakra, and dojutsu, and is not affected by the original character's personality or appearance. Inherent skills? Ninjutsu, lightning release, Kaidori, Kaidori current, Kaidori sharp spear, etc. Fire release, great fireball, dragon fire technique, etc. Basic 3 jutsu. Dojutsu, Mangekyou Sharingan, insight, copying, genjutsu, amaterasu, flame release, Kagutsuchi, Susanu. Taijutsu, Ucha style Kenjutsu, Sharingan Taijutsu. Dimension points, 360. Main story node, time until Fujikasane Mountain final selection, 4 days. Chapter 3, Kochu Shinobu's test. 1144 words. In the dead of night. Inside a guest room at a wisteria house. Rin sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, looking at the 360 dimension points on the system panel as he asked casually in his mind, System, check how many points are needed to upgrade the current template to the Liternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Ding! To upgrade the current template to the Liternal Mangekyou Sharingan period, 50,000 dimension points are required. To unlock more advanced stages such as the Rinnegan, even more points will be required. Please work hard to explore, host. 50,000 points, hey, it seems I still have a long way to go. Rin rubbed his chin and decisively closed the panel. Killing a demon with a blood demon art in one strike only gave 50 points, but causing emotional fluctuations and cognitive changes in Miss Shinobu had earned 200 points. This showed that simply killing minor demons was only a small bonus. Changing the fate of plot characters and causing them shock was the real way to farm points. Early the next morning, Rin pushed open the sliding door, and fresh air carrying the faint fragrance of wisteria flowers rushed toward him. In the courtyard, Shinobu Kocho had already changed into a clean Demon Slayer core uniform. Over it, she wore her iconic butterfly-patterned hari and was adjusting the Nichiren blade at her waist. The morning light fell on her petite and well-proportioned figure, making her look exceptionally serene. Good morning, Mr. Rin. Did you rest well last night? Hearing the sliding door open behind her, Shinobu Kocho turned and greeted him with a smile. Unexpectedly well. Are you heading out already? Rin stretched and walked onto the porch in his jita. It can't be helped. A Hashira's duties are quite complicated, and I have to hurry to the next jurisdiction to confirm the movements of demons, Shinobu Kocho said softly. However, before she could finish her sentence, the jita beneath her feet suddenly exerted force. Shring! Accompanied by an extremely faint sound of a sword being unsheathed, Shinobu Kocho instantly transformed into a nimble purple butterfly, crossing several meters in an instant. The specially made slender Nichiren blade, carrying a sharp whistling sound, pointed straight at Rin's throat. It was incredibly fast. This was not a killing blow, but an extremely sharp test at the level of a Hashira. As the insect Hashira known for her speed, Shinobu Kocho was truly curious about Rin's astonishing reaction speed from the night before. She wanted to see whether this mysterious young man, who did not even bother to draw his sword, could keep up with her speed when caught off guard in the morning. However, facing this thrust so fast that an ordinary swordsman could not even see an afterimage, Rin did not even move his shoulders. His originally clear black eyes turned crimson in a tenth of a second. 3 black tomo appeared in his pupils, spinning rapidly. 3 tomo Sharingan, activate. Under the capture of its extreme dynamic vision, Shinobu Kocho's lightning-fast thrust seemed to slow down in Rin's eyes. The contraction of her muscles, the shift of her center of gravity, and even the path of the blade tip slicing through the air were all crystal clear down to the smallest detail. Too slow. Rin gave a light chuckle, tilting his head half an inch to the side with the smallest movement. Swish! The slender blade brushed past his neck, failing to cut even a single strand of hair. At the same time, Rin raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers accurately pinching Shinobu Kocho's blade. Clang! A crisp clashing sound rang out, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. Shinobu Kocho's movement came to an abrupt halt. She instinctively tried to pull back her Nichirin blade, only to find it completely immovable. Ara! Shinobu Kocho's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Her gaze fixed on Rin's crimson eyes, and her voice carried undisguised shock. Mr. Rin, your eyes. If what she saw last night had only been a fleeting illusion, now she clearly saw those eerie red eyes. Just being stared at by them gave her the unsettling feeling that all her flaws and intentions were instantly seen through. Most terrifying of all, as one of the fastest among the 9 Hashira, her full-force probing strike had been effortlessly caught by the other party with only 2 fingers. Ding! The host demonstrated the Sharingan superior insight, greatly overturning the perception of the key character, Insect Hashira times Shinobu Kocho. Dimension points obtained, 150. It's just a hereditary ocular technique from my family that allows me to see through high-speed movement trajectories. The crimson in Rin's eyes quickly faded as he released the blade and looked at her with a faint smile. However, if you greet me like this in the morning, I might take it seriously. Shinobu Kocho sheathed her sword. The shock on her face quickly subsided, returning to her gentle smile, though a deeper sense of awe and curiosity now lingered in her eyes. Sorry. I was simply too curious about Mr. Rin's strength and couldn't help myself. After this brief test, Shinobu Kocho's evaluation of Rin rose by several levels. Powerful, mysterious, and completely at ease. It seems the trial at Fujikasane Mountain will really be nothing more than a stroll for you. Shinobu Kocho took a small purple wisteria sachet from her sleeve and tossed it to Rin. I prepared this wisteria sachet myself. Although it cannot deal with high-level demons, it is quite effective at repelling annoying insects and low-level demons. Consider it an apology for my rude test just now. Rin reached out and caught it, bringing it to his nose. A faint, refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly cleared his mind. Thanks. Well, see you later. Good luck in battle. I hope to see you officially wearing the uniform at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters in a few days. Shinobu Kocho waved her hand, turned, and disappeared into the depths of the forest with a light swoosh. After watching Shinobu Kocho leave, Rin weighed the sachet in his hand and casually tied it to his waist. Rest is over. Time to get down to business. Fujikasane Mountain, the site of the final selection. A large number of demons are kept there year-round for the trials of new recruits. For the current Rin, it was simply a natural dimension points ATM. Especially the hand demon who had lived for more than 40 years and devoured Sabito and Makomo. It was definitely a key boss that could drop a large number of points and even affect the perception of the water Hashira, Gyu Tomioka. Rin returned to his room to pick up his Kusanagi sword, then strode out of the wisteria house and headed toward Fujikasane Mountain at high speed. Chapter 4, and now, the hunt begins. 1,169 words. Just 6-7 minutes more before I reach it. Swoosh! 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 After leaving the wisteria house, Rin did not travel on foot like an ordinary swordsman. A power system like chakra is simply dimensional suppression in this world. In the dense forest, a black afterimage moved rapidly between the thick tree trunks. With pale blue chakra attached to the soles of his feet, Rin easily leaped dozens of meters with each jump. The Demon Slayer Core breathing styles essentially push physical potential to its limit through specific breathing rhythms, briefly granting power comparable to that of a demon. Chakra, however, is different. It is the perfect fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. There was no need to deliberately maintain total concentration breathing. As long as chakra continued to flow, his speed, strength, defense, and even recovery ability surpassed the ordinary people of this world in every aspect. In less than half a day, a towering mountain shrouded in a vast sea of purple flowers appeared at the edge of Rin's vision. Fujikasane Mountain. Wisteria flowers, which demons find extremely repulsive and even fatal, bloom here all year round. The seniors of the Demon Slayer Corps imprisoned captured demons within this wisteria barrier, using it as the trial ground for the final selection of new recruits. According to the usual procedure, the selection would officially begin in 4 days. At that time, all participants would gather at the foot of the mountain, follow the guidance of the 2 girls from the Ubuyashiki family, and survive in the mountains for 7 days. But Rin stopped at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the steps leading deep into the mountain. A wild and arrogant smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Wait for days to enter with a group of newcomers whose hands shake even when holding a sword? I don't have time for that. Rules are set for the weak. For Rin, who possessed the Uchasasuke template, Fujikasane Mountain, which imprisoned hundreds of demons, was not a trial ground where survival was uncertain, but an open dimension points ATM, and he wanted to cash out. Without hesitation, he crossed the boundary of the wisteria forest and strode into the depths of Fujikasane Mountain, where sunlight never reached. The deeper he went, the thinner the scent of wisteria became, replaced by a nauseating stench of blood and rot. A tilde? After advancing only 2 kilometers, a strange scraping sound came from the tree canopy above. Human, it's the scent of a human. How can a lone human enter the mountain early? Who cares? I haven't eaten human flesh for nearly 5 years. This kid is mine. Accompanied by shrill roars, 3 ordinary demons with twisted faces, fangs, and sharp claws pounced toward Rin from 3 different directions like hungry beasts. In their eyes, this black-haired youth who had not even drawn his sword was already frozen with fear. However, Rin did not even raise his head. His hands blurred into afterimages as he formed hand seals at a speed the naked eye could not follow. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Even Sasuke during this period possessed hand seal speed far beyond ordinary people, let alone when dealing with a few low-level demons that did not even possess blood demon arts. Rin's chest swelled as a massive amount of chakra transformed into extreme heat in his throat. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom! A huge crimson fireball more than 5 meters in diameter burst from Rin's mouth, carrying terrifying heat capable of incinerating everything. The surrounding air instantly distorted under the intense temperature, and the dead leaves on the ground turned to ash before the flames even reached them. What is this thing? Ah! The 3 demons in midair saw nothing but a sea of crimson before the terrifying flames engulfed them completely. Before their screams could last even a second, the fireball rolled through the air like a bulldozer, incinerating a dozen towering trees along with the 3 demons into charred ashes that scattered through the air. There was no need for a Nichiren blade at all. When the temperature and destructive power of the flames completely exceeded the regeneration limit of demon cells, they could be instantly obliterated. Ding! Killed 3 ordinary demons. Obtained dimension points, 30. So weak. Rin exhaled a breath of stale air, glanced at the charred fan-shaped ground, and casually removed the Kusanagi sword along with its scabbard from his waist, resting it on his shoulder. Now, the hunt begins. For the demons of Fujikasane Mountain, the following period became an unprecedented nightmare. In previous final selections, they were the ones who treated the new swordsmen as toys and food, hunting them relentlessly. But this time was different. A youth in a black uniform completely overturned the relationship between predator and prey. He did not sleep or rest. He did not need food or water, relying on soldier pills instead, and he did not even bother to seek cover. The black straight sword in his hand was incredibly sharp. No matter how tough a demon's neck was, a single flash was enough to send the head flying. What terrified the demons even more was that this human not only possessed terrifying swordsmanship, but could also wield lightning and fire. In just one day, the demons in the outer and middle areas of Fujikasane Mountain were almost completely wiped out by Rin alone. Monster, that guy is definitely a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Why would a Hashira come here to slaughter the mountain? Run! Don't let him target you. Those red eyes. One glance and you're dead. The remaining demons trembled as they fled madly toward the deepest part of Fujikasane Mountain. At this time, there were still 3 days left before the actual final selection would begin. In the central area of Fujikasane Mountain, within a forest filled with jagged rocks, Rin shook the black blood from the Kusanagi sword and sheathed it with a clang. At that moment, the dimension points on his system panel had surged to 1,480. In a single day, he had killed at least 90 demons. Are there none left on the outskirts? Just as Rin was preparing to continue his sweep into the deeper regions, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. Thump! 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 Heavy footsteps approached from the shadows ahead, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. Has this year's Demon Slayer trial already begun? An extremely low, raspy voice sounded. Then a deformed monster, as large as a small mountain of flesh, squeezed out from the forest. Its body was composed entirely of countless thick arms twisted together, its skin a nauseating dark green, with even its neck buried deep within layers of arms. Those huge, bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Rin, radiating violent killing intent. The true overlord of Fujikasane Mountain, the old monster captured and imprisoned by Urokodaki Sakonji more than 40 years ago. The Hand Demon. Chapter 5, you are already under my genjutsu. 1065 words. The Hand Demon's massive body stopped 10 meters in front of Rin. Its large eye scanned him up and down before it suddenly let out a piercing sneer. Hee. I thought some Hashare had come in, but it's just a brat who isn't even wearing a uniform. It narrowed its eyes, seemingly searching for something. Hey, brat, where's your fox mask? Aren't you one of that old man Urokodaki's disciples? The Hand Demon particularly enjoyed hunting down swordsmen wearing warding fox masks during the selection to take revenge on Urokodaki Sakonji. However, facing this grotesque mountain of flesh, Rin's expression did not change in the slightest. Fox mask? Nah, I don't have such a thing. Rin looked at it as if it were a massive pile of non-recyclable trash. It took me quite a while to find you. You're better at hiding than those small demons, you big piece of garbage. You dare call me trash? The Hand Demon flew into a rage instantly. Veins bulged across its twisted face as it roared. Arrogant brat. You have no idea what you're facing. I've eaten 50, no, including you, 51. I've devoured 13 of that old man Urokodaki's disciples. That pink-haired brat named Sabito and that girl named Makomo were among them. You should have heard how miserably they cried when they died. He. The Hand Demon tried to use this cruel description to shatter the young man's psychological defenses. In the past, those newcomers would often become so enraged that they lost their reason, leaving themselves full of openings. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong person. Oh, is that so? Rin's voice turned cold. He had no particular feelings towards Sabito or Makomo, but he truly disliked hearing such unpleasant noises in front of him. Buzz! His black pupils instantly turned blood red, with 3 tomos spinning coldly within them. You talk too much. Arrogant brat. I'm going to enjoy your despair-stricken look when I munch on your bones. The Hand Demon roared as its mountain-like body suddenly shot out more than a dozen thick green arms. They sealed off all of Rin's escape routes from every direction and slammed down fiercely. Boom! A dozen arms smashed into the ground, sending clouds of dust and debris flying. He, smashed into meat paste. This is the price for enraging me. The Hand Demon laughed triumphantly. Where are you looking? A slightly mocking voice suddenly sounded above its head. What? The Hand Demon looked up sharply. At some point, Rin had already leaped more than 10 meters into the air. His crimson 3-tomo Sharingan looked down at the Hand Demon's huge eye. The moment their gazes met, the Hand Demon felt a loud buzz in its mind. The world before its eyes instantly changed. The dense forest disappeared, and the dark night sky vanished. The Hand Demon suddenly found itself bound to a massive cross. The surrounding sky was a strange blood red, with a pitch-black full moon hanging high above. Sharingan, Genjutsu. Although it had not reached the terrifying level of Tsukuyomi, which could manipulate time and space, the Genjutsu of the 3-tomo Sharingan was more than enough to crush the soul of a demon that was not even one of the 12 Kazuki. What is this place? Let me go. The Hand Demon struggled frantically within the illusion, only to realize it could not move at all. Tap! 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 Within the blood-red world, countless Rins holding black long swords appeared from every direction, looking at it with extremely cold eyes. Shut up in despair. Swoosh! As all the Rins swung their swords at the same time, the Hand Demon felt the extreme pain of being sliced 1,000 times within the illusion. Outside, only 1 second had passed. Hurrah! The previously overbearing Hand Demon suddenly let out a shrill scream like a dying pig. Its massive body collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, and its countless arms clawed wildly at its own body while its eyes bulged outward. Its mind had clearly been completely shattered by the genjutsu. Rin's expression remained indifferent as he hovered in midair and raised his right hand. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Violent blue lightning erupted in his palm, the piercing sound of 1,000 birds chirping drowning out even the hand demon's screams. As chakra surged into it, the mass of lightning instantly elongated and condensed, forming a solid spear of lightning 5 meters long. Lightning release, Kai Dori sharp spear. Rip! Rin swung his arm down sharply, and the azure lightning spear pierced straight through the hand demon's layers of arm defenses without resistance, stabbing into its neck. A flash of lightning cut the thick neck in half instantly. Thud! The hand demon's massive head rolled to the ground, and its enormous body rapidly began to break down and dissipate under the combined destruction of lightning release and the Sharingan. Until the moment it turned to ashes, the hand demon's eyes, still lying on the ground, remained filled with endless fear of those red eyes. Ding! Detected that the host has killed the key hostile target hand demon. This target was the greatest threat on Fujikasane Mountain. Killing this demon has significantly changed the fate of Tanjiro Kamado and others who were originally meant to enter the mountain tomorrow, and has indirectly influenced the storylines of Sakonji Urokodakis and Giyu Tomioka. Overall rating, extremely high. Congratulations to the host for obtaining dimension points, 1,500. The series of system prompts in his mind made Rin's steps a little lighter as he landed. 1,500 points. As expected, killing these elite monsters tied to the main cast's fate is the fastest way to get rich. Rin glanced at the now completely silent Fujikasane Mountain, estimating that the remaining few minor demons would be enough for the newcomers to practice on in 3 days. He brushed the dust off his yukata, found a clean large green rock to sit on, and quietly waited for dawn. System, open the panel. Dimensional template system. Host, Rin. Current template, Ucha Sasuke, Mangekyou Sharingan period. Items held, Kusanagi sword, modified, comes with scabbard, possesses the demon-slaying properties of a Nichiren blade, indestructible, wisteria sachet. Dimension points, 2,980, slaughtering ordinary demons on the mountain plus 970, killing the hand demon and altering the plot plus 1,500, previously accumulated 510. Chapter 6, Demons. Where are the demons? 1,237 words. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As night fell, the sea of wisteria flowers at the foot of Fujikasane Mountain emitted a faint purple glow under the moonlight, isolating the entire mountain range from the outside world. In front of the stairs leading deep into the mountain forest, more than 20 young swordsmen gathered one after another, each wearing a different expression. Tanjiro Kamado, carrying a wooden box on his back and bearing a dark red demon slayer mark on his forehead, nervously gripped the Nichiren blade at his waist. Before setting out, the heavy warning from his trainer, Sakonji Urokodaki, still echoed in his ears. In particular, the mention of the mutated demon that specifically hunted Sakonji Urokodaki's disciples made Tanjiro's heart feel even heavier. I must survive, not only for Nezuko, but also to avenge Sabito and Makomo, Tanjiro thought, clenching his teeth. Not far from Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma squatted on the ground hugging his knees, snot and tears streaming down his face as he muttered, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I'll definitely be eaten by a demon. On the other side, Genya Shinazugawa, with his mohawk and fierce expression, irritably wiped the hilt of his sword. In a corner stood a girl with a side ponytail and a gentle smile but hollow eyes. Kanao Tsuyuri. At the top of the stairs, 2 twin guides from the Ubuyashiki family held lanterns as they announced the rules of the trial in calm, monotone voices. Within this Fujikasane Mountain, demons captured alive by swordsmen are imprisoned. Your task is to survive for 7 days in this mountain forest, which is not protected by wisteria flowers. Well then, we wish you a safe journey. As the rules were announced, more than 20 newcomers stepped into the dark and silent Fujikasane Mountain one after another, carrying either fear of death or the desire to become stronger. Tanjiro took a deep breath, heightening his sense of smell to its limit, and carefully stepped into the forest. I absolutely cannot be careless during these 7 days. Although the demons on the outskirts are weak, there must be many of them. I must try to maintain total concentration. He cautiously observed his surroundings while mentally preparing for the possible dangers he might encounter. However, after Tanjiro had carefully moved through the mountain forest for a full 2 hours, his steps gradually slowed to a stop. His expression shifted from alert vigilance to complete confusion. Strange. Tanjiro twitched his nose. With a sense of smell sensitive enough to detect the emotions of others, he realized that he could not smell the scent of a single living demon in this place known as a demon's den. The air was not filled with the expected smell of blood. Instead, it carried an extremely strong scent of burning, along with a sharp ozone smell similar to what remained after a thunderstorm. There's movement ahead. Tanjiro suddenly caught a faint trace of human scent. His heart tightened, thinking that a companion had been attacked. He immediately drew his Nichiren blade and rushed toward the source. Pushing aside a dense patch of bushes, the sight before him caused Tanjiro's pupils to shrink as he froze in place like a statue. Before him lay a massive fan-shaped pit of scorched earth more than 100 meters in diameter. A dozen towering trees, each so thick that 3 people would be needed to encircle them, had all been burned into charcoal. The rocks on the ground had partially crystallized from the terrifying heat. At the end of the scorched area lay a dozen piles of ash that had once been demons, scattering into the air whenever the wind blew. What kind of breathing style could cause such destruction? Tanjiro gasped. Even the most explosive techniques of water breathing could not possibly leave behind such large-scale burn marks, as if a natural disaster had swept through. Not only that, as Tanjiro continued deeper into the mountain, he witnessed even more unbelievable scenes. Along the way, there were fallen trees cleanly sliced in two by an extremely sharp blade, giant boulders shattered by lightning, and demon ashes scattered across the ground. When he reached a rocky forest in the central area of Fujikasane Mountain, an enormous presence, one that still carried terrifying lingering resentment even after death, made the hair on his body stand on end. It was the residual aura of the Han demon. Tanjiro stared at the absurdly large crater in the ground and the ravines around it that had been forcibly carved by some kind of blue lightning energy. His mind went blank. It seems a very powerful demon was killed instantly here. Tanjiro swallowed hard. With his almost cheat-like sense of smell, he could clearly tell that the person who killed this gigantic creature was the same one who had left behind the massive fire pit earlier. Moreover, that person's scent was currently just a short distance ahead. Tanjiro gripped the hilt of his sword and cautiously moved around a giant rock. The next second, he froze. At the center of the rocky forest, sitting on a large flat green stone, was a young man with black hair and black eyes, wearing a black yukata. He looked exceptionally handsome and composed. A bonfire burned beside him, and 2 wild rabbits caught from somewhere were roasting over the flames, sizzling with oil. Resting across the young man's knees was a black straight sword in its scabbard. This scene did not resemble someone taking part in a brutal trial at all. It looked more like a young master who had come to the mountains for a leisurely picnic. Hearing footsteps, Rin paused slightly while turning the rabbits over the fire and looked up at Tanjiro, who was wearing a fox mask. "Oh?" Finally entered the arena. Rin greeted casually. "The small demons in this mountain have basically been cleared out by me. The few that remain are hiding in corners and crevices, too scared to come out. If you're hungry, come over and have a bite." Tanjiro opened his mouth, and it took a long moment before he managed to ask, "Excuse me, were all the demons here killed by you?" "Yeah. I was bored anyway, so I came in early to warm up." Rin pulled out the wisteria sachet from his waist and idly played with it, speaking as casually as if he were talking about pulling a few weeds. Just then, a sudden burst of hurried footsteps came from the woods behind them. "Demons! Where are the demons? Get the hell out here!" Accompanied by a furious roar, Genya Shinazugawa, with his mohawk and bloodshot eyes, rushed out. He had wandered through the mountains for most of the night without seeing even the shadow of a demon, and his stomach was full of pent-up rage. Seeing firelight ahead, he immediately rushed over. When he saw Rin sitting on the green stone roasting meat while Tanjiro stood beside him in a daze, Genya's anger flared instantly. "Hey! What the hell are you two doing here? Is this some kind of field trip?" Genya strode forward, grabbed Tanjiro by the collar, and glared fiercely at Rin. "Where are the demons here? I came here to kill demons and become a Hashira. Tell me where the demons are, or I'll beat both of you." Chapter 7, A God Watching from the Abyss. 1079 words. Tanjiro, being honest by nature, quickly explained, This gentleman said that the demons in the mountains have already been killed by him." "Huh? Do you take me for an idiot?" Genya released Tanjiro and fixed his sinister gaze on Rin. Looking at Rin's relaxed and carefree posture, he felt deeply insulted. This pretty boy killed all the demons on the mountain. Genya sneered and reached out to grab Rin by the collar. "Stop screwing around and tell me where the demons are hid." However, before his hand could even touch the edge of Rin's clothing, his voice abruptly stopped. because Rin, still sitting on the green stone, slightly tilted his head and glanced at him. Just a single glance. Buzz! Those originally deep black eyes instantly turned an eerie crimson, with 3 black tomo spinning coldly within the pupils. Boom! The moment Genya met those eyes, the world before him completely changed. The bonfire vanished. Tanjiro vanished. The entire Fujikasane mountain vanished. He found himself standing alone on the edge of a vast abyss beneath a blood-red moon. The black-haired youth who had been sitting on the green stone had somehow become a godlike figure overlooking the world, watching him with an utterly indifferent gaze. Under that almost tangible killing intent and overwhelming mental pressure, Genya felt as if his heart were being crushed by an invisible giant hand. Even his breathing stopped. Thud! To Tanjiro's horror, the previously arrogant and aggressive Genya suddenly jerked his hand back as if he had touched an electric current. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees in front of Rin. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down Genya's forehead. He gasped for breath, his body trembling violently and uncontrollably. Just one glance had made this hot-tempered fighter experience fear as if he had come infinitely close to death. If you keep shouting, I'll throw you off the mountain. The Sharingan in Rin's eyes faded, and his tone remained flat, without the slightest ripple. He tore off a roasted rabbit leg and did not even bother to look at Genya kneeling on the ground. If it were not for the fact that in the original story Genya was not a bad person at heart and had a rather tragic life, that glance earlier would not have been a simple deterrent of killing intent. He would have used genjutsu to destroy his mind completely. In the tree canopy not far away, Kanautsu Yuri, who had been quietly following and observing, tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. In those purple eyes, usually as calm as a still well, a trace of shock appeared for the first time. She had not even seen how Rin made his move. Ding! Detected that the host has greatly shocked members of the protagonist group Tanjiro Kamado, Genya Shinazugawa, and Kanautsu Yuri. Obtained dimension points, 600. For the newcomers participating in the Fujikasane mountain trial, the next 7 days became an unprecedentedly strange experience. There were no intense battles and no desperate escapes. Because all the demons had already been slaughtered before the trial even began by a certain cheat user wielding the Sharingan and ninjutsu. Occasionally, a few minor demons that had survived by hiding underground would appear, only to be easily dealt with by Tanjiro and Kanao. As for Zenitsu Agatsuma? After discovering that staying near Rin was completely safe, he immediately turned into an enthusiastic follower, helping Rin gather firewood and catch wild game every day while calling him Big Brother more affectionately than anyone else. 7 days passed in this strange atmosphere of wilderness survival mixed with picnic camping. On the morning of the 7th day, when sunlight once again filled the wisteria forest on the outskirts of Fujikasane Mountain, the twin guides of the Ubuyashiki family standing before the torii gate could no longer maintain their usual expressionless faces. In the final selection, having 5 or 6 people survive was usually considered an excellent outcome. But this time, 22 people walked out alive. Moreover, every one of them looked healthy and uninjured. That fellow Zenitsu Agatsuma had even gained 2 pounds from eating. This hardly looked like a life-and-death trial. It felt more like they had just returned from a mountain vacation. Congratulations to everyone on your safe return, the white-haired girl said, suppressing the shock in her heart as she began the next step of the process. Next, please select the Tamahagane to be used for forging your Nichirin blades. No one moved. Instead, everyone turned their gaze toward Rin, who stood at the very back of the group, yawning lazily. Everyone knew very well that the only reason they had survived was because this god of slaughter had cleared the mountain in advance. Rin did not bother with formalities and walked straight to the table where the oars were laid out. He already possessed the Kusanagi sword, which naturally had the properties of a Nichirin blade, so he did not actually need to forge a new sword. However, he still needed the identity of a demon slayer and the Kashgai crow used for communication. After casually picking up a piece of cold-glinting Tamahagane ore, a pitch-black crow suddenly landed on Rin's head with a flutter. Caw! Caw! Rin! Monster! Rin! Monster! As soon as the Kashgai crow landed, it began shouting in its raspy voice. Clearly, this crow had witnessed Rin's slaughter in the mountains over the past few days from the sky. Rin raised an eyebrow and lightly flicked the Kashgai crow on the head with his finger. Shut up! If you scream again, I'll roast you tonight. The Kashgai crow instantly went silent like a duck with its neck squeezed, obediently closing its beak and even retracting its wings in fear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completely overturning the results of this final selection and saving a large number of swordsmen who were originally destined to die. Significantly influenced the future effective strength of the Demon Slayer Corps. Obtained dimension points, 2,000. Hearing the generous reward notification in his mind, Rin curled his lips in satisfaction. Nearly 3,000 points in a single gain. As expected, harvesting rewards along the store line was the best approach. Once he received his uniform, it would also be time to contact the Hashira, or even Kibutsuji Musen himself. Oops, Rini is a little selfish that way. He wanted those points, and it was the best buffet. Chapter 8, a 40. 1,228 words. The morning sunlight pierced through the thin mist, spilling across the massive torii gate at the foot of Fujikasane Mountain. As the final selection was officially declared over, the 22 surviving swordsmen each received a Kashigi crow for communication and Tamahagane for forging their Nichiren blades, preparing to set off on their journey home. Mr. Rin. Tanjiro Kamado, carrying a heavy wooden box on his back, suddenly stepped forward behind Rin, who was preparing to leave, and bowed deeply. His forehead was almost touching his knees, and his voice was filled with undisguised gratitude and awe. Thank you very much. Tanjiro was an honest person, and his sense of smell far surpassed that of ordinary people. When he entered the rocky forest deep within Fujikasane Mountain, he had not only smelled the unfathomable, abyss-like aura surrounding Rin but also the terrifying resentment left behind by the giant demon that had been reduced to ashes by lightning. Even the lingering scent alone made Tanjiro feel suffocated. He could not even imagine what kind of tragic, one-sided slaughter would have occurred if Rin had not killed that enormous creature with countless arms, which had lived for who knew how many years, before these newcomers who had not even fully mastered total concentration breathing encountered it. His master, Sakonji Urokodaki, had told him that extremely dangerous demons lurked within the mountain. Tanjiro was certain that the gigantic mutated demon slain by Rin had been the most terrifying existence on this mountain. If you hadn't cleared out that monster and most of the demons in the mountain beforehand, I'm afraid more than half of us would not have made it out alive. Tanjiro Kamado, will never forget this kindness. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Genya Shinazugawa, who was standing nearby with his mohawk, let out a cold snort. Although he did not say anything, the look in his eyes as he watched Rin no longer carried the arrogance from 7 days earlier. It had been replaced entirely by deep apprehension. He never wanted to experience that terrifying illusion from the previous night again, the one that had nearly shattered his soul. As for Zenitsu Agatsuma, if Tanjiro had not firmly grabbed the back of his collar, he would probably have already rushed forward to hug Rin's leg, crying and begging to become his subordinate. No need to thank me. I only kill demons to, pass the time. Rin turned and looked at this stubborn future Hashira. If you really want to thank me, then remember to leave the kills to me if you encounter high-level targets like the 12 Kazuki in the future. Leaving behind a remark that left everyone bewildered, Rin did not stay any longer. Chakra instantly gathered at the soles of his feet and exploded outward. Bang! With a dull sonic boom, the ground beneath Rin's feet cracked inch by inch. His body shot into the air, leaving behind a black afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the endless sea of trees. So fast! I can't even see the afterimage. What kind of breathing style is this? Tanjiro's eyes widened in shock as he gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Standing at the back of the group, Kanao Tsuyuri silently watched the direction in which Rin had disappeared. In those purple eyes that were usually as still as a quiet well, an unfamiliar light flickered for the first time. She tightened her grip on the piece of Tamahagane in her hand, the symbol of passing the trial, and turned to walk in another direction. Meanwhile, at the Ubuyashiki estate, the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps hundreds of kilometers away from Fujikasane Mountain. Within the quiet courtyard, the atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. The current head of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, sat in the main seat of the Washitsu. On his face, which was covered with purple curse-like Demon Slayer marks, a rare expression of extreme astonishment mixed with joy appeared. On the tatami in front of him, 2 Hashira wearing hari were half-kneeling. Insect Hashira Shinobu Kocho. Water Hashira Gyu Tomioka. In the center of the Washitsu, 2 Kashigi crows that had just flown back from Fujikasane Mountain with all their strength flapped their wings while reporting the bizarre results of the trial in sharp, cracking voices. Core! Wiped out! Wiped out! The demons of Fujikasane Mountain were wiped out by a single person. 22 survivors. Unprecedented. Core! A monster! A monster named Rin. Using fire. Using lightning. That giant mutated demon with dozens of arms that lived for more than 40 years was torn into dust by him with lightning from his bare hands. Gone. Caw. Hearing the chaotic report from the Kashgai crows, even Giyu Tomioka, who was usually expressionless and indifferent to everything, suddenly had his deep blue eyes contract. Dozens of arms is a mutated demon that lived for more than 40 years. Giyu Tomioka murmured to himself. During that cruel selection years ago, he had been attacked by a demon at the very beginning and had fallen unconscious from severe injuries. By the time he woke up, the selection had already ended. But his senior Sabito, whose talent far surpassed his own and who had shone like the sun, had remained in that mountain forever. He had never seen Sabito's killer with his own eyes, nor did he know about the specific grudge between that demon and the trainer Sakonji Urokodaki. He only knew that the one who should have survived was Sabito, and that he himself was not worthy of becoming the water Hashira. This heavy guilt had weighed on him for 7 long years. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's already blind eyes curved slightly. Although he could not see, his mind was exceptionally clear and his memory astonishingly sharp. Dozens of arms, over 40 years. Kagaya coughed twice, his gentle voice carrying a trace of emotion. Giyu, do you still remember Lord Urokodaki's reports from many years ago? During the Edo period, he personally captured a morph demon alive and imprisoned it on Fujikasane Mountain. Calculating the time, more than 40 years have passed. To have avoided the wisteria poison for all these years and grown into such a massive, twisted form by devouring countless swordsmen. If I am not mistaken, the 13 children Lord Urokodaki sent to participate in the selection over the years who never returned, including Sabito and Makomo, all perished at the hands of this monster. Boom! Ubuyashiki Kagaya's gentle word struck Giyu Tomioka like a thunderclap. All this time, he had believed that Sabito died from exhaustion after continuously fighting various demons while protecting weaker companions like them. Only today, through their master's deduction, did he learn that the one who killed Sabito had actually been that terrifying morph demon that had lived for more than 40 years and specifically hunted Urokodaki's disciples. And now, that giant nightmare lurking within Fujikasane Mountain, the one he had never even been able to avenge personally, had been reduced to ashes by a newcomer named Rin. Giyu Tomioka abruptly lowered his head and clenched his teeth. Although he tried to suppress his expression, his slightly trembling shoulders and fists, clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, betrayed the turbulent emotions within him. Sabito. Makomo. Chapter 9, The Butterfly Mansion. 1277 words. Sabito. Makomo. He silently repeated the names in his heart. The massive weight that had pressed on his chest for 7 long years, making it difficult to breathe, finally cracked at that moment. He did not know who this person named Rin was, but he knew one thing clearly. By killing that morph demon, Rin had not only avenged Sabito but had also prevented the future deaths of more water-breathing disciples. Master! Giyu suddenly looked up. His expression was extremely solemn, and his voice rang with firm resolve. No matter who this person named Rin is, I, Giyu Tomioka, will remember this kindness. If he joins the Demon Slayer Corps, I am willing to do everything in my power to assist him. Shinobu Kocho, who was also somewhat surprised, quickly returned to her usual gentle smile. She turned toward Kagaya Ubuyashiki and reported softly, Master, the Rin mentioned by this Kashgai crow is the same mysterious young man I reported to you a few days ago. He does not use any breathing style known to us, yet he can release lightning with his bare hands and instantly destroy demon cells. At first, I thought he was merely exceptionally strong, but I did not expect that he would treat Fujikasane Mountain as a training ground. Very good. A long unseen trace of color appeared on Kagaya Ubuyashiki's pale face. In 15 days, after his Nichiren blade has been forged, convene a Hashira meeting. I would very much like to personally meet this miracle that may help us finally end Musen. Ding! Detected that the host's achievement of killing the hand demon has been reported to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Water Hashira Giyu Tomioka has learned the truth of that year through the master's deduction. He has developed immense gratitude and shock toward the host, and the knot in his heart has begun to loosen. Master Kagaya Ubuyashiki now regards the host as the key to breaking the deadlock. The storyline has undergone a major shift. Congratulations to the host for obtaining dimension points, 3,000. Achoo! At that moment, Rin, who had already arrived outside a hidden mountain deep within Tokyo Prefecture, suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. Who's talking about me? Whatever. I just pocketed 3,000 points. This wave is a huge profit. Rin stopped, deactivated the chakra attached to the soles of his feet, and landed steadily on the ground. Looking at the dimension points on the system panel, which had already surpassed 8,000, Rin was in an excellent mood. Looking up, not far ahead stood a vast manor filled with traditional Japanese architecture, resting quietly in the sunlight. Delicate butterfly patterns were carved into the walls of the manor, and the courtyard was filled with various plants that emitted unusual medicinal fragrances. This was the logistics and medical base of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Butterfly Mansion. Rin did not climb over the wall like a certain white-haired flashy man. Instead, he walked to the main gate like a normal visitor and reached out to knock on the door knocker. Creak. The door opened slightly, and a girl with twin tails wearing a nurse's uniform and a somewhat serious expression peeked out. Aoi Kanzaki. May I ask who you are? This is the exclusive medical institution of the Demon Slayer Corps. If you are not injured or cannot present a uniform to prove your identity, you are not permitted to enter, Aoi Kanzaki said as she sized up the handsome young man in civilian clothes carrying a black blade. Her tone was efficient and firm. Can't I come if I'm not injured? Rin smiled without showing any annoyance. Your mistress Shinobu Kocho invited me. Go report that Rin has arrived. Invited by Lady Shinobu. Aoi Kanzaki froze for a moment and looked at Rin suspiciously. Although Lady Shinobu was always smiling, she almost never brought strange young men to the Butterfly Mansion unless it was official business. This guy did not even have a Demon Slayer Corps uniform. What exactly was his background? Just as Aoi Kanzaki was hesitating over whether she should confirm it first, a light voice suddenly came from above Rin's head. ARA tilde Mr. Rin's speed is truly impressive. Even though I sent a message ahead by carrier pigeon, you actually arrived before my messenger. Accompanied by a faint gust of fragrant wind, Shinobu Kocho, wearing her butterfly-patterned hari, leaped down from a high tower inside the manor like a falling leaf and landed steadily in front of Rin. Lady Shinobu! Aoi Kanzaki quickly bowed in greeting. Good work, Aoi. This is a distinguished guest I personally invited. Go prepare the best guest room, and also arrange some hearty meals, Shinobu Kocho said as she turned to give instructions before looking back at Rin with bright, curious eyes. Distinguished guest. Aoi Kanzaki's eyes widened. This was the first time she had heard Lady Shinobu use that term to describe a man of the same age. All right, stop standing at the door like a greeter. Rin casually flicked the noisy Kalagai crow off his shoulder and strode into the courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion, as relaxed as if he had returned to his own home. I'll be staying here for 15 days until my Nichiren blade and uniform are delivered. During that time, I'll have to trouble you, the big tycoon, for food and lodging. Rin spoke in an extremely casual tone, not treating Shinobu Kocho, a #IRA, as some lofty figure at all. This carefree attitude only deepened the smile on Shinobu Kocho's lips. It is an honor for our mansion to host the monster who wiped out Fujikasane Mountain by his own power. Shinobu Kocho walked beside Rin and lowered her voice, speaking quietly so that only the two of them could hear. The master has just issued an order. In 15 days, he wants to meet you personally at the #IRA meeting. The #IRA meeting? Rin raised an eyebrow. According to the usual procedure, the #IRA meeting was typically held once every 6 months or when a major incident occurred. Yet he was a newcomer who had not even received his uniform, and he had already been given the qualification to attend this highest-level meeting. That's right. The master also seems very interested in your ability to kill demons without a Nichiren blade. When the time comes, the other #IRA will not be as easy to talk to as I am. Those with short tempers will probably be unable to resist testing you. Shinobu Kocho spoke with a smile, as if she was looking forward to seeing Rin suffer a setback. Test me. Rin's footsteps stopped, and he turned his head. Without any warning, 3 crimson tomo appeared in his pitch-black eyes. A sharp pressure that made Shinobu Kocho's hair stand on end flashed past in an instant, almost like something tangible. Then they had better prepare medicine for bruises and injuries in advance. I do not mind giving these so-called strongest swordsmen a few free lessons in taijutsu on my first day after joining the corps. Leaving behind that extremely arrogant remark, Rin walked straight toward the guest room. Shinobu Kocho stood there stunned for 2 full seconds before she covered her mouth and chuckled. He really is an arrogant and charming fellow. Meanwhile, Kanautsu Yuri, who had just arrived at the gate of the Butterfly Mansion to report her mission, happened to witness this scene. She looked at Rin's tall, V-shaped back, then at her master's smile that carried a hint of unusual warmth, and clutched the coin in her hand somewhat blankly. Chapter 10, Shinobu wants to dissect him. 1,218 words. Early morning at the Butterfly Mansion, the air was filled with the faint scent of herbs and the fragrance of wisteria flowers. 3 days had passed since Rin moved into this highest-level medical and logistics base of the Demon Slayer Corps. During these 3 days, his routine had been so regular it was almost outrageous, eating, sleeping, occasionally finding a deserted corner in the backyard to increase his skill proficiency, and spending the rest of his time basking in the sun on the veranda. You guy, just how much are you going to eat? In the dining hall, Aoi Kanzaki, with her hair in twin tails, held an empty wooden bucket as large as a wash basin while looking at Rin sitting across from her with a face full of exasperation. Another bowl, please. Extra katsubushi. Thank you, Rin said casually as he set down the 7th empty bowl he had stacked in front of him. After merging with Uchisasuke's template, although the amount of chakra in his body was enormous, refining chakra required an extremely large amount of physical energy as support. Simply put, his current appetite was roughly equivalent to that of 3 adult men. Do you think this is a refugee camp? Shinobu-sama clearly said you were a guest, but what kind of guest eats like a starving demon reincarnated? Aoi complained angrily, though she still turned toward the kitchen to fetch the 8th bowl of rice. Nearby, the 3 little nurse girls of the butterfly mansion, Kyo Torochi, Sumi Nokohara, and Noho Takoda, hid behind the door pillars, blinking their big eyes as they peeked at this handsome but extremely voracious big brother as if he were an alien. After eating his fill, Rin held a cup of hot tea and leisurely walked to the backyard of the butterfly mansion. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows across the ground. Under a nearby corridor, Kanao, with her hair tied in a side ponytail, sat quietly on the wooden floor. In her hand was a specially made copper coin. Her calm purple eyes gazed toward the sky, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Suddenly, Kanao seemed to sense Rin approaching. She looked at Rin, then at the empty space beside her, seemingly hesitating over whether she should greet him. Her thumb flicked lightly. Tingly tilde tilde. The copper coin flipped into the air, tracing a graceful arc. She was accustomed to using a coin toss to make choices she could not decide for herself. Heads meant greeting him. Tails meant ignoring him. However, before the coin could fall back into her palm, a long, strong hand suddenly reached out from the side. 2 fingers precisely caught the rapidly spinning coin in midair. Kanao's usually blank expression finally showed a trace of surprise. Leaving your will to a cold piece of copper. Don't you think that's a bit too careless? Rin casually pulled over a small wooden stool and sat down across from Kanao. He spun the coin twice on his fingertip, then flicked it lightly. The coin landed steadily on Kanao's skirt. A person's heart is always growing. If you don't want to talk, then don't. If you want to sit quietly, then sit quietly. If even something as small as deciding whether to greet someone has to be left to a coin, wouldn't life be too boring? Rin took a sip from his teacup, not caring whether Kanao responded as he continued speaking casually. The talent in your eyes is quite good. Your dynamic vision is excellent. You have good potential for sword training. Don't waste your energy on this boring coin-tossing game. After leaving those words behind, Rin stood up and walked toward the infirmary without looking back. Kanao stared blankly at the coin resting on her skirt, then looked up at Rin's relaxed, carefree back. For some reason, the man's casual words had felt like a stone thrown into the still water of her heart, creating ripples that refused to fade. She slowly reached out and tightly gripped the coin in her palm. Deep within those hollow eyes, it seemed as though something was quietly beginning to break through the surface. Ding! The host's casual words touched the closed heart of Kanao Tsuyuri, planting a seed that may change her fate in advance. Obtained dimension points, 300. Butterfly Mansion, high-level infirmary. When the door was pushed open, a thick scent of disinfectant mixed with wisteria flowers drifted toward him. Shinobu Kocho was wearing a white medical coat over her black Demon Slayer Corps uniform. She stood in front of a workbench filled with various glassware and test tubes, concentrating on preparing a pale purple liquid. Hearing footsteps, Shinobu Kocho turned around, her face immediately brightening with her signature gentle smile. Ara, Rin-san, have you had breakfast? Aoi was just complaining to me that you're about to eat up an entire week's worth of the Butterfly Mansion's rations. Can't be helped. I burn a lot of energy. Rin sat down without ceremony. I heard from Aoi that you have something for me. Yes. Shinobu Kocho set down the test tube and walked over to Rin, looking at him with a smile. I'm very curious about that power of yours called chakra. Not only does it give you physical strength that surpasses demons, but it also allows you to release lightning. As the medical head of the Butterfly Mansion, may I perform a small physical examination on you? As she spoke, a fanatical curiosity for research flickered in Shinobu Kocho's deep purple eyes. If she could analyze this power, perhaps she could develop even more potent poisons, or even allow ordinary swordsmen to gain strength comparable to a lower moon or even an upper moon. An examination is fine. Rin straightforwardly extended his right arm and rolled up his sleeve, revealing his firm and well-proportioned forearm. But let's make this clear first. No blood draws, no cutting. Only pulse checks and routine examinations. How stingy. Not even a small tube of blood. Shinobu Kocho complained, though she leaned closer as she spoke. She extended her cool, beautiful fingers and lightly rested them on the pulse at Rin's wrist. The moment her fingertips touched his skin, Shinobu Kocho's brow twitched slightly. What a strong pulse. Steady and calm, yet containing a terrifying vitality like a dormant volcano. She could even faintly sense a massive energy flowing through Rin's meridians, something completely different from the way breathing styles forcibly strain the body. Truly incredible. Shinobu Kocho could not help leaning a little closer. They were now very close. Rin could clearly smell the faint, soothing scent of wisteria from her hair and see her thick eyelashes trembling slightly with surprise. Your physical condition is even more exaggerated than the Hashira who train all year round. This energy is nourishing your cells every second. Shinobu Kocho sighed before looking up with her usual gentle smile. Rin-san, if I dissected you, it might advance human medicine by 50 years. This playful yet dark remark would have given anyone else goosebumps. But Rin simply looked at her quietly, his gaze calm. Vroom. Without warning, Rin's originally black eyes instantly turned into an eerie crimson, with 3 tomo spinning rapidly within the pupils. Chapter 11, living behind that mask, don't you feel tired? 1562 words. At such close distance, Shinobu Kocho met the gaze of the Sharingan directly. The smile on her face suddenly froze. She instinctively tried to step back, but found that Rin had already grasped her wrist, pulling her back to where she had been. What are you trying to do? A hint of panic finally entered Shinobu Kocho's voice. The pressure from those red eyes was overwhelming, as if they could see straight through her soul. Don't be nervous. I just want to take a closer look. Rin leaned forward slightly. His crimson Sharingan stared directly into Shinobu Kocho's eyes, his gaze like someone inspecting a piece of porcelain full of cracks. Under the microscopic insight of the Sharingan, the slightest tension in Shinobu Kocho's facial muscles, the suppressed anger in her breathing rhythm, and even the deliberately gentle tone she maintained were all laid bare before him. Kochu Shinobu. Rin's voice became unusually serious as he spoke, each word deliberate. Living behind that mask, don't you feel tired? Boom. Those words stirred a violent surge of emotion within Shinobu Kocho. The smile at the corner of her lips froze instantly. Her pupils contracted uncontrollably, and the fingers resting on Rin's wrist suddenly tightened. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm always like this. Stop pretending. Rin interrupted her mercilessly, his gaze sharp. Before these eyes of mine, none of your disguises can hide. Your muscle memory, the irritability and killing intent buried deep in your eyes, all of it tells me that you are not as gentle as you appear on the surface. Your smile, your tone of voice, everything about it. You're imitating someone else, aren't you? A relative who was extremely important to you, but who was killed by a demon. Crack. The glass in Shinobu Kocho's heart called pretense shattered under Rin's blunt words. Her breathing instantly became rapid. A thin mist gathered in her eyes uncontrollably, followed by suppressed anger and pain. Shut up. Shinobu Kocho's voice trembled slightly. The face that always wore a smile finally darkened completely. You don't understand anything. How dare you? I indeed don't know what kind of person your sister was. Rin released her wrist, and the Sharingan in his eyes faded back into their calm black color. He reached out and, to Shinobu Kocho's complete astonishment, made an extremely bold move. He lightly ruffled the black hair tied up in her bun. But I do know one thing. A girl who forces herself to smile all day cannot swing a truly lethal blade. Rin looked at the stunned Shinobu Kocho, his tone softening slightly. If you're angry, then be angry. If you want to kill demons, then show your killing intent. Imitating the gentleness of the deceased serves no purpose other than torturing yourself. I do not care how you pretend in front of others, but in front of me. Rin smiled at her. You can freely be the real Shinobu Kocho. As for that upper moon demon you cannot kill, consider it a reward for your hospitality these past few days. I will slay it for you. Silence. A deathly silence filled the entire infirmary. Shinobu Kocho stared blankly at the arrogant, domineering, yet strangely reassuring young man before her. For years, ever since her sister Kani died, she had forced herself to wear a gentle mask. She suppressed her true nature, accommodated everyone around her, devoted herself to developing poisons, and took her sister's place as a hashira. No one, not even Arakata-sama, had ever so arrogantly yet gently torn apart her disguise and told her, "You can be yourself. If the sky falls, I will hold it up." A hot tear slipped uncontrollably from the corner of her eye. But soon, Shinobu Kocho quickly turned her head to the side and wiped her eyes forcefully with her sleeve. When she turned back to look at Rin again, although her eyes were still slightly red, the mask-like smile that used to sit at the corner of her lips had disappeared. In its place was a cold sneer belonging to her true personality, mixed with a hint of sharpness and pride. "What an arrogant man!" Shinobu Kocho snorted coldly. Her voice was no longer that gentle, ethereal tone, but had returned to its original cool and crisp sound. "The terror of an upper moon is far beyond what you can imagine. However, if you can avoid being beaten to the ground by those short-tempered people at the Hashire meeting in 15 days, I might reluctantly admit that your boasting has some substance." Seeing Shinobu Kocho's vivid, teeth-gritting expression after dropping her pretense, Rin smiled in satisfaction. "Hetilda, so this is the real sharp-tongued insect Hashire, huh? I quite like this self more." Ding! The host has forcefully broken through the psychological defenses of the key character Shinobu Kocho, successfully causing her to drop her disguise and reveal her true self to the host. Shinobu Kocho's favorability increased. Major breakthrough in conquest progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining dimension points, 1,200. The Hashire meeting, huh? Rin stood up and slowly stretched his muscles. "I'm looking forward to seeing how those guys perform." The door to the medical room closed softly, and the sound of Rin's footsteps gradually faded down the corridor. In the large room, only Shinobu Kocho remained, standing there in a daze. She subconsciously raised her hand and touched the hair Rin had just ruffled. The warmth from that man seemed to linger there. He said, "I can be my true self without restraint." Shinobu Kocho murmured to herself, her heart beating faster than ever before. Over the past few years, she had held herself to extremely strict standards. She forced herself to always smile and forced herself to treat every swordsman gently, just as her sister Kani had done. As time passed, even she almost forgot that the original Shinobu Kocho had been a girl with a quick temper, a sharp tongue, and a competitive spirit. Yet this man named Rin had only known her for a few days. How could he know about her sister? How could he know she was imitating her sister? He had even clearly sensed the suppressed irritability deep within her heart and the hatred for the upper-rank demons buried in her bones. Shinobu Kocho leaned against the workstation. A faint blush suddenly appeared on her fair cheeks as her thoughts began racing uncontrollably. He only just received his Kajigai Crow, so he has no information network at all. And he is so powerful that he could even kill the mutated demon on Fujikasane Mountain in an instant. How could such a proud powerhouse waste his energy on meaningless gossip? The only explanation is, before he came to the Butterfly Mansion, even before he met me on Fujikasane Mountain, he had already been secretly investigating me. Shinobu Kocho suddenly covered her burning cheeks, panic and embarrassment flashing through her purple eyes. That had to be it. He must have used some method to thoroughly investigate her past, her sister's death, and even the personality she usually pretended to have. Otherwise, how could he have torn through her defenses so precisely? Otherwise, why would he suddenly say something so arrogant yet strangely protective like, "I will slay that upper-rank demon for you"? To spend so much effort learning about a girl's painful past, and even risk angering me just to pull me out of my sister's shadow. Shinobu Kocho bit her lower lip, a trace of bashful annoyance appearing in her usually cold eyes. That idiot, if he likes me, why can't he just say it? He has to use such a crude and overbearing method. What an arrogant and self-centered man. Although she was scolding him, a strange warmth quietly spread through Shinobu Kocho's heart, which had long been wrapped in hatred and coldness. At that moment, the door to the medical room opened. Kanautsu Yuri leaned halfway inside. She had originally come to get some gauze, but she saw Shinobu Kocho standing there with flushed cheeks and her hands covering her face. "Shinobune, do you have a fever?" Kanao asked, speaking on her own for once without flipping a coin. "Ah? No." Shinobu Kocho was startled and quickly straightened up. She instinctively tried to put on her usual gentle smile, but Rin's crimson eyes that seemed to see through everything, along with his words "stop pretending," suddenly flashed through her mind. The muscles on her face twitched slightly, and Shinobu Kocho finally gave up on forcing that artificial smile. She sighed. The clarity and sharpness returned to her eyes. Walking over to Kanao, she reached out and straightened the girl's collar before speaking in her original crisp and efficient voice. I'm fine. I was just annoyed by a self-righteous guy. The gauze is in the second row of cabinets. Go get it yourself. Hearing this voice, which was completely different from the gentle and ethereal tone she used before and instead full of vitality, Kanao froze in place. She looked at her master's vivid expression, no longer like a lifeless mannequin, and subconsciously gripped the coin in her pocket. That man named Rin had not only interfered with her coin. Had he even removed Shinobune's mask? _________. Damn! Hide your mum, Rin the Rizzler is here. Chapter 12, The Blade's Color. 1,298 words. Over the next few days, subtle changes appeared in the daily life of the Butterfly Mansion. The first was in the training ground in the backyard. Swoosh! 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 Accompanied by 3 sharp sounds cutting through the air, 3 ordinary pebbles picked up from the ground traced eerie arcs in midair. They curved around the obstruction of tree trunks and struck the bullseyes of 3 hanging wooden targets 10 meters away with perfect accuracy. Wow! That's amazing! The stones actually curved. Rin-sama is so cool. The 3 little girls, Sumi, Kyo, and Noho, squatted on the porch with sparkling eyes, clapping excitedly. Even Aoi, who happened to be passing by with a wash basin, could not help stopping and staring in surprise. Tilde just some unusual throwing techniques. Basic stuff. No need to make a fuss. Rin brushed the dust from his hands and lazily stretched. At that moment, faint footsteps approached from behind him. You certainly have plenty of free time, charming little girls into admiring you here in my butterfly mansion. The voice was cold and crisp, carrying a trace of undisguised sarcasm and teasing. Rin turned around and saw Shinobu Kocho walking over with a tray in her hands. On it was a pot of hot tea and several plates of delicate tea snacks. Today, Shinobu Kocho was not wearing that unsettling fake smile. Her eyes were bright and sharp, her eyebrows slightly raised. Her entire presence resembled a short blade freshly drawn from its sheath, carrying a lively and somewhat prickly energy. Rin looked at her and nodded with satisfaction. Hair. Not bad. This style is much more pleasing to the eye. Compared to pretending to be a gentle big sister with ara all day, you have more potential as a short-tempered, sharp-tongued lowly. Who are you calling a short-tempered, sharp-tongued lowly? A cross-shaped vein popped on Shinobu Kocho's forehead as she slammed the tray heavily onto the wooden floor of the corridor, splashing a few drops of tea. If you weren't a guest, I would definitely add a lethal dose of poison to your tea. She snorted and sat down beside Rin. Drink it. I see you've been bored out of your mind these past few days. I don't want you saying the Butterfly Mansion is a poor host. Rin unceremoniously picked up the teacup and drained it in one gulp, then grabbed a snack and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing how completely defenseless he looked, Shinobu Kocho's gaze softened slightly, though her tone remained sharp. You really aren't afraid that I might poison you? Speaking of which, you went to so much trouble secretly investigating my past. Are you feeling proud of yourself now that you've seen me drop the act? Secretly investigate you. Rin paused mid-chew, confusion written all over his face. When did I investigate you? I can tell what you're thinking just by looking. Hearing that, Shinobu Kocho did not believe him. Instead, she became even more convinced of her guess. HMPH. Still refusing to admit it. Stubborn as a mule. She turned her head away, though a faint blush quietly crept onto her fair earlobes. But, don't do that again. My past isn't some entertaining story. Rin looked at Shinobu Kocho's unexpectedly bashful profile. Although he had no idea how this sharp-tongued butterfly had twisted the logic in her mind, it was obvious that she had taken his earlier words as proof that he secretly cared about her. Rin did not bother correcting her and simply chuckled softly. All right. As long as you stop putting on that fake smile in front of me, I'll see this matter through to the end. Who? Who wants you to care? Arrogant jerk. Shinobu Kocho jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She even forgot to take the tray and hurried away with a flushed face. Watching her slightly flustered retreating figure, Rin shook his head helplessly. Self-inflicted defeat is the most lethal. Ding! Detected that the key character Shinobu Kocho has developed extremely strong self-generated feelings toward the host. Favorability has increased significantly. Obtained dimension points, 800. I can even get points for this? System, your evaluation standards are pretty generous. Rin was in a great mood and picked up the teapot, drinking straight from the spout. Leisurely days always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since Rin moved into the butterfly mansion. Tomorrow was the special Hashare meeting personally convened by Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Today was also the day Rin's Nichiren blade and uniform were to be delivered. Near noon. A strange man wearing a ridiculous Hayatoko mask, with wind chimes tied to his head and carrying 2 long cloth bundles, barged aggressively through the gates of the butterfly mansion. Where is that brat named Rin? How dare you make me, Haganezuka, personally come deliver a sword? Get out here and receive your blade. Accompanied by an extremely arrogant roar, the infamous hot-headed swordsmith from the swordsmith village, Mr. Haganezuka, strode in grandly. Rin heard the commotion and walked out from the backyard. Shinobu Kocho and several little girls followed behind curiously. You're Rin? Haganezuka Hotaru pointed at Rin, his tone extremely arrogant. Listen up. This sword is a masterpiece I forged using the top-quality Tamahagane you brought back. I spent 10 full days and nights without sleep making it. If you dare break it in battle, I'll come for you with a kitchen knife in the middle of the night. You talk too much. Rin could not be bothered with the sword fanatic's rant. He stepped forward and tore open the cloth bundle. Inside was not only a set of Black Demon Slayer Corps uniforms, but also a brand new Nichiren blade in its sheath. Because Rin was used to the feel of the Kusanagi sword, the style of this Nichiren blade was not forged with the traditional katana curve. Instead, it had been crafted into an extremely straight blade according to his request. Quick, draw it. The Nichiren blade is also called the color-changing blade. It changes color according to the user's characteristics. Haganezuka Hotaru leaned in excitedly, staring intently at the hilt. Let me see what color yours becomes. Even Shinobu nearby looked on with curiosity. As far as she knew, Rin did not use any known breathing style, so what color would his blade turn? Rin gripped the hilt and flicked his wrist. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the blade was drawn. The snow-white sword gleamed with a cold light beneath the sun. Then, the moment Rin's palm made contact with the hilt, the lightning attribute chakra within his body instinctively surged through his arm and into the blade. Hum tilde tilde. An incredible scene occurred. The originally snow-white blade was instantly dyed a deep pitch black from the base upward. But unlike Tanjiro's pure black blade, purple lightning patterns appeared across Rin's sword, spreading like veins. Faint electric currents crackled along the blade, giving off a terrifying aura of violent destructive power. Black base with purple patterns. Haganezuka Hotaru was completely dumbfounded. Even the Hayatoko mask on his face tilted crookedly. And the blade comes with lightning. How is that possible? This completely defies common sense. Rin casually swung the sword once, testing the excellent conductivity of the Nichiren blade, then nodded with satisfaction. It seems chakra can also flow through a Nichiren blade. Although the material isn't as durable as my Kusanagi sword, it's more than enough to deal with the small fry who aren't worthy of my main weapon. So the Hashare meeting is tomorrow? Rin sheathed the striking Nichiren blade and looked toward the distant direction of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Time to go meet this group of so-called strongest swordsmen. Chapter 13, Merging the Two Blades. 1194 words. The night was deep, and the guest room in the butterfly mansion was so quiet that only the occasional chirping of insects could be heard from outside the window. Rin sat cross-legged on the tatami, with 2 blades laid flat on the floor before him. One was the Kusanagi sword, modified, that came with the system's newbie gift pack. It was pitch black, a straight-edged, single-bladed sword that was indestructible and possessed a demon-slaying trait. The other was the thunder-patterned black-bladed Nichiren blade that Haganezuka Hotaru had delivered earlier that day. The conductivity of the Nichiren blade is indeed good. Tamahagane, a mineral that has absorbed sunlight, is naturally compatible with my lightning release chakra. Rin reached out and stroked the faintly flickering purple lightning patterns on the Nichiren blade, but his brow twitched slightly. However, the hardness is still too poor. No matter how superb the forging techniques of this world were, the physical limits of Tamahagane remained. It might be sharp enough for an ordinary swordsman, but if Rin poured his full chakra into techniques like Kaidori Sharp Spear or a higher-level lightning release shape transformation, this Nichiren blade would most likely shatter because it could not withstand the violent energy. In a true life-and-death struggle, once a weapon breaks, even a momentary opening is enough to be fatal. System, can you directly integrate the material properties and conductivity of this Nichiren blade into the Kusanagi sword? Rin called out to the system in his mind. Ding! Host requirement detected. Plan generated, decomposed the thunder pattern black-bladed Nichiren blade, premium Tamahage material, high-tier chakra conductivity, and perfectly forge it into the Kusanagi sword, modified the dot. After fusion, the Kusanagi sword will retain its original absolute indestructibility attribute while gaining extreme lightning attribute chakra conductivity and inheriting the thunder pattern visual effect. This fusion requires 880 dimension points. Confirm fusion. 880 points? Let's round it up, huh? Confirm fusion. Rin gave the command without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, a brilliant dark golden light surged from the void, completely enveloping the two blades on the floor. There was no deafening sound of hammering, nor any earth-shattering phenomenon. After only a few seconds, the dark golden light quietly dissipated. The Nichiren blade that had been lying on the floor had vanished into thin air, leaving only a straight sword resting quietly in its black scabbard. Rin reached out, gripped the hilt, and drew it with a soft clink. The transformed Kusanagi sword's blade remained that textured dark black, but along the edge of the blade, several winding purple lightning patterns had appeared, like blood vessels. Just holding it in his hand, Rin felt as if the sword had become an extension of his own arm. With a single thought, the lightning release chakra in his body flowed smoothly from the hilt to the tip of the blade without the slightest resistance. Not bad. This can even increase the power of my lightning release by 20%. Satisfied, Rin sheathed the new Kusanagi sword, placed it beside his pillow, and fell asleep. The next morning. The sun was bright and the breeze was gentle. Bang! 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 A rough knocking on the door woke Rin from his slumber. Rin! Get up quickly! The sun is already high in the sky. Do you think we're going on a picnic today? Kocho Shinobu's crisp and somewhat impatient voice came from outside the door. Ever since her disguise had been ruthlessly torn away by Rin a few days ago, this sharp-tongued butterfly had completely let herself go in front of him. She had thrown her mask of a gentle older sister to the winds, replacing it with her original tsundere, sharp-tongued nature. The sliding door was pulled open with a soft sheeing. Rin walked out yawning, already changed into the brand-new black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, he wore it very casually. The 3 buttons on his chest were not fastened at all, and the open collar revealed his firm collarbones. A pure black hari was draped loosely over his shoulders. It's so early. Are you trying to nag me to death? Rin glanced at her. Today, Kocho Shinobu was still wearing her iconic butterfly-patterned hari. However, perhaps because of Rin's comment yesterday about her being a short-tempered, sharp-tongued LOL, little brat, she was actually wearing a bit of light makeup today, which made her look bright and lively. You guy, is that how you wear the uniform? The discipline of the Demon Slayer Corps is going to be ruined by you. Seeing Rin's disheveled and careless appearance, Kocho Shinobu frowned. She subconsciously stepped forward, stood on her tiptoes, and reached out to help him fasten the buttons on his collar. The distance between the two instantly closed, to the point that they could even feel each other's breath. Rin lowered his head slightly and looked at Kocho Shinobu, who was within reach. Her plump cheeks carried a hint of a healthy blush, and her serious eyes held a trace of disdain, yet her movements were surprisingly gentle. The way you look now is quite like a virtuous wife seeing her husband off, Rin blurted out. Click! Kocho Shinobu's fingers suddenly stiffened, and a button she had just fastened was almost ripped off by her. What nonsense are you talking about? Kocho Shinobu jumped back 2 steps as if she had been electrocuted. Her originally fair cheeks instantly turned red to the roots of her ears, and her purple eyes were filled with embarrassment and panic. Stop flattering yourself. I'm just afraid that your thug-like appearance will make our butterfly mansion lose respect when you meet Ayakata-sama. Kocho Shinobu glared at him, trying to appear calm. She turned and left, her pace even faster than usual. Hurry up and follow me. If you're late, I won't help you collect your corpse. Looking at her back as she almost fled in panic, Rin chuckled, grabbed the Kusanagi sword from the table, and followed her leisurely. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters, Ubuyashiki Estate. The vast Japanese-style courtyard was covered with white pebbles and surrounded by lush green pines and cypresses. At this moment, several figures emitting powerful auras had already gathered in the center of the courtyard, either standing or sitting. As the 9-IRA, the highest combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps, they had all arrived today for the first time in a long while. Hey, I say, did Ayakata-sama call this special IRA meeting just to see a newcomer who just passed the final selection? A young man with white spiky hair and a body covered in scars leaned against a tree trunk with a face full of irritation. Wind IRA Sanemi Shinazugawa. His eyes held undisguised violence. A single person slaughtered everyone on Fujikasane Mountain? Are you kidding me? I could kill everyone in that dump for raising trash with my eyes closed. Don't say that. To be able to gain Ayakata-sama's attention, this person must have extremely outstanding talent. It truly makes one's blood boil. Flame Hashirare Kyojuro Rengoku, who had yellow and red hair and bright, piercing eyes, crossed his arms and spoke loudly. Chapter 14, Meeting the 9 Hashirare. 1140 words. Regardless, to directly disturb Ayakata-sama without going through levels of assessment is not flamboyant at all. Sound Hashirare Tengen Yuzui touched the jeweled headband on his forehead and curled his lip. On a tree branch, Serpent Hashirare Obanai Igiro, with a white snake wrapped around his neck, sneered. He's just an arrogant brat seeking attention. If he dares to show any disrespect in front of Ayakata-sama, I'll snap his neck immediately. Not far away, Love Hashirare Mitsuri Kanroji covered her reddened cheeks, her heart racing wildly. Oh my, I heard he's an extremely handsome young man. For someone as proud as Shinobu-chan to personally accompany him, I wonder what kind of person he is. I'm so looking forward to it. At the very edge of the courtyard, Water Hashirare Gyu Tomioka stood there alone. He did not participate in the discussion. His deep blue eyes were fixed on the entrance of the courtyard, and his hand subconsciously gripped the Nichirin blade at his waist. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from the gravel path outside the courtyard. The Hashirare who had been talking instantly fell silent. 9 pairs of eyes, like tangible blades, all turned toward the entrance. Kocho Shinobu was the first to step into the courtyard. Beside her, half a step behind, Rin walked in lazily, one hand in his pocket while the other casually carried the black straight sword over his shoulder. Facing the terrifying pressure released simultaneously by several Hashirare, enough to make an ordinary swordsman suffocate instantly, Rin's pace did not pause, and his breathing rhythm did not change. Oh? So these are the so-called Hashirare of the Demon Slayer Corps. Rin's gaze swept across everyone, the corners of his mouth curling into an undisguised, arrogant smile. They don't seem like much. Other than being loud and dressed strangely, there doesn't seem to be anything special about them. As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the courtyard instantly dropped to freezing point. The extremely protective and violent wind Hashirare, Sanemi Shinazugawa, immediately had several veins bulge on his forehead. You bastard brat, what did you say? Boom! The pebbles beneath Sanemi's feet exploded. He turned into a violent green gale, and using the terrifying momentum of his sprint, his right leg swept toward Rin's head with a piercing sound of tearing air. Shut that foul mouth for me. Although he did not use a breathing style, with his physical strength as a Hashirare, the power of this kick was enough to shatter a giant boulder. Kocho Shinobu instinctively wanted to shout a warning, but before the words left her mouth, she swallowed them back. Because she saw Rin's eyes. They were the eyes of someone looking at a clown. Facing Sanemi's heavy whip kick, Rin did not even blink. Just as the leg was about to strike him, his left hand, which had been resting in his pocket, shot out with incredible speed. Snap! Sanemi's right leg, powerful enough to shatter a boulder, came to a sudden halt just 5 centimeters from Rin's head. Rin's left hand had firmly gripped Sanemi's ankle. No matter how much force Sanemi exerted, that palm did not move in the slightest. How is this possible? Sanemi's pupils shrank in shock. He was the Wind Hashirare. Yet in terms of pure physical strength, he had been caught with one hand by a newcomer. Too slow. Your stance is unstable, and your power delivery is full of openings. Rin's cold voice sounded beside Sanemi's ear. In the next second, Rin's left hand yanked downward while his right foot viciously kicked the back of Sanemi's knee, his supporting leg. Bang! Sanemi, having lost his balance, had no time to react. While still in mid-air, he was slammed into the ground by Rin's overwhelming strength. Boom! The pebbles on the ground shattered into a large crater, and dust rose everywhere. Bastard! Sanemi roared in rage, struggling to get back on his feet. But Rin had already stepped on his chest. The heavy pressure forced all the air out of Sanemi's lungs in an instant, turning his face purple red. Silence. A deathly silence. Across the entire courtyard, including Kyojuro Rengoku and Tengen Yuzui, all the Hashirare wore expressions of utter disbelief. From Sanemi's sudden attack to being flipped over and pinned beneath Rin's foot, the entire process had taken less than a second. The Wind Hashirare of the Demon Slayer Corps had actually been crushed in physical combat by a newcomer. Let him go! On the tree branch, Serpent Hashira Obanai Igiro's eyes turned cold. He instantly leaped down from the tree, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to draw his blade and force Rin back. However, just as Igiro was about to act, clang! A blade flashed like a cold ripple of water, suddenly appearing in front of Obanai Igiro and blocking his path. Water Hashira Giyu Tomioka. At this moment, Giyu Tomioka had already drawn half of his Nichiren blade. His deep blue eyes carried an unprecedented determination and coldness as he stared directly at Igiro and the other Hashira preparing to move. Whoever dares to touch him will be an enemy of me. Giyu's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable resolve that echoed through the courtyard. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Even Rin raised an eyebrow, looking slightly surprised at this water Hashira who usually behaved like a silent good. Giyu! Are you crazy? This kid injured Sanemi at headquarters, and you're actually going to protect him? Obanai Igiro roared in frustration. Giyu Tomioka did not explain. He only tightened his grip on his sword, and the water breathing within his body had already begun to circulate. Just as the tense standoff threatened to turn into internal conflict among the Hashira at any moment, the sliding door of the Japanese room directly in front of the courtyard was slowly pulled open from the inside. Two twin girls, one with white hair and one with black, supported a weak man with purple markings on his face and blind eyes as he stepped onto the porch. Mikata-sama has arrived. As the girls' gentle voices rang out, the Hashira, who had been brimming with killing intent just moments ago, froze as if time itself had stopped. Obanai Igiro quickly sheathed his sword, and Sanemi, who had just been released and kicked aside by Rin, endured the sharp pain in his chest as he scrambled to his feet. In the blink of an eye, the 9 Hashira, including Kocho Shinobu and Giyu Tomioka, all knelt on one knee, lowering their proud heads. In the large courtyard, only Rin remained standing tall, his black sword still resting on one shoulder, looking with interest at the supreme leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Chapter 15, Special Executive Officer. 1,370 words. Good morning, everyone. The weather today is truly wonderful. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's voice was extremely gentle, as if it possessed a strange kind of magic that instantly calmed the courtyard, which had been filled with tension and killing intent. This unique voice could easily soothe the irritability and anger in an ordinary person's heart. However, Rin, standing in the center of the courtyard, merely raised an eyebrow. His mental strength had long since reached a terrifying level. This degree of vocal soothing was nothing more than a light breeze to him. His pitch-black eyes calmly observed the blind man before him, whose face was mostly covered by a terrifying purplish-red curse mark. Master! The winged Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, who had been stomped into internal injuries, was currently kneeling on one knee. Enduring the sharp pain in his chest, he reported through gritted teeth, "This bastard brat named Rin not only shows no respect for you, but even spoke arrogantly at the sacred Hashira meeting. Please allow me to draw my blade and slay this ignorant fool right here. Sanemi, do not be rude." Ubuyashiki Kagaya shook his head with a smile, his unfocused grey-white eyes accurately facing Rin's position. Rin-san is not only a distinguished guest of our Demon Slayer Corps, but also the benefactor who saved the lives of countless children. Benefactor? Just him? Sanemi suddenly looked up, his face full of resentment and bewilderment. Not just Sanemi, but Sound Hashira Tengen Yuzui, Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku, and the others also showed expressions of extreme confusion. Supported by his two daughters, Ubuyashiki Kagaya slowly sat down in front of the corridor. His voice remained gentle, yet firm. I have heard all the reports from the final selection at Fujikasane Mountain. Rin-san, relying solely on his own strength, without using any known breathing styles and without even drawing his Nichiren blade, slaughtered all the demons kept on Fujikasane Mountain in just a single day. Among them was even a morph demon that had survived for over 40 years, grown dozens of arms, and eaten 13 of Lord Urokodaki Sakonji's personal disciples. Boom! These seemingly casual words from Ubuyashiki Kagaya were like a heavy bomb exploding in the ears of the Hashira. Without drawing a Nichiren blade? He killed every demon on the entire mountain. Sound Hashira Tengen Yuzui widened his red-painted eyes, his face full of disbelief. How is that possible? Without a Nichiren blade, those demons' self-healing abilities shouldn't be suppressed at all. This isn't flamboyant at all. Yumiu! This is simply unheard of. What astonishing strength, to slay a morph demon without the help of a Nichiren blade. Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku's eyes widened, and his voice rang out like a great bell in praise. Standing beneath a tree branch, Serpent Hashira Obanai Igiro's pupils constricted as he stared intently at Rin's calm face. No wonder Sanema's extremely sharp kick earlier had been caught so effortlessly by this man with one hand. To slaughter an entire mountain in a single day was definitely not a fluke. He possessed the overwhelming combat power of a monster. While everyone was still in shock, Water Hashira Gyu Tomioka suddenly stood up and strode in front of Rin. Under everyone's stunned gazes, this Water Hashira, who was usually as cold as ice and seemed indifferent to everything, bent his knees with great solemnity and bowed deeply to Rin. The master is right. Gyu Tomioka's voice carried a faint tremor that was difficult for ordinary people to notice. That hand demon that survived for over 40 years was the one who killed my senior, Sabito, during the final selection back then. My life was originally bought by Sabito. I thought I would never be able to personally avenge him in this lifetime. Gyu Tomioka looked up, his deep blue eyes flashing with an unprecedented determination as he stared at Rin. Mr. Rin, you killed it. I, Gyu Tomioka, will never forget this kindness. From now on, if anyone wants to harm you, they must first step over my dead body. These words plunged the entire courtyard into a deathly silence. All the Hashira were stunned. No one expected such an inside story behind Sabito's death, and even less expected the proud Water Hashira to make such a solemn gesture to a newcomer in public, even at the risk of opposing the other Hashira. Hey, hey! Tomioka, you bastard, did you go crazy and draw your sword earlier because of this? Sanemi gritted his teeth. Although he still felt displeased with Rin, his hostility had diminished by half after learning that Rin had avenged the water-breathing lineage. Seeing this scene, Rin rubbed his brow somewhat helplessly. I was just clearing the map to earn some, to kill some time. There's no need to make it so tragic. Rin gave a casual excuse, then turned his gaze toward Ubuyashiki Kagaya sitting on the corridor. Let's stop the small talk here. Sir, you called me here specifically, surely not just to praise me in public. If you have any conditions, state them directly. I'm someone who hates trouble the most. This casual, even somewhat condescending attitude toward the master made the corners of several protective Hashira's eyes twitch. However, after witnessing Rin's strength and background, no one dared to rashly rush forward to strike this time. Ubuyashiki Kagaya did not mind Rin's rudeness and instead smiled gently. Rin-san is a straightforward person. With your strength, you are fully qualified to immediately become the 10th Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. But I heard from Shinobu that you do not seem to like being bound by rules. That's right, Rin said bluntly. Making me patrol a jurisdiction on schedule, write mission reports longer than foot bindings, and follow orders? Sorry, I don't have time for that. In that case, I propose granting Rin-san the position of Special Executive Officer. Ubuyashiki Kagaya revealed his carefully considered offer. You will not be responsible for any specific jurisdiction, will not be bound by any core rules, and will not even need to follow my orders. You may act freely. But in exchange, when encountering the 12 Kazuki or discovering traces of Kibutsuji Musen, I hope you will lend us your strength. At the same time, you may unconditionally call upon all the logistical resources of the Demon Slayer Corps at any time, including the Butterfly Mansion and the Swordsmith Village. As soon as these words were spoken, all the Hashira were shocked. This was not simply recruiting a member. It was clearly granting Rin a supreme authority privilege that stood even above a Hashira and completely beyond control. The master is generous. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of Rin's mouth, and he agreed without hesitation. Deal. This is a pretty good bargain. He could freely use the Demon Slayer Corps intelligence network and logistics, did not have to clock in for work, and would even have people ready to assist when encountering Dimension Point gift bags like the 12 Kazuki. Only a fool would refuse such a good deal. Ding! Detected that the host has significantly changed the hierarchy of the Demon Slayer Corps established for thousands of years, obtaining transcendent privileges. Greatly shocked the Hashira and the master, helping the Water Hashira resolve his inner knot. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dimension Points, 2,500 points. The pleasant system notification in his mind made Rin's mood even better. Since the business is finished, cough cough. Ubuyashiki Kagaya suddenly coughed violently, a trace of black blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Master! The Hashira turned pale with alarm. I'm fine. Ubuyashiki Kagaya waved his hand and slowly stood up with the help of his two daughters. Let's end today's meeting here. Rin-san, I hope your existence can become the blade that cuts through this 1,000-year-old tragedy. Please excuse me. With Ubuyashiki Kagaya's departure, the solemn atmosphere in the courtyard that had been forcibly maintained because of the master instantly vanished like melting snow. In its place was a thick, volatile battle intent, like a powder keg ready to explode. Swish! 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 Just as Ubuyashiki Kagaya left, three figures blocked Rin's path in perfect synchronization. Chapter 16, Let me teach you what true power really is. 1510 words. Just as Ubuyashiki Kagaya left, three figures blocked Rin's path in perfect synchronization. Hey, kid. Although the master gave you privileges, I haven't swallowed my anger yet. Shinazugawa Sanemi twisted his neck, which still ached from the earlier kick, his bones cracking loudly. His bloodshot eyes stared intently at Rin. I was careless just now and didn't use any breathing styles. I don't believe someone like you, who doesn't even draw his Nichiren blade, can be that strong. Yumiu. Sanemi is right. Flame Hashire Kyojuro Rengoku strode forward, his eyes blazing with intense heat, his voice booming like a bell. Young Rin. To be able to slaughter all of Fujikasane Mountain, your strength is undoubtedly top tier. But as swordsmen, if we do not communicate with the blades in our hands, how can we truly understand each other? I, Flame Hashire Kyojuro Rengoku, officially challenge you to a duel. Although your taste in clothes is not flamboyant at all, and your arrogant attitude earlier was quite irritating, I admit that the way you flipped Sanemi with one hand just now did have a trace of flamboyance. Sound Hashire Tengen Yuzui pulled the two giant twin blades from his back, clashing them together in mid-air and sending sparks flying. A fanatical smile spread across his face. Count me in. Let me see if you really are the kind of monster the master spoke of. Even the missed Hashire Muichiro Tokito, who had been sitting off to the side in a daze, tilted his head curiously, his gaze falling on the black sword with purple patterns at Rin's waist. Although I'll probably forget your name as soon as I turn around, your sword looks very interesting. Can I take a look? Seeing this group of Hashire instantly turn into battle maniacs and surround Rin, Kocho Shinobu, standing to the side, helplessly pressed her forehead. She had known it. These proud individuals would never be fully convinced by a newcomer just because of a single sentence from the master. Without a real fight, they would never acknowledge Rin. You all should not go too far. Tomioka Giyu frowned, his right hand once again resting on the hilt of his sword as he prepared to step forward to help Rin out. It's fine, Giyu. Rin suddenly spoke, interrupting Tomioka Giyu's movement. He slowly turned around to face Sanemi, Rengoku, Tengen, and the others. There was no panic on his handsome face. Instead, a bloodthirsty smile with a hint of excitement appeared. That was the innate battle instinct of Aracha. A duel? Sure. Rin casually pulled off the hari draped over his shoulders and tossed it to Kocho Shinobu, then flicked his left thumb. Zang! The Kusanagi sword, entwined with dark purple lightning patterns, instantly slid half an inch from its scabbard. A heart-stopping, bone-chilling killing intent erupted from Rin's body without restraint. Under this aura, even the surrounding air seemed to grow heavy. However, Rin slightly raised his head. His originally pitch-black pupils transformed into an extremely eerie scarlet within a tenth of a second. Three black tomo spun widely within the blood-colored eyes, emitting a terrifying pressure that made it feel as if one soul would be drawn in just by looking at them. Rin's gaze swept across the faces of the Hashire one by one, the curve of his mouth becoming more and more arrogant. Fighting one by one is a waste of time. You should all come at me together. Let me teach you, for free, what true power really is. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the anger and battle intent of the Hashire were completely ignited. You arrogant brat! I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. The wind Hashire, Sanemi Shinazugawa, whose temper was already explosive, was instantly ignited by Rin's taunt to come at me together. Boom! The ground beneath Sanemi's feet instantly exploded into a deep crater. Cyan wind pressure swirled around his Nichiren blade as he charged toward Rin's face like a violent tornado, tearing through the air. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. Sanemi did not hold back at all with this strike, imbuing it with terrifying destructive power. Even a Hashire of the same level would have to avoid the brunt of such a sudden, lunging draw. However, Rin, standing in place, merely tilted his head with extreme nonchalance. Within the vision of his scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, Sanemi's lightning-fast trajectory, the exertion points of his muscles, and even the minute air currents created by the blade slicing through the air were all slowed countless times, clearly imprinted in his mind. Swoosh! The Nichiren blade, wrapped in wind pressure, slashed down, nearly grazing the tip of Rin's nose. The sharp sword wind carved a deep trench more than 10 meters long into the ground behind him. What? Sanemi's pupils shrank abruptly. He didn't just dodge it. He perfectly evaded the strike with the smallest movement, without retreating even a single step. Your speed is barely acceptable, but your movements are too easy to read. Rin's cold voice sounded beside Sanemi's ear. At the same time, Rin's left thumb, gripping the hilt of the Kusanagi sword, gave a sudden push. Clang! A pitch-black sword light entwined with purple lightning patterns suddenly flashed out of the scabbard, striking towards Sanemi's wrist from an extremely tricky angle. At that critical moment, two piercing explosions suddenly rang out from both sides of Rin. Sound breathing, first form, raw. Sound Hashare Tengen Yuzui had appeared to Rin's left at some point. His two enormous twin blades slashed down, accompanied by the violent explosion of special gunpowder, instantly turning Rin's position into a sea of fire. Well done, Tengen! Serpent Hashare Obanai Igiro sneered from a tree branch, just about to draw his sword to block Rin's escape route. But in the next second, everyone's expressions froze. The dust cleared. Rin, who should have been blown back or seriously injured, had disappeared. In his place was a charred pine log. A log? Where's the kid? Tengen Yuzui's red-painted eyes widened, his face looking as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of unflashy trick is this? Above! Flame Hashare Kyojuro Rengoku's voice rang out like a great bell. He smacked his head upward, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Gripping his crimson Nichirin blade with both hands, he pushed off the ground with explosive force and shot upward like a burning meteor. Flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. A violent, crescent-shaped slash of flame surged upward from below, striking toward Rin, who was standing on a tree trunk in midair. Good timing. Rin looked down at the blazing flames, the wildness at the corner of his mouth becoming even more pronounced. Clang! The Kusanagi sword, etched with purple lightning patterns, was finally fully unsheathed. At the same time, the massive amount of lightning attribute chakra within Rin's body began pouring frantically into the blade. Chirp, chirp, chirp! The piercing sound of birds chirping instantly echoed throughout the courtyard. Extremely violent, high-density purple lightning danced and extended wildly along the blade of the Kusanagi sword, turning the black weapon into a dazzling blade of thunder. Rin did not dodge. Instead, he gripped the sword with one hand and slashed down with brutal force against Kyojuro Rengoku's incoming flame strike. Lightning release, Kaidori blade. Boom! Purple lightning and crimson flames collided violently in midair. A terrifying shockwave burst outward in all directions from the clash, causing the clothes of the surrounding Hashare to whip wildly in the wind. Ooh! Such heavy force! And this lightning! Kyojuro Rengoku's expression changed drastically in midair. The moment their blades collided, he felt an irresistible, terrifying force pressing down from the other man's single hand. Not only that, but the wild purple lightning conducted through his Nichirin blade, instantly sending his arms into severe paralysis. Bang! After less than a second of stalemate, this flame Hashare, renowned for his strength and explosiveness, was smashed back to the ground from midair by Rin's single strike. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his footing, his arms still trembling uncontrollably. Are you kidding me? He suppressed Rengoku with one hand. Standing on the porch, Kocho Shinobu covered her mouth, her purple eyes filled with shock. Although she knew Rin was strong, seeing him treat the Demon Slayer core highest combat power like playthings created a visual shock that words could hardly describe. Don't be careless. This kid's techniques are very strange. Serpent Hashare Obanai Igiro finally could not hold back any longer. Using the scattered dust as cover, he employed an extremely bizarre, twisted movement technique that seemed to defy the normal limits of human joints, instantly circling behind Rin's blind spot as Rin landed. Serpent breathing, third form, coil choke. The wavy Nichirin blade traced a lethal curve, silently sweeping toward the back of Rin's neck. At the same time, Mist Hashare Muichiro Tokito, who had been standing absent-mindedly, also moved. Mist breathing, fourth form, shifting flow slash. Chapter 17, Dead Silence. 1417 words. Mist breathing, fourth form, shifting flow slash. A thick expanse of white mist suddenly spread throughout the courtyard, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Muichiro's petite figure seemed to blend into the mist as he silently advanced toward Rin's chest from the front. Front and back, a perfect pincer attack. However, attempting sneak attacks and vision concealment against someone like Rin, who possessed the Sharingan, was simply asking for humiliation. The three-tomo Sharingan emitted a cold red glow within the mist. Obanai Igiro's proud and bizarre movement technique was full of openings under the Sharingan's perception. Rin did not even turn his head. His right leg shot backward fiercely, carrying a burst of air that tore through the atmosphere. Bang! With a dull thud, Obanai Igiro was struck squarely in the chest by Rin's kick, along with his blade. He was sent flying instantly, only stopping after crashing through a large tree. At the same moment he kicked the serpent Hashire away. The lightning-patterned Kusanagi sword in Rin's hand performed a dazzling flourish in front of him. Clang, 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 clang. A series of rapid metallic clashes rang out within the thick mist. Muichiro's high-speed consecutive slashes, hidden within the mist and originally thought to be impossible to detect, were all parried by Rin with his Kusanagi sword. With every collision, Muichiro's hands were jolted numb. He was eventually forced out of the thick mist, staring at Rin with a face full of astonishment. How is this possible? He completely saw through my movements. No, he could even predict where my blade would land in advance. Muichiro's usually blank expression finally broke. Anyone else? Rin casually swung his sword, and the violent gust from the blade instantly dispersed the surrounding thick mist. Holding the black sword crackling with lightning, he stood proudly in the center of the courtyard. His scarlet eyes swept across the surrounding Hashire, who were either shocked or paralyzed, his tone filled with undisguised mockery. This is the Demon Slayer Corps' strongest combat power? If this is all you've got, then I suggest you disband as soon as possible. With these soft so-called sword forms, you're just fodder for the 12 Kizuki. He spoke these words to shock them and gain more points as well as showing them that they shouldn't start something without having the consequences. These words caused little physical harm, but they were extremely insulting. Namu Amida Butsu. At that moment, an extremely low voice that seemed to resonate deep within one's chest sounded. Stone Hashire Gyome Himajima, who had been standing at the edge shedding tears, pressed his hands together and slowly stepped forward. What pitiful arrogance! Since that is the case, I can only use this remnant of a body to show you reality. Boom! Gyome suddenly opened his completely blind white eyes, and the muscles across his entire body instantly swelled to a terrifying degree. He grabbed the chain connecting his giant flail and broadaxe, swinging them wildly above his head. As the acknowledged strongest Hashire of the Demon Slayer Corps, the terrifying wind pressure generated by Gyome simply spinning his weapons caused the surrounding pebbles to shatter and scatter. Stone breathing, first form, serpentinite bipolar. With a thunderous roar, the giant iron ball and broadaxe, each weighing hundreds of kilograms and carrying devastating kinetic force, smashed toward Rin from both sides at the same time. Even an upper-rank demon would not dare to face this kind of pure mass suppression head-on. Finally, someone with a bit of strength. Facing this terrifying pincer attack capable of crushing a person into pulp, the fighting spirit in Rin's eyes completely ignited. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The chakra within his body surged to life, not only pouring frantically into the Kusanagi sword in his right hand but also spreading to every cell in his body. Lightning release, Kaidori current. ZZZZZZ. Boom! It was no longer just lightning clinging to the blade. An enormous, blindingly bright web of high-voltage lightning burst outward from Rin as its center. Clang! Holding his sword with one hand, Rin slashed fiercely against the giant iron ball whistling toward him. The deafening metallic explosion forced everyone present to cover their ears in pain. To everyone's disbelief, the massive iron ball, forged from top-grade Tamahagane and nearly indestructible, was actually forced back by Rin's single strike. The ground beneath Rin's feet, unable to withstand the terrifying recoil, instantly collapsed into a crater 5 meters in diameter. He can take Gyome's frontal attack head-on with one hand. Tomio Kagyu, who had originally intended to help Rin, froze with his hand still resting on his sword hilt. Is he even human? This is a monster in human skin. Since you've all made your moves, it's only polite for me to return the favor. Within the crater, Rin slowly straightened his body, his Kusanagi sword pointing diagonally toward the ground. The three tomo in his eyes gradually stopped spinning, and a wicked smile curled across his lips. A friendly tip. This next move is a bit numbing. The moment his voice fell, Rin's free left hand quickly formed a one-handed seal. Boar. Monkey. Ram. The stray electrical currents already lingering in the courtyard air suddenly went completely berserk. Lightning release, Kaidori Aso. Boom. Hundreds of purple lightning bolts, each as thick as a bucket, erupted from Rin as the center, like divine punishment descending from the thunder god, raging widely across the ground in every direction. This was no longer swordsmanship. This was a true map-level, large-scale destructive strike. Not good. Get back. Sanemi and Tengen Yuzui turned pale as they desperately tried to retreat. But how could a human body move faster than lightning? Even the fastest reacting stone Hashira and flame Hashira only had time to raise their Nichirin blades across their chests. The crackling, violent lightning instantly engulfed the entire courtyard. Ayag! Accompanied by several pained groans, the blinding lightning gradually faded. The vast Ubuyashiki courtyard had now been completely turned into scorched earth. And those high and mighty Hashira, hailed as the strongest combatants of the Demon Slayer Corps. Wind Hashira Sanemi was down on one knee, smoke rising from his body, his Nichirin blade stabbed into the ground just to keep himself from collapsing. Tangen's white hair stood on end from the electricity, and he twitched like a piece of charcoal. The Serpent Hashira and Mist Hashira were also in a state of severe muscle paralysis, unable to move even a single finger. Even the strongest among them, the Stone Hashira, was leaning on his knees and gasping for breath, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. A complete defeat. They had been taken down instantly by a single move, with no room for resistance. A breeze passed through, dispersing the sharp smell of ozone lingering in the air. Rin's breathing had not even changed in the slightest. He calmly sheathed the Kusanagi sword into its black scabbard with a crisp click. I told you. Fighting you one by one is a waste of time. Rin walked to the edge of the porch, took his hari back from the completely stunned Kocho Shinobu, and casually draped it over his shoulders. He looked down at the Hashira kneeling across the ground, his dark eyes returning to their usual calm. Now, I don't think anyone has any objections to me slaughtering Fujikasane Mountain alone, right? Dead silence. No one spoke, and no one could speak. But in the eyes of every Hashira present, beyond shock and unwillingness, there was also deep awe toward an absolute powerhouse. Standing to the side, Kocho Shinobu looked at the handsome young man clad in a black hari, who seemed like a thunder god descending to trample all the Hashira beneath his feet, and felt her heart beating more violently than ever before. This arrogant idiot, he really took them all down by himself. Kocho Shinobu's cheeks burned inexplicably hot, her eyes filled with admiration. The rationalizations she had made to herself earlier reached their peak at this moment. Ding! Detected that the host has crushed the Demon Slayer Corps' highest combat power, the 9 Hashira, with absolute strength. Completely subverting the pride and perception of the Hashira, reshaping the combat power system. Key character, Kocho Shinobu, is extremely admiring, favorability through the roof. Congratulations to the host for obtaining dimension points, 5,000 points. Hearing the extremely generous reward notification in his mind, Rin stretched contentedly. Let's go, Shinobu. The fight's over. Let's head back and eat. Chapter 18, Sipping Tea. 1,128 words. Outside the Ubuyashiki estate, on the forest path leading to the butterfly mansion. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patches of light across the gravel road. Rin walked ahead at an extremely leisurely pace, his hands resting behind his head, a piece of foxtail grass he had casually plucked hanging from his mouth. His relaxed demeanor made it look as if he had just taken a stroll in the park, rather than having just single-handedly crushed the Demon Slayer Corps top combatants, the Hashira. Walking half a step behind him, Shinobu Kocho moved silently. Right now, this sharp-tongued butterfly was unusually quiet. She kept her head lowered, her deep purple eyes glancing, intentionally or not, at Rin's broad, upright back. Recalling the scene in the courtyard moments earlier, where this man had unleashed violent lightning capable of destroying everything and arrogantly trampled everyone beneath his feet, Shinobu Kocho felt her heartbeat racing uncontrollably. He not only discovered my past and forcibly tore away my disguise, but now he's even asserting his authority in front of the master and all the Hashira. Shinobu Kocho bit her rosy lower lip. 2 faint red blushes appeared on her fair cheeks as her thoughts began to spiral out of control. Did he do all this just so I wouldn't have to bow my head to others in the Demon Slayer Corps anymore? This arrogant and conceited idiot, his way of showing affection is far too crude. Just as Shinobu Kocho was completely immersed in her overflowing self-gaslighting fantasies, Rin suddenly stopped and turned his head. I say, if you keep staring at my back like that, you're going to burn 2 holes in my clothes. Rin spat out the foxtail grass in his mouth and looked at her with a half-smile. What? Did you suddenly realize I'm handsome and can't take your eyes off me? Who was staring at you? Shinobu Kocho reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jumping back abruptly as her cheeks flushed bright red. But soon, she forced herself to calm down, recovering the tone that belonged to her true nature, a mix of thunder sharpness. Stop flattering yourself. I was just thinking that you went too far with your attacks. Sanemi and Tengen Yuzui were paralyzed by your lightning. They're still lying in the courtyard twitching. I'll have to send the Kakushi from the butterfly mansion to carry them back later. Just thinking about it is a hassle. Although she was complaining, the corners of Shinobu Kocho's mouth could not help but curl upward. Watching that group of hot-tempered colleagues who were usually so proud and unwilling to submit to anyone get taken down in a single move by Rin honestly felt quite satisfying. You can't blame me for that. I already held back, Rin said with a shrug. Consider it electrotherapy to loosen their muscles. The two of them bickered all the way back to the butterfly mansion. Evening soon arrived, and the entire butterfly mansion was thrown into chaos. Hurry! We don't have enough hospital beds. Move the spare bedding into the main corridor. Burn ointment. We need a large supply of burn ointment and muscle relaxants. My goodness, what on earth happened? Why were Hashira-level masters all carried back with such severe injuries? Could they have encountered an upper rank? Kanao Tsuyuri, wearing twin tails, carried a large basin of warm water as she rushed through the corridor like an ant on a hot pan. Inside the butterfly mansion's largest high-level ward, several figures wrapped like mummies were lying side by side. AAA, it hurts. Bastard! My muscles are still spasming uncontrollably. Wind Hashare Sanemi Shinazugawa, covered in bandages with only a pair of bloodshot eyes visible, cursed through gritted teeth while twitching. This isn't flashy at all. That kind of large-scale lightning explosion left no room to dodge. Sound Hashare Tengen Yuzui, now sporting an afro, stared at the ceiling with a look of despair. Flame Hashare Kyojuro Rengoku, although heavily shocked, remained extremely spirited. Yumiu! What astonishing destructive power! That ultimate technique called a Kaidori is even more terrifying than a natural disaster. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Lying in the corner, Serpent Hashare Obanai Igiro snorted and turned his head away without speaking, but his slightly trembling fingers clearly revealed the terrifying after effects caused by the lightning release. Just then, the door to the ward opened with a clatter. Rin strolled in, leisurely holding a freshly brewed cup of tea. Yo, patience! How is the recovery going? Rin pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Sanemi's bed. He blew lightly on the tea leaves in his cup and took a slow, deliberate sip. Are the food and bedding at the butterfly mansion comfortable? Do you want me to ask Aoi to bring you some extra food? Seeing the culprit dare to come to the ward and mock them, Sanemi was so furious he nearly jumped out of bed. But the moment he exerted any strength, his muscles felt as if countless needles were stabbing into them, making him gasp in pain. You bastard brat, cough, cough. Don't get too smug. Next time I'll definitely chop you into pieces with wind breathing. Sanemi glared fiercely at Rin. Save it. Rin did not even lift his eyelids. You couldn't even withstand one of my casual area of effect techniques, and you want to chop me into pieces. I suggest you lie in bed and recover properly, and take some time to reflect on your flawed sword forms. If you really encounter an upper rank of the 12 Kizuki, they won't leave you alive the way I did. If anyone else had said this, these proud Hashire would have drawn their swords and fought to the death. But facing Rin, even the hot-tempered Sanemi could only clench his fists helplessly. Because what Rin said was the truth. In the face of that pure, overwhelming dimensional strike, they had not even been qualified to get close. I have learned my lesson. Flame Hashire Kyojuro Rengoku nodded very seriously. Rin's strength has indeed reached a realm we cannot attain. If there is a chance, I hope to ask you how to become stronger. Rin waved his hand. There's no need to ask for advice. You can't learn my power system. Just focus on recovering. Under the complicated gazes of the others, filled with both awe and unwillingness, Rin strolled out of the ward with his teacup. In this world where strength commands respect, a beating is always more effective than 10,000 words. Now, he had firmly established his position as the Special Executive Officer of the Demon Slayer Corps, a role with absolute privileges. Chapter 19, Indescribable Feeling. 1085 words. Night fell, and the backyard of the butterfly mansion grew quiet. A bright moon hung in the night sky, casting a layer of silver light over the wisteria flowers in the courtyard. Rin sat on the wooden floor of the corridor, looking at the system panel. Not only had he made a grand display today, but he had also gained 5,000 dimension points. He was in an excellent mood. Tap, tap, tap. The light sound of wooden sandals echoed along the corridor. Shinobu Kocho walked over carrying an elegant tray. On it was a sumptuous dinner. Tempura, grilled sori, and even a flask of warm sake. I cooked this myself. Since you didn't completely cripple Sanemi and the others today, consider this a reward. Shinobu Kocho knelt beside Rin and pushed the tray in front of him. At that moment, she was not wearing her usual butterfly-patterned hari, only a fitted deep purple yukata that outlined her petite yet perfectly proportioned figure. Her freshly washed long hair draped loosely over her shoulders, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. Oh? You cooked this yourself? Rin raised an eyebrow in surprise. That's rare. You didn't add any strange poison to it, did you? Eat it if you want. If not, don't. Shinobu Kocho rolled her eyes at him and reached out as if to take the tray away. Hey, how could I refuse food delivered right to me? Rin quickly pressed the tray down, picked up his chopsticks, and began eating enthusiastically. It had to be said that although this sharp-tongued butterfly had a tsundere personality, her cooking skills were excellent. The tempura was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, cooked perfectly. Watching Rin eat with such enthusiasm, Shinobu Kocho rested her cheek on one hand. Under the moonlight, her purple eyes appeared unusually gentle. Hey, Rin. HM. Rin chewed a piece of sori and responded vaguely. That ikidori you used earlier, and those red eyes of yours. Shinobu hesitated, but could not help asking, what kind of power is that? I have read all the ancient books in the Butterfly Mansion, including records of swordsmen from the Sengo era hundreds of years ago, and I have never heard of such an ability. Hearing this question, Rin stopped his chopsticks. He turned his head and looked at Shinobu's curious and probing eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. That is an energy system called chakra. As for my eyes. Rin pointed to his dark pupils. They are called the Sharingan, a very special bloodline limit belonging to the clan I come from. Clan? Bloodline limit? Shinobu Kocho looked puzzled. It's too troublesome to explain. You only need to know that this kind of power is born for battle and slaughter. Rin picked up his sake cup and took a sip, his tone indifferent. But don't worry. I have no interest in ruling the world, and I'm not a savior. I kill demons simply because they happen to be in my way, and I earn a few things I need along the way. Looking at Rin's casual and free-spirited yet extremely arrogant demeanor, Shinobu Kocho felt her heart skip another beat. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of decision, and looked at Rin's profile with unusual seriousness. You said? You would cut down that upper-rank demon for me. Shinobu Kocho's voice trembled slightly. The hatred she had suppressed in her heart for many years finally cracked open before the man in front of her. That demon who killed my sister, he has a pair of 7-colored eyes, his weapon is a pair of golden iron fans, and he uses an ice-type blood demon art. If you meet him outside in the future. Upper rank 2, Doma. Rin calmly spoke the name, directly interrupting Shinobu Kocho. Boom. Shinobu Kocho's pupils shrank as she stared at Rin in shock. How do you even know his name? Even the Master and the Demon Slayer Core Intelligence Network had failed to obtain detailed information about that upper-rank demon, yet Rin not only knew it, he even knew his name. This could only mean that Rin's intelligence network was even more terrifying than the Demon Slayer Core. Or perhaps, he had truly investigated that evil demon thoroughly in secret for her sake. I said that as long as you don't wear that hypocritical mask in front of me, I'll see your matter through to the end. Rin set down his sake cup, reached out, and casually rubbed Shinobu Kocho's soft long hair. His actions carried an unquestionable sense of dominance. Doma's living in borrowed time. You just need to stay at the Butterfly Mansion with peace of mind, continue being your sharp-tongued little butterfly, and prepare this level of dinner for me every day. Feeling the warm touch on her head and hearing what could only be described as a declaration of absolute protection, Shinobu Kocho's eyes suddenly stung. An unprecedented sense of peace swept through her entire body. For so many years, she had carried the burden of avenging her sister alone, struggling within endless nightmares and despair. And now, this man who had suddenly entered her world not only shattered her disguise with an overwhelmingly domineering attitude, but also took all her burdens upon himself as if it were nothing. You're really annoyingly arrogant. Shinobu Kocho abruptly lowered her head, trying hard to hide the moisture gathering in her eyes. However, her flushed earlobes and slightly trembling shoulders completely betrayed the intense emotion surging within her at that moment. Ding! Detected the host's extremely precise declaration of protection, shattering the psychological defenses of key character Shinobu Kocho. Shinobu Kocho conquest progress achieved, absolute trust. Congratulations to the host for obtaining dimension points, 3000. Hearing the system notification in his mind, the smile on Rin's lips deepened. Did this count as gaining both fortune and beauty? Just as the ambiguous atmosphere on the corridor was about to overflow, behind a wooden pillar not far away, Kanao Tsuyuri, with her single ponytail, silently watched the scene. She clutched the coin in her hand but did not flip it. A flash of extremely complicated emotion flickered through her usually empty purple eyes. She looked at her master, who was no longer forcing a smile but revealing the shy expression of a young girl. Then she looked at Rin's upright back, and a strange, indescribable feeling suddenly rose within her heart. Chapter 20, Shinobu Wants to Live. 1365 words. In the backyard of the butterfly mansion, the evening breeze brushed through the wisteria trellises, producing a soft rustling sound. Rin naturally withdrew his hand from Shinobu Kocho's head, picked up the last cup of sake on the table, and drained it in a single gulp. Isn't it tiring watching from behind the pillar for so long? Come out. Rin did not even turn his head. He simply placed the empty sake cup back on the tray and spoke calmly. Hidden behind the wooden pillar, Kanao Tsuyuri's slender body trembled slightly as she realized she had been discovered. Lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong, she stepped out of the shadows with small, hurried steps. Kanao? Since when were you there? Shinobu Kocho, who had been blushing furiously just a moment earlier, sprang to her feet as if shocked by electricity. She hurriedly adjusted the slightly disheveled collar of her yukata, trying to recover the dignity of her usual older sister demeanor, but her ears, flushed so red they looked ready to bleed, gave her away. Kanao did not flip a coin. She simply opened her clear purple eyes, looking at her embarrassed and flustered master, then at the calm Rin. From when Shinobune-san's hair was being touched. Kanao's voice was very soft, yet it was perfectly audible in the quiet corridor. Aya! You girl, go to sleep right now. Shinobu Kocho was mortified. She grabbed the tray from the ground and quickly fled the scene, leaving only Rin and Kanao behind. Watching the insect Hashire retreat in embarrassment, Rin could not help but chuckle. He stood up, walked over to Kanao, and looked down at the girl who always seemed like a doll. Your eyes. What did they see? Rin suddenly asked. Kanao paused for a moment, subconsciously clutching the coin in her pocket. I saw. Shinobune-san smile. Not like the smiles before, but a real smile. Since you saw it clearly, stop using a coin to measure the world. Rin put his hands in his pockets and brushed past her, his tone calm. A true swordsman must learn to see with their own eyes and strike with their own heart. Get some rest, little girl. Watching Rin's back gradually disappear into the night, Kanao stood there in a daze for a long time. Finally, she took out the copper coin she had been clutching tightly and solemnly placed it deep back into her pocket, never intending to take it out again. Late at night, inside the insect Hashire's private medical room and bedroom. Shinobu Kocho leaned against the door, breathing heavily. Her heart was still pounding, and Rin's domineering words, Doma's living in borrowed time, kept replaying in her mind. After a moment, she took a deep breath, and her eyes gradually became clear and resolute. She walked to a locked cold storage cabinet hidden in the corner of the room and took out a black metal box. When she opened it, more than a dozen syringes filled with a high-concentration purple liquid were neatly arranged inside. This was the potent poison she had spent countless days and nights refining from wisteria flowers. According to her original, desperate plan, since her strength and physique could never sever the head of an upper-rank demon, she would spend an entire year or even longer continuously injecting this wisteria toxin into her body. She intended to turn her internal organs, blood, and even her fingernails into a deadly poison. When she encountered her sister's murderer again, she would deliberately allow the demon to devour her, using her own flesh and blood as a bomb to perish together with upper rank too. It was a plan of self-destruction that could only be described as cruel. Over the past half-month, she had already begun trying micro-injections. Each time, the pain of the toxin spreading through her veins felt like 10,000 arrows piercing her heart. But now, Shinobu Kocho looked at the purple liquid that carried the scent of death, and the image of Rin in the courtyard earlier that day appeared in her mind. The peerless, godlike figure who had released violent lightning with one hand and trampled all the Hashire beneath his feet. He could defeat all the Hashire together with a single move. If it's that arrogant idiot, perhaps, no, he can definitely kill that demon. Shinobu Kocho murmured to herself. Her heart, which had long been frozen by hatred and the desire for death, finally began to melt. She no longer wanted to die. Since someone had arrogantly taken the burden of revenge upon himself for her, she wanted to live. She wanted to witness the destruction of that demon with her own eyes, and she also wanted to see more of that bastard's arrogant expression. Crack! Without hesitation, Shinobu Kocho threw the syringe in her hand straight into the nearby medical incinerator. Then she poured all the remaining wisteria toxin from the metal box into the high-temperature incinerator. Watching the eerie purple poison burn away into ash, Shinobu Kocho let out a long breath. The heavy mountain pressing on her soul had finally shattered. She looked into the mirror and revealed a bright, beautiful smile. Rin, you arrogant bastard, you had better do as you said. Otherwise, even if I turn into a demon, I will never forgive you. HMPH. The next morning. Core. Urgent orders. Urgent orders. Just as dawn broke, the sharp cries of several Kazagi crows shattered the quiet of the butterfly mansion. A large number of demon sightings have appeared on Natagumo Mountain. Dozens of swordsmen sent there have been nearly wiped out. Core. Heavy casualties. The master has ordered. Immediately dispatch water Hashire Gyu Tomioka and insect Hashire Shinobu Kocho to provide support. Act immediately. Rin, who was washing up in the backyard, keenly caught the Kazagi crow's broadcast. Natagumo Mountain. Lower rank 5, Rui. Rin spat out the mouthwash and casually wiped his face. Just then, a sharp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completely changed the inevitable death ending of key character Shinobu Kocho. Shinobu Kocho took the initiative to destroy all the wisteria toxin intended for self-detonation last night, completely abandoning the plan to perish together. The trajectory of fate has undergone an epic shift. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an extremely generous fate point reward, 8,000 points. Oh. Rin's hand paused slightly as he wiped his face, and a trace of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes. Last night he had only casually given her some reassurance. He had not expected this sharp-tongued butterfly to act so decisively and destroy the suicide plan she had prepared for so long. 8,000 points. That was far more than what he would gain from killing a lower-rank demon. In an excellent mood, Rin put on his pure black hari, tucked the thunder-pattern Kusanagi sword at his waist, and slowly walked toward the main gate of the butterfly mansion. Outside the gate, Water Hashire Gyu Tomioka was already waiting there. He still wore the same expressionless face, but when he saw Rin walk out, a clear look of respect immediately appeared in his calm eyes, and he even bowed slightly in greeting. Rin-san. Gyu spoke first, which was rare. Morning, Gyu-san. Rin waved casually. No need to be so stiff. With that gloomy look on your face, anyone who doesn't know better would think I owe you money. Not long after, Shinobu Kocho also walked over along the path. Today, she no longer wore that false, gentle smile. Although she still carried some of her former cold fake smile when facing Gyu, when her gaze met Rin's, a very obvious softness and hint of reproach flashed in her deep purple eyes. You even brought your sword. What are you planning to do? The master's orders didn't mention that special executive officer, needed to get involved. Shinobu Kocho walked up to Rin with her hands on her hips, her tone somewhat willful. ________. I created a P-tier for those who want to stay 2 weeks, 12 chaps ahead of WN. Patreon.com/slept01. Chapter 21, Mount Natagumo. 1,421 words. After abandoning the fate that would have led to her death, Shinobu Kocho seemed to have cast off a heavy burden. Not only was she more confident in her speech, but the vitality about her had also become much more vivid. I'm about to get rusty staying at the Butterfly Mansion. I'll tag along with you too and stretch my limbs. Rin casually reached out and flicked her smooth forehead. Besides, the demons on that mountain are excellent prey. How could I let them go? Shinobu Kocho covered her forehead and shot him an annoyed look. Surprisingly, she did not get angry. She only muttered softly, resorting to domestic violence, HMPH, whatever, suit yourself. Gyu Tomioka, standing to the side and completely lacking social awareness, added, since Rin-san is coming along, this mission is bound to succeed. The three of them did not linger any longer and immediately used their movement techniques to head rapidly toward Natagumo Mountain. By evening, a dark mountain range shrouded in extremely gloomy energy and the scent of blood came into view. Natagumo Mountain. The entire mountain was covered in an eerie layer of white spider webs, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell of rot. Such a strong scent of blood, and this oppressive aura. There must be a 12 Kazuka level demon inside. Tomioka gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze turning extremely serious. Be careful. These spider threads carry a very mild toxin. Do not. Shinobu Kocho was about to warn them, but she saw that Rin had already ignored the dense web barriers and walked straight into the depths of the dark forest. Hey! You idiot, listen to people! Shinobu Kocho said in exasperation. Just as they stepped into the forest. Help, someone save me! A desperate cry suddenly came from the bushes not far away. A regular swordsman wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform stood in an extremely twisted, unnatural posture. His limbs were being pulled through the air like a marionette, and he held a Nichirin blade while hacking wildly toward Rin and the others, tears streaming down his face. My body is out of control. Run! Don't come near me! The swordsman shouted in despair. It's some kind of extremely tough invisible spider thread controlling them. Tomioka, who had followed behind, immediately saw through the trick and was about to draw his sword to use water breathing to cut the spider threads hidden in the air. But Rin moved far faster than he could. Buzz! His pitch-black eyes instantly turned blood red, and the three-tomo Sharingan emitted a chilling pressure in the dim forest. Under the Sharingan's sharp perception, the thin spider threads that were nearly invisible to ordinary people became clearly visible to Rin. Insignificant tricks. Rin did not even draw his Kusanagi sword. He simply raised his right hand slowly. The violent lightning attribute chakra within his body instantly gathered at his fingertips. Zzzit! Accompanied by the sharp crackle of electricity, more than a dozen senbon formed from high-density lightning condensed at Rin's fingertips. Lightning release, Kaidori senbon. Shua! 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 Rin casually flicked his hand, and the dozen lightning senbon shot out instantly. Ding 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 ding. A series of sharp snapping sounds rang out in midair. Those lightning senbon not only cut through all the tough spider threads connected to the swordsman instantly, but also followed the threads' paths and electrocuted dozens of small spiders hidden in the treetops that were acting as signal relays, reducing them to ash. Thud! The swordsman who had been controlled collapsed heavily onto the ground. Although the fall was rough, his life had been saved. What kind of terrifying hidden weapon technique is this? Tomioka held his half-drawn Nichirin blade, frozen in place once again. He had not even seen how Rin managed to lock onto those transparent spider threads. Let's go. Don't waste time here. The lightning at Rin's fingertips dissipated, and those blood-red Sharingan looked toward the deepest part of the forest. I'm in a hurry to harvest the head of a lower rank. Deep within the gloomy forest, the stench of rot and blood grew stronger, and even the pale moonlight could not pierce through the layers of eerie spider webs. I'll leave the small fry on the outskirts to you too. I'm going to kill the boss of this mountain. Rin tossed those words over his shoulder, completely ignoring Shinobu's instruction behind him not to run off alone. The pale blue chakra beneath his feet burst forth, and his entire body instantly turned into a streak of swift black lightning. With several leaps between the thick tree trunks, he disappeared from the sight of Giyu and Shinobu. In this world, with the versatile energy system of chakra supporting him, his mobility in complex terrain was even more terrifying than that of the most agile demons. Meanwhile, in the core area of Natagumo Mountain. Phew! Tanjiro Kamado gripped his Nichirin blade, which had only half its length remaining, with both hands as he gasped for breath. His forehead, arms, and thighs were covered in wounds deep enough to expose bone, and fresh blood dripped continuously from his tattered Demon Slayer Corps uniform onto the ground. Not far behind him in the air, his sister Nezuko Kamado was suspended upside down by countless thick white spider threads. The threads dug deep into the girl's pale skin, drawing bright red blood. What a truly nauseating look in your eyes. Standing more than 10 meters away from Tanjiro was a short demon boy with pale skin, white hair, and red dot markings on his face. Lower rank 5, Rui. Rui's eyes, etched with the characters for lower 5, were filled with a cold and twisted arrogance. The bonds of family should be absolute obedience. Trash like you, who cannot even protect your own sister, does not deserve to speak of bonds. Hand your sister over to me, and I might consider giving you a quick death. Hearing these warped words, Tanjiro's eyes, which had been growing unfocused from blood loss, suddenly ignited with blazing fury. Stop joking around. Tanjiro let out a hoarse roar. His legs pushed off the ground, crushing the withered leaves beneath his feet as he raised the broken blade and charged at Rui once again. Stubborn. Rui raised both hands coldly. Between his 10 fingers, countless tough spider threads instantly stretched out, glowing with a dangerous red light. Blood demon art, cutting thread rotation. Boom. A massive rotating cage woven from extremely hard blood-colored spider threads descended like a collapsing sky, carrying a terrifying cutting force capable of shredding steel. Water-breathing, Urg. Facing this unavoidable killing blow, Tanjiro tried to swing his broken blade again, but a tearing pain shot through his lungs from overusing the breathing technique. It's useless. I can't even fully perform the water-breathing forms. Am I going to die? Just as Tanjiro was about to fall into despair, countless images suddenly flashed through his mind like scenes in a spinning lantern. On a snow-covered mountain in the bitter cold, his father, whose body had always been extremely frail, could dance the kagura through the entire night in the wind and snow. Tanjiro, breathe, the method of adjusting your breathing. As long as you master the correct breathing, you won't feel tired no matter how cold it is. His father's gentle yet firm voice seemed to cross the boundary between life and death and suddenly rang in Tanjiro's ears. Hinokami Kagura. Buzz. Tanjiro's eyes snapped open. His lungs, which had been growing cold from lack of oxygen, were instantly filled with a surge of scorching energy. The blue flow of water that had been wrapped around the broken blade evaporated at once, replaced by a violent crimson flame as bright as the blazing sun. Clear blue sky. Boom! Tanjiro roared as he swung the broken blade. That domineering circular slash of flame instantly cut through Rui's strongest blood-colored spider threads. What? For the first time, Rui's normally expressionless face showed extreme shock. This demon slayer had clearly been at his limit. Why had the power of his blade suddenly increased so dramatically? Not only that, but Nezuko, hanging in the air, seemed to sense her brother's determination and suddenly opened her pink-slit pupils. Blood demon art, exploding blood. Boom. ______. I've created a P tier for those who want to stay 2 weeks, 12 chaps ahead of WN. Patreon.com/slept01. Chapter 22, Rui, run. I must run. 1,460 words. The blood clinging to Tanjiro's blade ignited instantly, turning into dazzling pink flames that burned away all the obstructing spider threads in front of him. Using that terrifying explosive force, Tanjiro became like a burning meteor. He broke through Rui's defensive web in an instant and swung the broken blade fiercely toward Rui's neck. Get severed. SSH. Amid Tanjiro's desperate roar, the broken blade, carrying scorching flames, sliced through Rui's neck, which was harder than steel, with great difficulty. The pale head instantly flew into the air. I did it! Tanjiro collapsed heavily onto the ground. The intense backlash caused his muscles to twitch violently, and his vision darkened. However, just as he thought the battle was over, that was dangerous. An extremely cold voice suddenly came from the direction of the headless corpse. Tanjiro struggled to lift his head, his pupils shrinking to their limits. He saw that Rui's headless body was still standing firmly in place. The head that had fallen to the ground was guided by several extremely thin spider threads, flying back toward the neck and eerily reconnecting. Did you really think you were the one who cut off my head? Foolish. Rui reached up and touched his newly reattached neck, a violent killing intent surfacing in his eyes. Before your blade could reach me, I cut my own neck with my spider threads. How could the neck of one of the 12 Kizuki be severed by trash like you using a broken blade? Now, the game is over? Blood demon art, murderous eye basket. Boom. A massive spherical cage woven from countless blood-colored spider threads instantly enclosed the collapsed Tanjiro from all directions. The cage began to contract rapidly. The razor-sharp threads, capable of shredding rock, were already less than half a meter from Tanjiro's body. Tanjiro closed his eyes in despair. His body could no longer move. The backlash from Hinokami Kagura had left him unable to even lift a finger. At least, I must protect Nezuko. He used his last bit of strength, trying to curl his body inward. Then, at that moment of despair, chirp, 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 chirp. A piercing sound like 1,000 birds crying at once suddenly tore through the silent night sky of Natagumo Mountain. A deep blue lightning flash, so brilliant it was impossible to look at directly, instantly illuminated the dim forest like daylight. Who is it? Rui snapped his head toward the sound. SSH. Before he could react, a violent spear of lightning descended arrogantly from the sky, splitting the contracting blood-colored spider thread cage in half and blasting it into charred dust that scattered through the air. Thud. A handsome young man wearing a pure black hari landed steadily in front of Tanjiro. He had one hand in his pocket while the other rested casually on the hilt of the sword at his waist. His pitch-black eyes turned into an eerie crimson in a tenth of a second. 3 Tomo spun coldly within his pupils as he looked down at lower rank 5 not far away. You! Rin-san? Tanjiro, who had already closed his eyes and accepted death, struggled to open them again. When he clearly saw the familiar and domineering back standing before him, his eyes instantly grew moist, and an overwhelming sense of security filled his entire body. The monster from Fujikasane Mountain had arrived. Not bad. Rin did not even turn around. He merely offered a casual remark. To be able to unleash that fire technique in such a desperate situation, you've already surpassed 99% of the trash in this batch. However, your blade is still too dull. Who are you? Rui stared at the suddenly appearing Rin. Those red eyes with 3 Tomo made even him, one of the 12 Kizuki, feel an instinctive chill deep in his soul. You dare break my blood threads? No matter who you are, you're going to die. Rui let out a shrill scream, waving his hands wildly as he pushed the blood within his body to its limit. Blood demon art, cutting thread spindle. A blood-colored spider web, twice as thick as the one used against Tanjiro earlier, swept toward Rin with a piercing whistle, like a crimson storm of shredding blades. Die? With nothing more than these broken spider threads of yours. The 3 Tomo Sharingan emitted a cold pressure in the night. Under its ultimate perception, Rui's terrifying full-screen attack appeared as slow as a replay in slow motion. Clang! The Kusanagi sword at Rin's waist was drawn in an instant. The black straight blade, forged from premium Tamahagane and possessing innate demon-slaying properties, was instantly wrapped in violent, high-density lightning attribute chakra. Purple lightning crackled wildly along the blade, releasing a heart-shaking roar. Kaidori Katana! Facing the overwhelming blood-colored spider web, Rin swung his sword fiercely. Rumble! The purple lightning sword energy surged forward like a roaring thunder beast, crashing directly into the blood-colored web. Rui's spider threads, claimed to be dozens of times harder than steel, were completely destroyed the moment they came into contact with the terrifying heat and cutting power of the Kaidori Katana. Impossible! My strongest spider threads were destroyed in an instant. Rui's eyes nearly popped out as overwhelming fear seized his heart. Run! I must run. This man is not an ordinary demon slayer. He is a monster wearing human skin. Rui turned without hesitation and tried to flee at his fastest speed. In front of me, you do not even have the right to run. A voice like the whisper of a Shinigami suddenly sounded in Rui's ear. Too fast. Rin had already appeared behind Rui like a ghost at some unknown moment. The black sword flickering with violent lightning rested coldly against Rui's neck. This lower rank head of yours is worth quite a few points. SSH. A simple flick of the wrist. A flash of purple lightning. Rui's pale head instantly flew into the air. This time, he had no chance to cut off his own neck with his spider threads. Because the moment the Kusanagi sword severed his neck, the violent lightning chakra attached to it had already flooded into his body, turning every demon cell attempting to regenerate into charcoal. Thump! Rui's headless body collapsed heavily onto the ground, beginning to crumble and dissipate. The head that had rolled to the side still held an expression of extreme terror and disbelief. Until the moment it turned to ash, he could not understand why he, the mighty lower rank 5, could not withstand even a single move from his opponent. Ding! Detected that the host has killed 12 Kizuki times lower rank 5 Rui. Forcefully intervened, changing Gyu's OP entrance and aura farmed in front of the Kamadu siblings, demonstrating absolute crushing strength. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a very generous amount of dimension points, 6,000 points. The pleasant system notification echoed in his mind. Rin sheathed the Kusanagi sword, its blade completely spotless. The crimson in his eyes faded, returning to their usual pitch black. The strength of a lower rank is only at this level. It does not even count as a warm-up. Rin turned and looked at the stunned Tanjiro nearby. He walked over, took out a low-level soldier pill exchanged for 10 points from the system shop, and flicked it neatly into Tanjiro's slightly open mouth. Eat it. It will help your body, which is already near its limit, recover some strength. Tanjiro instinctively swallowed the soldier pill and immediately felt a warm current spread through his limbs. His agonizing lungs and twitching muscles miraculously began to calm down. Rin-san, just how strong have you become? Tanjiro sat on the ground, staring at Rin's calm profile. His voice was filled with shock and admiration. A lower moon demon that he could not kill even after exhausting all his strength and trump cards had not lasted a single strike in Mr. Rin's hands. Just then, two extremely swift figures finally arrived at the scene. It was Water Hashira Gyu Tomioka, who had rushed over after hearing the roar of lightning, and Insect Hashira Shinobu Kocho, who had come in great anxiety. When they saw the demon's ashes scattering across the ground and Rin standing there without even a wrinkle in his clothes, both of them stopped at the same time. Shinobu Kocho glanced at the remains of an eyeball on the ground nearby, carved with the characters for lower 5, and drew in a sharp breath. We were less than a minute late, and you already killed one of the 12 Kizuki. Shinobu Kocho glared at him in disbelief, but her purple eyes shone with a bright light. Rin shrugged. Like I said, I'm in a hurry. Chapter 23, The Trial of Tanjiro and Nezuko. 2067 words. Deep within Natagumo Mountain, the scent of ozone left by the rampaging lightning still lingered over the scorched earth. With the death of lower rank 5, Rui, the eerie presence of the blood demon art that had shrouded the entire mountain rapidly began to fade. The Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen who had been manipulated like marionettes by the tough spider silk and forced to slaughter one another collapsed to the ground one after another, groaning in pain. Kochu Shinobu took a deep breath as she looked at the demon's remains not far away, which were already turning completely into ash. Since you've dealt with the lower rank, leave the rest of the cleanup to me. She turned to look at Rin. Though her tone still carried a trace of her usual thunder sharpness, her purple eyes held a gentleness she herself didn't seem to notice. Just as she was about to turn and check on the injured swordsman, the corner of her eye caught a strange demonic aura hiding in a secluded spot. Buzz! The instincts of the insect Hashira instantly sharpened Kochu Shinobu's gaze. Behind a cluster of bushes not far away, a young girl with a bamboo muzzle in her mouth shrank timidly behind Kamado Tanjiro, who had only just regained a little strength. It seems a fish slipped through the net. The smile on Kochu Shinobu's lips instantly turned ice cold. Her fingertips had already settled on the hilt of her specially crafted slender Nichirin blade. And, as a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, you're actually harboring a demon. The moment her words fell, Kochu Shinobu had already crossed dozens of meters. Insect breathing, butterfly dance, caprice. The blade tip, coated with a high concentration of wisteria toxin, shot mercilessly toward Nezuko's neck in a sharp and lethal arc stop. Tanjiro shouted in shock, trying to raise his sword to block. But his severely overstrained body simply could not keep up with the speed of the insect Hashira. Yet at the exact moment when the lethal blade tip was less than 3 inches from Nezuko. Clang! A cold blade, flowing like a ripple across water, suddenly intervened and directly parried Shinobu's thrust. Tomioka-san. Shinobu flipped lightly through the air and landed steadily on the ground. She looked at the Water Hashira Gyu, who was standing in front of Tanjiro and Nezuko, and her brows knit slightly. What is the meaning of this? As a Hashira, you're actually protecting a demon. Tomioka-san, the reason everyone dislikes you is precisely because you always act on your own and refuse to compromise. Faced with Kocho Shinobu's venomous tongue, Tomioka Gyu kept his usual poker face, not even changing the posture in which he held his sword. I am not disliked, Gyu replied in an extremely serious and rigid tone. Then he added quietly, this demon is different. She does not eat humans. Who? Doesn't eat humans? Do you expect me to believe such baseless nonsense? The smile on Kochu Shinobu's face vanished as killing intent surged from her once again. Her hatred for demons was carved into her bones. Even though Rin had helped resolve the turmoil in her heart the previous night, her duty to exterminate demons could never waver. It looked as though a conflict between the two Hashira was about to erupt. All right, put your swords away. You're being too noisy. A lazy voice interrupted their confrontation. At some point, Rin had casually strolled over. He extended his right hand and pressed it down on the back of Shinobu's slender Nichirin blade. Rin-san. What are you? Kochu Shinobu froze for a moment. I'm protecting this demon. Rin tilted his head slightly, his dark eyes meeting Kochu Shinobu's. If I say she doesn't eat humans, then she doesn't. If there's a problem, I'll cut her and that stubborn kid down together with a single strike. Any objections? Hearing Rin's completely unreasonable declaration, even Tomioka Gyu beside them broke out in a cold sweat. With Shinobu's deep-seated hatred for demons, words like that should have thoroughly angered her. Yet the scene that followed left Gyu completely dumbfounded. Shinobu, whose blade was being held down, did not fly into a rage. Instead, she merely bit her rosy lower lip. She looked up at Rin's calm yet imposing profile, and the icy killing intent that had filled the surroundings miraculously dissipated. Since you, that special executive officer, have said so. HMPH, then take them back to headquarters and let Ayakata-sama decide. Shinobu obediently sheathed her blade and cast Rin a sideways glance. When those hot-tempered people start causing trouble later, you can explain it yourself. This blatant double standard caused a flash of confusion to appear in Tomio Kageyu's eyes. Just a moment ago she had looked ready to fight to the death, yet she backed down with a single sentence from Rin. Rin casually withdrew his hand and waved toward the air. Shinobu-san, have your people come out and clean up the mess? Soon, the Kakushi unit from the Butterfly Mansion quickly arrived at the scene and began efficiently tending to the wounded. Tanjiro and Nezuko, who had been placed inside a wooden box, were also properly taken into custody, and the group began the journey back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The next day, at noon. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, in the courtyard of the Ubuyashiki estate. The sunlight was blinding. Hey, kid, wake up! Bow your head and kneel properly before the Hashira. Accompanied by the rough shaking of a Kakushi member, the bound Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes. His vision gradually cleared. He found himself kneeling on the familiar courtyard pebbles. In front of him stood 9 figures. Besides Tomio Kageyu and Kocho Shinobu, whom he had seen the previous night, there were 7 others he had never met. What felt strange to Tanjiro, however, was that several of the unfamiliar faces didn't look very pleased. Especially the man whose face was covered in scars. Although he stood upright, his legs seemed to be trembling unnaturally. So this is the swordsman who travels with a demon? How flamboyant. Harboring a demon within the sacred Demon Slayer Corps, we should flamboyantly behead him together with the demon, the sound Hashira, Tengen Yuzui, declared loudly while touching the jeweled band on his forehead. A swordsman protecting a demon is a violation of the core rules and cannot be tolerated. I agree with immediate execution, the flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, added energetically. Perched on a tree branch, the serpent Hashira, Obanai Iguro, let out a cold laugh. Not just him. Tomio Kageyu also sheltered the demon. He should commit seppuku to atone for his sins. Hearing these lofty judgments pass so casually, Tanjiro panicked and struggled desperately to explain. It's not like that. Nezuko has never eaten anyone. She's different from those demons. Stop talking nonsense. A demon is a demon. Their bloodthirsty nature cannot be changed. The wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, suddenly stepped forward, holding the special wooden box that contained Nezuko. His bloodshot eyes burned with violent madness. I'll prove to all of you right now just how disgusting the thing inside this box is. With that, Shinazugawa Sanemi abruptly drew his Nichirin blade and thrust it viciously toward the wooden box. I said stop. No. Tanjiro roared in despair, his eyes nearly bursting. Yet at the very moment Sanemi's blade was less than an inch away from the box. Swish! A sharp sound of something slicing through the air rang out. An ordinary white pebble, accompanied by a piercing rush of air, slammed into the side of Sanemi's Nichirin blade. Clang! A tremendous force traveled through the blade. Sanemi felt a sharp tearing pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. The Nichirin blade flew straight out of his hand, spun several times through the air, and landed on the ground in the distance with a clatter. Who was that? Sanemi roared as he spun around in fury. I say, Sanemi. The cramps in your muscles have stopped, haven't they? Was the electrocution the other day not enough? Want another beating today? A lazy voice suddenly drifted in from the long corridor beside the courtyard. All the Hashira instantly turned their gazes toward the source. Rin was leaning carelessly against one of the corridor's pillars, idly tossing another pebble in his hand. The black hari hung loosely over his shoulders, and his dark eyes carried a trace of playful mockery. The moment they saw Rin speak, the Hashira who had been shouting just moments ago collectively fell silent. Especially Shinazugawa Sanemi. Just a moment ago he had been brimming with arrogance, yet the instant he saw Rin, the lingering numbness from the lightning buried deep within his body seemed to awaken again, and the corner of his eye twitched uncontrollably. Ah! Rin? What are you doing here? Sanemi gritted his teeth, but the arrogance in his voice had clearly weakened. After all, he had been instantly defeated by this guy in a single move not long ago. Who would dare raise their voice in front of this monster now? As the special executive officer, can't I come watch the show? Rin casually flicked the pebble onto the ground, clapped his hands, and strode over to Tanjiro. He nudged Sanemi aside with a kick and stepped one foot onto the wooden box. This kid and this demon are people I brought back from Natagumo Mountain. I already told Shinobu yesterday that this demon hasn't eaten anyone. If there's a problem, I'll cut her and Tanjiro down together. Rin looked calmly at the surrounding Hashira, the curve of his lips growing more arrogant. So, does anyone still object to how this demon will be handled? Step forward. I wouldn't mind another private training session. Silence. A suffocating silence. Across the entire courtyard, everyone tacitly kept their mouths shut. Was this a joke? Questioning a monster who had instantly defeated several Hashira with a single move. That wasn't enforcing the rules. That was asking to die. Seeing this, Tanjiro, tied up on the ground, was almost moved to tears. What was a sense of security? This was absolute security. The moment Mr. Rin appeared, the people who had just been shouting about killing him didn't even dare make a sound. Just then, the sliding door of the washitsu slowly opened. The master has arrived. Guided by two young girls, Ubuyashiki Kagaya slowly stepped onto the corridor. The Hashira immediately knelt on one knee and offered their greetings. Good morning, my children. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's gentle voice rang out. Although he could not see, he had clearly heard the commotion from moments ago. Regarding Kamado Tanjiro and his sister Nezuko, I have received a letter from Uroka Dakisa Konjidono. Both he and Giyu are willing to commit seppuku as a guarantee that this demon will not harm humans. Of course, what reassures me the most? Ubuyashiki Kagaya turned his face toward Rin and smiled. Is Rindono's guarantee. Since even you, the special executive officer, believe she poses no threat, then I declare that Kamado Tanjiro is permitted to travel with the demon. With the master's final decision, and with Rin, the terrifying god of slaughter, standing behind it, the trial assembly that had originally been so tense and humiliating ended with surprising speed and ease. Since the matter is settled, stop kneeling. Take this kid to the butterfly mansion to recover. Rin waved his hand casually and turned to leave. Ding! Detected the host's forceful intervention in the Hashira meeting trial. The Hashira were deterred through absolute force, significantly altering the humiliating plot involving the protagonists Kamado Tanjiro and Nezuko. Congratulations to the host for obtaining dimension points, 3,500. The notification in his mind slightly improved Rin's mood. Just as he was about to return to the butterfly mansion to scrounge a meal, Ubuyashiki Kagaya suddenly spoke in a solemn voice. Rindono, please wait. Supported by the two girls, Ubuyashiki Kagaya bowed slightly toward Rin. According to the latest intelligence gathered by the Kashgai crows hidden throughout the land, frequent disappearances have been occurring near the Mugen train. It is highly likely that a true upper-rank demon is hiding there. Oh. Rin stopped walking, his lazy gaze gradually turning dangerous. An upper rank, finally, some decent prey. _______. 12 ADV chaps, patreon.com/slept01. Chapter 24, The Insect Hashira's Lap Pillow. 1,301 words. The Mugen train. I see. Faced with the information about the upper rank demon provided by Ubuyashiki Kagaya, Rin's reaction was surprisingly calm. He didn't ask a single question about the demon's specific abilities. Instead, he merely waved his hand with complete indifference. Have your Kashgai crow keep a close watch on that train's movements. Inform me once the exact schedule and route are confirmed. Going now would just be a wasted trip. Rin yawned and turned to leave the courtyard. I'm heading back to the butterfly mansion for dinner. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Watching Rin walk away so brazenly, the several Hashira still in the courtyard exchanged helpless looks, yet none of them dared to speak up and stop him. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, where strength ruled everything, Rin, who had instantly defeated several Hashira and was now the top hope of finally defeating Kabutsuji Musen, already had an authority that matched, or even exceeded, that of the master. Evening, Butterfly Mansion. The setting sun resembled spilled blood, casting a soft orange glow over the wisteria flowers in the courtyard. Rin lifted the curtain of the private treatment room in the backyard and immediately saw Shinobu Kocho sitting at a table, carefully sorting medicinal herbs. Ever since she had completely destroyed the wisteria poison men for a mutual death strike the previous night, Shinobu seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. She was no longer wearing the oversized butterfly-patterned hari. Instead, she wore only a fitted black Demon Slayer Corps uniform, its collar slightly open to reveal her fair, slender swan-like neck. Without the gentle older sister mask she used to wear, her current sharp and capable demeanor as she frowned slightly while reviewing prescriptions carried a different kind of striking beauty. Yo, our insect Hashira seems to be in quite a good mood today. Even the medicinal herbs are sorted so neatly, Rin said as he leaned lazily against the doorframe, teasing her casually. Hearing the familiar voice, Shinobu Kocho's hands paused. She turned and shot him a glare. And you still have the nerve to say that? I heard you shut Sanemi and the others up in front of the master today so thoroughly that none of them dared make a sound. Aren't you afraid of being ostracized by all the Hashira? Although her tone carried a mix of reproach and teasing, a faint smile was clearly hidden in Shinobu's purple eyes. Ostracize me? They'd need the courage first. Rin strode over, pulled out a chair without ceremony, and sat down beside Shinobu as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Then he stretched his legs out, slid down in the chair, and very skillfully rested his head on Shinobu's thick, rounded thighs. Hey! What are you doing? Shinobu stiffened as if struck by lightning. Her hands, which had been sorting herbs, suddenly froze, unsure where to go. A flush spread across her fair cheeks at a visible speed, creeping all the way to the tips of her ears. Borrowing a lap to rest on, Rin muttered casually as he closed his eyes in comfort. Didn't sleep well last night, and I had to put on a big show with those guys today. I'm exhausted. Your legs are much softer than a tatami pillow. You rogue. Get up right now. What if Aoi or Kanao sees this? Shinobu reached out in embarrassment and annoyance, trying to push Rin's head away. But the moment her fingers touched his soft black hair, her movement halted as if she had been frozen in place. She looked down at the handsome face resting so close to her. With his eyes closed, Rin had lost the arrogant and oppressive aura he carried during the day. The high bridge of his nose and his long eyelashes made him look unexpectedly defenseless and calm. Truly a domineering and self-centered idiot. Shinobu bit her rosy lower lip, yet in the end, she didn't push him away. Instead, she gently ran her fingertips through his hair, her movements light and careful. The master already told you about the Mugen train, didn't he? Shinobu asked quietly while gently massaging Rin's temples, a trace of concern in her voice. That might be an upper rank. Yeah. Once there's definite information, I'll go twist its head off and kick it around like a ball. Rin didn't even open his eyes, speaking in an extremely casual tone, as if he were discussing what to eat for dinner. Hearing those arrogant words and feeling the warmth of his body resting on her thighs, Shinobu Kocho didn't think he was boasting. Instead, a sense of unprecedented security quietly rose in her heart. If you really run into an upper rank. Shinobu's fingers paused slightly. Her usually cool voice carried a trace of spoiled concern she hadn't even noticed herself. You are absolutely not allowed to get hurt. Come back here in one piece. Do you understand? The corner of Rin's mouth curved into a handsome smile. He suddenly opened his eyes and caught the small hand that had been massaging his hair. Looking directly into Shinobu's purple eyes, which had grown slightly flustered from the close distance, he chuckled softly. What's this? You haven't even married me yet, and you're already worrying about whether I live or die. Who would want to marry a violent maniac like you? Don't flatter yourself. Shinobu quickly pulled her hand back and covered her burning cheeks in embarrassment. Yet she didn't move Rin's head from her lap. Instead, she turned her face away and stared stubbornly at the herbs on the table, as if trying to force them to bloom under her gaze. Seeing the sharp-tongued butterfly completely turn into a ripe red tomato, Rin closed his eyes again with satisfaction, quietly enjoying this rare moment of peace. Time passed like a white horse flashing through a crack, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. During those 2 weeks, aside from occasionally stopping by the headquarters, Rin had practically treated the butterfly mansion as his own backyard. Meanwhile, Kamado Tanjiro, Agatsuma Zenitsu, and Hashibira Inosuke, the trio of lively troublemakers, gradually recovered from their severe injuries from Natagumo Mountain under the butterfly mansion's extremely strict medical care. After that came the so-called rehabilitation training, which could only be described as hellish. In the backyard of the butterfly mansion. Just kill me already. This kind of stretching isn't something a human body can endure. Zenitsu, dressed in white hospital pajamas, was being brutally forced into a split on the floor by Kanzaki Aoi. Tears and snot covered his face as he screamed louder than a pig being slaughtered. Nearby, Inosuke, still wearing his wild boar mask, sat in a corner, radiating an extremely gloomy aura as he kept muttering to himself. I'm too weak. I'm trash. I'm sorry, everyone. His throat had been crushed by the father spider demon on Natagumo Mountain. Although it had healed, his voice remained hoarse, and his confidence had been shattered completely. Only Tanjiro, though drenched in sweat and grimacing in pain, continued to cooperate with the stretching exercises led by Torochi Kyo and the other little girls with unwavering determination. Next is reflex training. Aoi clapped her hands and pointed toward a row of wooden cups filled with a cloudy, extremely pungent medicinal liquid placed on the porch. The rules are simple: use these cups to splash your opponent. If someone presses down on a cup, you can't take it. Your opponent is Kanao. The moment Zenitsu heard he would be interacting with a cute girl, he shot up as if injected with adrenaline. However, 10 minutes later. Phut, cough, cough. It stinks. My eyes are burning. ______. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 25, Soft. 1492 words. Cough, cough. It stinks. My eyes are burning. Zenitsu and Tanjiro were both drenched in the foul-smelling medicine, lying miserably on the ground. Tsuyuri Kanao, sitting opposite them, didn't have a single drop on her. She still wore the same calm, almost absent-minded expression, her breathing perfectly steady. Too fast. I can't see Kanao's movements at all. It's not just her hand speed, her prediction is flawless. Tanjiro wiped the medicine from his face, filled with frustration and shock. I say, are you guys playing house? Just as the three of them were feeling discouraged, a very lazy voice drifted in from the far end of the porch. Rin slowly walked over, holding a cup of hot tea. Today he wore a very casual black yukata, with a lightning-patterned sword casually tucked into his waist, giving off a relaxed yet oppressive presence. Rin-san. The moment Tanjiro saw Rin appear, his eyes lit up instantly, as if he had just seen a savior. His admiration for Rin had reached its peak ever since that single sword strike on Natagumo Mountain. Wara, boss Rin. This isn't training, it's pure abuse. Zenitsu immediately crawled over and tried to hug Rin's leg, only to be kicked aside with obvious disgust. You can't even handle a little girl, and you still have the nerve to cry about it. Rin blew lightly on the tea leaves floating in his cup, walked over to Kanao, pulled a cushion closer, and sat down cross-legged. Come on, little Kanao. Play with me. Kanao glanced at Rin and nodded obediently. After half a month of interaction, she had developed a special sense of awe toward this man who had forcibly taken away her coin and completely changed Shinobu. Oh my. Rin-san is going to participate himself. Tanjiro's eyes widened, and he unconsciously held his breath. Ready, start! Kanzaki Aoi called out as the referee, suddenly chopping her arm downward. Swish! The moment Aoi finished speaking, Kanao's hand shot out like lightning, reaching for the nearest cup of medicine with astonishing speed. This was the terrifying reflex granted by total concentration breathing, constant. However. Tap! A faint, crisp sound. Just as Kanao's fingers brushed the side of the cup, another hand had already moved. Though it seemed to start later, it arrived first, lightly pressing down on the back of her hand. How is that possible? Kanao's pupils shrank. She hadn't even seen an afterimage. She immediately tried to switch targets and grab a second cup, but no matter how fast she moved, Rin's hand was like a prophetic phantom, always arriving a fraction of a second earlier to pin down her choice. Tap! 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 3 consecutive attempts were all effortlessly suppressed. Too slow. Rin chuckled, casually flicking his finger. The wooden cup filled with medicine instantly flew into his palm. He didn't splash it at Kanao. Instead, with a mischievous flick of his wrist. Splash! The entire cup of pungent medicine flew over Kanao's head and splattered all over the face of Zenitsu, who had been stretching his neck behind her to watch the show. Ah! Why me? Zenitsu shrieked miserably. Rin set the empty cup down. Seeing Tanjiro's stunned expression, he explained. See? This is called absolute reaction suppression. The reason little Kanao can crush you so easily is because she maintains total concentration breathing 24 hours a day, even while sleeping. That's called total concentration, constant. Total concentration? Constant. Tanjiro repeated, stunned. Breathing techniques don't just allow you to unleash power beyond your limits in an instant. When maintained over a long period, they can also fundamentally transform the body's basic physical attributes. Rin stood up, walked to the edge of the porch, picked up a specially made, hard large gourd, and tossed it into Tanjiro's arms. If you can't even master this most basic constant technique, then when you face the 12 Kizuki, you won't even be fit to get stuck between their teeth. Starting today, besides the regular stretching exercises, the 3 of you will blow into these gourds every day. Only when you can burst these hardened gourds using nothing but your lung capacity will your constant be considered barely entry-level. Rin issued the training targets with complete authority, effortlessly taking over the role of instructor. Looking at the large gourd in his arms that produced a dull thump when tapped, Tanjiro swallowed nervously. Yet his eyes soon filled with determination. I understand. I'll definitely do it. Thank you for the guidance, Rin-san. Rin. At that moment, Shinobu Kocho stepped out from the inner courtyard, holding a piece of freshly delivered stationery. Her expression had turned unusually serious. She quickly walked over to Rin and spoke in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. The Katagai Crow has brought back confirmed intelligence. Traces of a demon have appeared on the Mugen train. The master has already ordered the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, to head there and investigate. So it's finally begun. Hearing this news, Rin immediately realized that the Mugen train incident had officially started. Tell Rengoku-san not to worry, Rin said calmly. When the time comes, I'll go with him and take part in the investigation. Boom! Accompanied by a heavy explosive sound, the rock-hard, specially made medicinal gourd finally shattered into a spray of fragments as Kamado Tanjiro's face flushed red and he blew with all his strength. Phew, phew. I did it! Rin-san! I finally blew up the largest gourd. Tanjiro braced his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Sweat had soaked through his thin training uniform, but his dark red eyes shone with an unprecedented excitement. After several days of brutal training under Rin's Spartan-style, high-pressure supervision, he had finally engraved the technique of total concentration, constant into his body's instincts. On the other side, although Agatsuma Zenitsu and Hashibira Inusuke were still rolling their eyes while trying to blow into medium-sized gourds, they were already able to maintain the breathing technique around the clock without interruption. Barely a passing grade. Sitting on the corridor railing, Rin casually tossed a half-eaten apple into the trash bin, then stood up and clapped his hands. Since the foundation is more or less set, pack your things and get ready to move out. There's work tonight. There's work? Could it be? Tanjiro suddenly looked up, clenching his fists. The master has issued new orders. Large-scale civilian disappearances have been reported on the Mugen train. The Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, has already departed for the station in advance. Rin stepped down the stairs, casually took a pure black hari from a wooden rack, and draped it over his shoulders. You three, bring your Nichirin blades and follow me. Let me see how much you've actually improved during this time. If your performance is too pathetic, I'll kick you off the moving train on the spot. A train. Why do we have to go to a place like that? The moment Zenitsu heard they were going on a mission, he clutched his head in terror. Inusuke, however, snorted 2 streams of white vapor from his nostrils. I don't care if it's a train or a water wheel. As long as it's prey, this great Inusuke Hashibira will cut it all down. Bull rush. Looking at the noisy trio, Rin didn't bother responding and simply walked toward the front courtyard of the butterfly mansion. As he passed through the long corridor of the inner courtyard, a petite figure blocked his path. Shinobu stood quietly beneath the massive wisteria tree, holding a small package in her hands. Tonight, she wasn't wearing her Demon Slayer Corps uniform. Instead, she had changed into a simple yet elegant light purple outfit. The night breeze stirred her smooth black hair, making her look unusually gentle. You're leaving? Shinobu looked at Rin as he approached, her voice softer than usual. Yeah. I'm heading to the Mugen train. There's a high chance one of the 12 Kazuki is hiding there after all. Rin stopped and reached out to take the package she offered. Inside are some specially made wound ointments, blood clotting powders, and rice balls I made myself. Shinobu turned her head slightly, seemingly unwilling to meet his eyes. Her usually cool voice carried a rare trace of tsundere stubbornness. Don't misunderstand. The rice balls are only because I'm worried you might starve to death on the way and embarrass the butterfly mansion. As for the medicine, a reckless brute like you would do best never needing it. HMPH. Rin weighed the still warm package in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curved upward. He didn't reply. Instead, he suddenly stepped forward and reached out with his free hand, wrapping his arm around Shinobu's slender waist and pulling her into his embrace. Hey! What are you or MMMPH? Before Shinobu could finish speaking, Rin had already lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. __________. Read 12 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/slept01. Chapter 26, The Mugen Train Set Sail. 1,418 words. VIP shoutout, massive thanks to Nicholas and Cameron Doyle for joining the P tier. Blackheart. Underscore 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 underscore. A faint floral scent mixed with a delicate fragrance unique to her filled the air between them. The kiss was brief, light as a dragonfly touching water, yet it carried a quiet sense of possessiveness. They separated almost immediately. Rin released Shinobu, who stood frozen in place as if her mind had completely stopped working. His thumb brushed lightly across the corner of her lips. Thanks. I've received your feelings. Rin looked at the pretty face now flushed so deeply it seemed ready to drip red, and let out a soft chuckle. Be good and wait for me at the Butterfly Mansion. Go to bed early tonight. No staying up late mixing medicines. With that, he turned around with effortless swagger, waved a hand behind his back, and strode toward the main gate. It wasn't until his figure completely disappeared into the night that Shinobu Kocho finally came back to her senses. She pressed both hands tightly against her burning cheeks, her legs feeling weak as she leaned against the trunk of the wisteria tree. That idiot, that scoundrel, who gave you permission to suddenly take my... Although she muttered curses in embarrassment and indignation, the purple eyes behind her hand sparkled like shattered starlight, filled with a sweetness and fluttering excitement she could not suppress. Late at night, at a train station on the outskirts of Tokyo Prefecture. Woo! Accompanied by the deafening blast of a whistle, a steel beast spewing thick black smoke rested quietly at the platform. What kind of monster is this? It screams and spits steam. Tanjiro asked, his face full of confusion. Is this the ruler of this land? Watch this great Inosuke smash it with a headbutt. Bull rush. Inosuke, on the other hand, was bursting with excitement. He drew his twin serrated Nichirin blades and lowered his head, preparing to ram straight into the locomotive. Thud! Thud! Two crisp, heavy knocks sounded. Rin had delivered sharp taps to both Tanjiro and Inosuke's heads, sending them crouching on the ground while clutching their skulls in pain. If either of you dares to shout and embarrass yourselves here again, I'll stuff you straight into the boiler and burn you as coal. Rin withdrew his hand coldly and tightened the hari over his shoulders. Get on the train. Under Rin's absolute suppression, the youngsters instantly became as obedient as quails, quietly following him through ticket inspection and onto the train. The moment they stepped into the first carriage of the Mugen train, a shout so loud it drowned out even the roar of the engine rang out. Tasty! Tasty! So tasty! In a seat in the middle of the carriage, the flame Hashare, Kyojuro Rengoku, with his striking yellow and red hair, was holding a vintage beef hot pot bento. He shoveled rice into his mouth while loudly declaring its deliciousness, his wide, shining eyes blazing with enthusiasm. At his feet, more than a dozen empty bento boxes were already stacked in a neat pile. This astonishing appetite drew the attention of the surrounding passengers, who kept glancing over. This big brother seems a little strange. Zenitsu whispered, hiding behind Tanjiro as he swallowed nervously. Rengoku-san. Rin walked over with long strides, hands in his pockets, the three youngsters following behind him. Hearing his name, Kyojuro Rengoku suddenly turned his head. The moment he saw Rin, his eyes lit up instantly. He immediately set down his chopsticks and stood up with solemn respect. Yumiu! Rin Dono! I did not expect the master to send you personally. Rengoku's voice rang out like a bell, filled with unrestrained passion and respect. Ever since he had been instantly defeated by Rin's large-scale lightning release in the Ubuyashiki courtyard, the flame Hashare had been completely convinced of Rin's strength. Just passing by to take a look. Keep eating. Rin sat down in the seat opposite Rengoku, while Tanjiro and the others quickly found seats nearby. With Lord Rin here, the demons on this train will have no chance of escape. Rengoku laughed boldly before turning his gaze to Tanjiro. Young Kamadu. I have heard about you from the master. The Hinakami Kagura, yes? It seems to be a very ancient breathing technique. Though I do not know it myself, if you are willing, become my Tsuguko. I will train you into a first-rate swordsman. Faced with Rengoku's enthusiastic monologue, Tanjiro was completely overwhelmed and hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. Amid the lively noise. Click-clack, click-clack. The carriage door slowly slid open. A conductor with a pale face and sunken eyes stepped inside with stiff movements, holding a ticket puncher in his hand. Please, everyone, show your tickets. The conductor said weakly, his voice so faint it sounded as though he might collapse at any moment. As the conductor slowly approached, sniff. Tanjiro, who had been chatting with Rengoku, suddenly twitched his nose. There's a very strong demon scent. And this smell, something about it is wrong. Tanjiro instantly gripped the hilt of his Nichirin blade. Yumiu! Has the rat finally revealed its tail? Kyojuro Rengoku also shot to his feet, his hand already resting on the sword at his waist. The conductor seemed completely oblivious to the killing intent radiating from the two of them. Mechanically, he reached out and took the ticket handed over by a passenger in front of him. Click! The ticket puncher came down, clipping a small notch into the ticket. The moment that click sounded, a strange ripple spread through the air inside the carriage. Aside from Rin, every passenger in the carriage, including Tanjiro and Rengoku, who had just been brimming with killing intent, suddenly lost the focus in their eyes. In less than 2 seconds. Thud! Thud! The sword slipped from Tanjiro's hand, and his head dropped heavily onto the table. Zenitsu and Inosuke slumped into their seats as well, letting out the slow breaths of deep sleep. Even the powerful flame Hashirei, Kyojuro Rengoku, crossed his arms and sat upright in his seat, yet his eyes had already closed as he sank into a deep slumber. The entire carriage instantly fell into a strange, deathly silence. Blood demon art, forced unconscious sleep. This was the sinister trick of Enmu, the lower rank 1 demon lurking in the shadows. Using tickets infused with his own blood as the medium, the moment the ticket was punched, even Hashira-level demon slayers would be dragged into a deep dream they could not escape. It is complete, the mission that person entrusted to me. Hidden atop the carriage and secretly observing everything, lower rank 1 Enmu curled his lips into a morbid smile. A tilde, what delightful sleeping faces. Die peacefully within this endless, beautiful dream. The bodies of the Hashirei will become the greatest nourishment for my evolution. Enmu was just about to order the children to cut the ropes binding Rengoku and the others. Suddenly. Hey! You pervert hiding on the ceiling. Did you really think a trick like that could fool me? A voice filled with obvious mockery suddenly rang out in the carriage. What? Enmu's pupils shrank sharply as he looked toward the source of the voice in disbelief. Among the rows of seats where the passengers had all collapsed. The young man draped in a pure black hari leaned casually against the back of his seat. Resting his chin on one hand, he showed absolutely no sign of being affected by sleep. What made Enmu's soul tremble the most was the moment that young man looked up. What kind of eyes were those? An extremely deep crimson filled his irises, and 3 black tomo slowly rotated within his pupils like the sides of a shinigami. The moment his gaze met those crimson eyes, Enmu felt as if the blood in his body had completely frozen. A sense of despair far more terrifying than what he felt in the presence of Kibutsuji Musen instantly crushed the blood demon art he was so proud of into nothing. Rin looked up toward the ceiling, the 3 tomo Sharingan in his eyes radiating an icy pressure. Trying to use hypnotic genjutsu in front of an ucher who has awakened the Sharingan? Hetilda, I have to admire your courage. Ting! The instant those words fell. The Kusanagi sword at Rin's waist, wrapped in crackling purple lightning, slid half an inch from its sheath. Violent lightning release chakra immediately roared and erupted throughout the carriage. Chapter 27, Trying to compete with me using eyes? 1,345 words. On top of the train car, lower rank 1 Enmu, who had been immersed in the dream of devouring a Hashira-level powerhouse, felt the morbid smile on his face instantly freeze. The eye engraved with the characters for lower 1 stared through a gap in the roof at the young man below wearing a black hari. Why isn't he asleep? A storm of shock erupted in Enmu's mind. His blood demon art was activated through tickets infused with his own blood. As soon as the ticket was punched, the moment a passenger inhaled that special scent, they would be dragged into an extremely deep dream. Even a Hashirei of the Demon Slayer Corps should have been completely unable to resist it. No matter who you are, as long as you are human, you will die within a beautiful dream. Enmu's face twisted grotesquely. He suddenly bit into his finger, letting a large amount of demon blood drip through the gap in the train car while frantically activating his most direct blood demon art. Blood demon art, enforced hypnotic whispering. Inside the carriage, grotesque lumps of flesh with eyeballs growing from them instantly sprouted from the walls on every side. Each eye opened and stared directly at Rin. Sleep! Sleep! Go to sleep! Enmu roared madly from the roof. Yet even when facing the countless hypnotic eyeballs, enough to instantly drag any demon slayer into unconsciousness, Rin didn't even change his posture while drawing his sword. He simply raised his head slightly. Those crimson 3 tomo Sharingan met every hypnotic eye surrounding him with the calm of a god looking down upon ants. Trying to compete with me using eyes. A cruel, cold smile formed at the corner of Rin's lips. Buzz! In the 0.1 seconds when their gazes met, Enmu suddenly felt a deafening boom explode in his mind, and the entire world spun violently. The moving Mugen train vanished. The night sky disappeared. To his horror, he discovered that he had somehow been tightly bound to a massive black cross. Above his head hung an eerie blood-red full moon, while the sky and earth around him were drowned in a suffocating crimson. Where is this? Where is my blood demon art? What did you do to me? Enmu struggled frantically on the cross, only to find that he couldn't move even a single finger. Tap! 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 Crisp footsteps echoed across the surface of blood-colored water. From every direction, countless figures of Rin emerged like ghosts, each holding a black longsword as they completely surrounded Enmu. Trying to use genjutsu in front of an ucha with the Sharingan, you're like a clown swinging an axe in front of a charging train. All the Rins raised their swords at the same time, their crimson eyes devoid of the slightest hint of mercy. Now experience what a real nightmare is. Poochie! 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 Countless blades mercilessly stabbed into Enmu's body. Ah! Outside, in the real world, only a single second had passed. Enmu, lying on top of the train, suddenly let out a scream of agony. Blood burst from all 7 of his orifices as he clutched his head with both hands, rolling back and forth across the roof. With just a single glance, his mental core had suffered devastating damage from the backlash of the Sharingan's genjutsu. Truly noisy. Inside the carriage, Rin withdrew his gaze as the Sharingan in his eyes slowly faded. He glanced at the people scattered across the floor, sleeping like their names were Aurora, and sighed helplessly. Although I'd like to let you sleep a little longer, the smell in this carriage is getting more and more disgusting. Rin casually snapped his fingers, and the violent lightning release chakra in his body instantly surged from the soles of his feet into the metal floor of the train. Lightning release, Kaidori current. ZZZZZ. A fierce blue current instantly spread across the metal seats and floor of the entire carriage. Ah! I'm numb. I'm numb. I'm going to get fried. Zenitsu, who had been happily running hand-in-hand with Nezuko in his dream, was instantly jolted awake by the violent electric shock. He jumped 3 feet into the air from his seat, his blonde hair standing straight up like a bristling hedgehog. Enemy attack. Where's the prey? This great lord of the mountains will chop him into pieces. Inosuke was also shocked awake, instantly drawing his dual blades as he looked around in confusion. Whoosh! The flame Hashare, Kyojuro Rengoku, flipped up from his seat in one swift motion, his hand already drawing his Nichiren blade. He glanced at his slightly numb palm, then at Rin sitting calmly across from him, and immediately understood what had happened. Yumiu! How disgraceful! As a Hashare, to fall into a demon's trap without even realizing it. Rengoku spoke with deep frustration. Rin Dono! Thank you for the lightning wake-up. Without you, the passengers on this train might have met a terrible fate. Tanjiro also climbed to his feet while rubbing the numb back of his head. When he saw the disgusting lumps of flesh writhing around the carriage walls, his expression changed drastically. What's going on? The train car has turned into flesh. That lower-rank demon has already fused his main body with this train, Rin said calmly. Rengoku, you and these 3 brats handle the rear carriages. Cut down every lump of flesh that tries to devour the passengers. I don't have the time to worry about their survival. Yumiu! Leave it to me. I, Kyojuro Rengoku, swear that even if it costs my life, I will not allow a single passenger on this train to die, the flame Hashare declared loudly and solemnly. Tanjiro! Zenitsu! Boarhead boy! Let's go! Watching Kyojuro Rengoku rush toward the rear carriages with the 3 youngsters in tow, Rin finally turned and looked toward the front of the train, the locomotive. If the neck has become the entire train, then dismantling this pile of scrap should solve the problem. Rin gripped the hilt at his waist with one hand and strode toward the locomotive. Don't think you're getting through. From both sides of the carriage, countless thick, grotesque tentacles covered in eyeballs surged out wildly, sweeping toward Rin like an overwhelming tidal wave. Although Enyu's spirit had been severely damaged, his survival instinct still drove him to launch a desperate counterattack. Disappear! Rin didn't even bother drawing his sword. He merely spoke a single word with complete indifference. Boom! A violent surge of lightning release chakra erupted from Rin's body like an explosion. Lightning release, Kaidori current. This time, it was no longer the mild current used to wake people up. It was a high-voltage lightning field, like the descent of a thunder god. ZZZ. The moment those grotesque flesh tentacles came within 2 meters of Rin, they were instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat of the lightning field. Before they could even twitch, they turned into chardash drifting through the air. Rin walked down the long aisle as if taking a casual stroll, lightning swirling around him like a tangible cloak. Any flesh or blood that dared block his path was arrogantly reduced to cinders. This overwhelming, dimension-crushing power, like a bulldozer tearing through obstacles, drove Enmu, hidden within the locomotive, into absolute despair. A monster, this guy is a monster. Even the upper-ranked demons don't possess such terrifying destructive power. Enmu roared in panic, concentrating the train's entire energy into the locomotive. Boom! The iron door leading into the locomotive was violently kicked open by Rin. Inside the narrow cab, the space had already transformed into a grotesque nest of flesh and blood. At the center of the nest, a massive cervical vertebra could faintly be seen. That was Enmu's fused core. Don't come any closer. You can't kill me. My neck is as thick as the entire train, your thin sword could never cut through it. Enmu roared in despair as countless thick tentacles wrapped tightly around the vertebra, protecting it. Is that so? ______. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 28, Upper Rank 3, Akaza. 1,356 words. Is that so? Rin looked at the grotesque mass, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Zang! The Kusanagi sword wrapped in crackling purple lightning finally slid completely from its scabbard. At the same moment, the chakra within Rin's body exploded outward. Who told you that demons have to be killed by cutting? Rin raised the Kusanagi sword with one hand, and violent lightning instantly gathered and extended along the blade. Lightning release, Kai Dorieso. Kai 3. A spear of lightning more than 10 meters long erupted from the tip of the Kusanagi sword, condensed from extremely dense, pure lightning. This lightning spear was not only unimaginably sharp, but it also carried a terrifying, destructive heat. Die, trash. Rin casually flicked his wrist. Shua! The 10-meter lightning spear swept forward in a clean arc. Not only were the thick tentacles protecting the front sliced apart, but the enormous cervical vertebra at the center, and even the steel locomotive itself, were instantly split in two. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the locomotive cleaved by lightning instantly turned into a massive fireball. Violent lightning release chakra surged widely into Enmu's body through the cut, electrocuting every cell into lifeless black charcoal. No! Lord Musen, save! Enmu couldn't even finish his final words before his entire massive body disintegrated within the lightning and flames, turning into ash scattered through the air. Ding! Detected that the host has killed one of the 12 Kazuki, lower rank 1, Enmu. Blood demon art forcibly broken, demonstrating absolute dominance. Congratulations to the host for obtaining dimension points, 5,000. Screech! With the locomotive destroyed and Enmu's flesh no longer supporting it, the massive Mugen train began grinding violently along the tracks. In the rear carriages, the flame Hashara, Kyojuro Rengoku, decisively unleashed multiple forms of flame breathing. Using the recoil generated by his sword strikes, he forcefully stabilized several carriages that were on the verge of derailing and overturning. With a loud boom, the train finally screeched to a strained halt in the wilderness, kicking up thick clouds of dust. Phew, that was close. Tanjiro gripped his Nichirin blade, panting heavily. Is everyone okay? Thanks to Rindono quickly slaying the demon's main body, only a few passengers suffered minor injuries. Everyone survived. Kyojuro Rengoku replied with a hearty laugh. Zenitsu and Inosuke also collapsed onto the grass in exhaustion. Rin casually jumped down from the roof of a damaged carriage, sheathing the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Just as Tanjiro and the others believed the battle had ended successfully and were about to relax. Boom! In the open space less than 50 meters away, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted. The ground burst open as if struck by a meteor. Dust clouds shot high into the sky, and even the surrounding air distorted violently under the shockwave. What? The smile instantly vanished from Kyojuro Rengoku's face as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Tanjiro felt the hair on his entire body stand on end. The demonic aura emanating from the dust cloud was hundreds, no, thousands, of times more terrifying than the lower rank one they had just faced. The pressure was so overwhelming it almost made breathing difficult. The dust slowly cleared. A young man with short pink hair and deep blue markings covering his body appeared before them, kneeling on one knee with his fist smashed into the ground. In his glowing golden eyes were engraved 3 large characters. Upper rank 3. Oh? It seems I arrived at just the right time. Upper rank 3, Akaza, slowly stood up. he didn't even glance at the nearby Kyojuro Rengoku and Tanjiro, who were already prepared for battle. Instead, his gaze locked firmly onto Rin in the distance. That violent lightning power just now, was it you who released it? The smile on Akaza's face grew increasingly fanatical as he suddenly assumed a traditional martial arts stance. At the same moment, a giant snowflake-patterned array appeared on the ground beneath his feet. Technique deployment, destructive death, compass needle. You look very strong. Fight me. Or, become a demon, and let us fight forever. Faced with the overwhelming presence of upper rank 3. Rin showed no trace of panic. Instead, he casually tugged at the black hari draped over his shoulder. Within his dark pupils, 3 Tomo slowly emerged once again. You want me to become a demon? Sorry. I'm only interested in twisting your head off and kicking it around like a ball. Rin tilted his head and showed a toothy grin. Rip off my head and kick it around like a ball. Hearing this, upper rank 3, Akaza, didn't get angry. Instead, his gold-rimmed eyes narrowed with intense excitement. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Your arrogance suits my taste perfectly. Akaza burst into manic laughter as the snowflake pattern beneath his feet flared with dazzling blue light. Within the domain of this blood demon art, destructive death, compass needle, any opponent's fighting spirit, killing intent, or even the slightest twitch of muscle would be detected like a target on a radar. Since you refuse to become a demon, then take that pride of yours and die. Boom! The ground beneath Akaza's feet exploded into a crater several meters deep. In the next instant, he became a blur invisible to the naked eye, closing the distance with Rin in the midst of a deafening sonic boom. Destructive death, disorder? Without any probing attacks, Akaza unleashed a killing technique right from the start. In a split second, his fists produced hundreds of sharp afterimages. Each punch carried enough destructive force to grind steel into powder as they rained down toward Rin's vital points. So fast. I can't see his movements at all. Is this the strength of an upper rank? Kamado Tanjiro, standing dozens of meters away while protecting the passengers, could only sense a suffocating, bloodthirsty aura even with his heightened sense of smell. Such terrifying pressure from those punches. If I faced that head-on, I'd have to push flame breathing to its absolute limit just to barely block it. Kyojuro Rengoku gripped the hilt of his sword with a solemn expression, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he prepared to intervene at any moment. However, facing this terrifying barrage, powerful enough to severely wound even a Hashira, Rin, standing at the center of the storm, didn't even bother to draw the Kusanagi sword at his waist. His crimson 3-tomo Sharingan cut 2 cold streaks of red through the night. At that moment, the Sharingan's ultimate perceptive ability was displayed to its fullest. Within Rin's vision, every trajectory of Akaza's fists, so fast they left afterimages, was slowed down and clearly broken apart. Swish! 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 Rin moved only in small, precise motions, calmly weaving through Akaza's storm of punches. A slight tilt of the head. A sidestep. Half a step backward. Akaza's strikes, powerful enough to shatter boulders, grazed past Rin's clothing again and again, each one missing by the narrowest margin and producing deafening shockwaves in the empty air. How is this possible? The fanatic excitement on Akaza's face froze instantly. His compass needle could sense an opponent's fighting spirit, allowing him to predict their movements. But what felt deeply unsettling to him was that this young man emitted not the slightest trace of fighting spirit. Every movement his opponent made was perfectly rational. Even his killing intent was completely contained within his body, making it impossible to detect. Your punches are full of openings. Just as Akaza was caught in shock, Rin's voice suddenly sounded right beside his ear. Not good. Akaza's sharp combat instinct sent a chill down his spine, urging him to retreat and defend. But Rin's counterattack was faster. Bang! Rin's right hand clenched into a fist, and relying purely on his monstrous physical strength, he drove the punch straight into Akaza's chest. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air. Akaza's sternum, harder than steel, caved in completely under Rin's punch. Phut! Akaza spat out a mouthful of blood as he was blasted backward, carving a deep trench dozens of meters long across the wasteland. ______. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 29, Susanoo vs Destructive Death. 1233 words. VIP shoutout, massive thanks to Dylan Stotts for joining the P tier. Blackheart. _________. My god. Rin-san, he actually sent that upper rank flying with nothing but physical strength. Zenitsu rubbed his eyes, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. What an incredible punch. That definitely isn't something an ordinary breathing style can achieve. Kyojuro Rengoku was equally stunned. In the distance, amid the swirling dust. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha. Akaza flipped back onto his feet. The dented sternum in his chest twisted grotesquely, then fully regenerated in less than 2 seconds. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he stared at Rin. There was no hint of fear in his eyes, only a growing frenzy. Magnificent! Such a powerful body, such flawless dodging techniques. You are undoubtedly the strongest human I've encountered in 100 years. Akaza roared wildly, his legs suddenly exploding with power. Come. Draw your sword. Let me see your true strength. Destructive death, air type. Akaza leapt into the air and unleashed dozens of punches toward Rin in rapid succession. Boom! 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 Dozens of compressed shockwaves, visible in the air like artillery shells, blasted toward Rin from every direction. Facing the overwhelming long-range barrage, Rin let out a bored sigh. I sparred with you a little using taijutsu, and you actually started thinking you're impressive? These limp amateur punches are 10,000 miles behind a certain bushy-browed guy in a green jumpsuit I know. As he spoke, Rin slowly raised his right hand. ZZZZT. Violent blue lightning instantly gathered in his palm, forming a blinding mass of crackling thunder. Facing the dozens of whistling air cannons, Rin didn't even bother to dodge. He simply swung his hand toward them. Lightning release, Kaidori current. Rumble. Blinding lightning surged outward like a bursting flood. The compressed air cannons, powerful enough to flatten a train, were instantly torn apart the moment they touched the overwhelming lightning release chakra of the Kaidori current. Not only that, the raging lightning net continued forward without losing momentum, spreading like an inescapable web that trapped Akaza in midair. Ah! With a shrill scream, Akaza's skin charred black under the intense heat of the lightning. His muscles convulsed uncontrollably as he crashed to the ground like a piece of burnt charcoal. Your regeneration ability is indeed somewhat interesting. Rin stepped forward, walking up to the smoking Akaza and looking down at him. However, let's end this child's play. Akaza struggled to push himself up. The charred skin on his body rapidly peeled away under his powerful regeneration, fresh flesh growing beneath it. He glared at Rin. For the first time, a clear hint of anger appeared in his once proud golden eyes. This man had fought the entire time using only one hand. He hadn't even drawn the sword at his waist. Don't look down on me. Feeling his martial pride thoroughly insulted, Akaza let out a hysterical roar. He forced all the blood in his body to its boiling limit, and the snowflake pattern beneath his feet expanded to its maximum size. Technique development, destructive death, annihilation. This was Akaza's strongest single-target killing technique. All of his power and fighting spirit converged perfectly into his right fist at that moment. With a terrifying sonic boom, Akaza's figure vanished from where he stood. The air itself compressed into a visible white shockwave under the force of that punch. He intended to crush this arrogant man into pulp with a single blow. Watch out! Tanjiro and Kyojuro Rengoku shouted anxiously from afar. However, in the face of Akaza's ultimate strike, Rin's expression didn't change in the slightest. Within those eerie crimson eyes, the three tomo suddenly linked together. Hum! A dark crimson pattern resembling a hexagram formed instantly within Rin's pupils. Mangekyou Sharingan. Since you're so confident in your fists. Rin watched coldly as Akaza rushed to within less than half a meter of him. Then I'll use absolute power to crush your ridiculous pride. Boom! A surge of tangible purple chakra erupted violently from Rin's body without restraint. Cold, violent, and filled with destructive power, it was an energy no one in this world could possibly comprehend. Under the stunned gazes of Tanjiro, Kyojuro Rengoku, and even the charging Akaza, the purple chakra condensed and materialized around Rin. Massive skeletal ribs formed out of thin air, wrapping around him protectively. Susanoo, skeletal form. What is that thing? Akaza's pupils shrank to pinpoints, but the punch he had already thrown with all his strength could no longer be withdrawn. Break for me, Akaza roared madly as his right fist, carrying overwhelming destructive force, slammed into the thick purple skeletal ribs. Clang! A deafening metallic impact rang across the night. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the collision point, instantly blasting away a thick layer of soil within a radius of dozens of meters. However, as the dust rapidly cleared, a horrifying scene emerged. The massive purple skeletal ribs didn't even have a single crack after taking Akaza's strongest strike head-on. Crack. At the same time, the crisp sound of bone shattering echoed through the silent wasteland. It came from Akaza's arm. Under the terrifying recoil, his proud right arm began to shatter from the fist upward. Bone fragments burst through the skin as blood sprayed everywhere, the entire arm collapsing completely. Impossible. Akaza stared blankly at his ruined right arm, then looked at Rin, who stood within the purple ribs without even a wrinkle on his clothes. His martial arts. His ultimate technique. His pride and strength. Before the defense of that purple skeleton, it all seemed utterly laughable. Is that all the strength you have? From within Susanu's protection, Rin looked down at Akaza below him. The purple chakra surrounding Rin suddenly surged violently. Outside the skeletal ribs, a massive arm formed from condensed purple chakra materialized in an instant. You're done hitting. Now it's my turn. Rin casually raised his right hand and brought it down. Boom! The enormous purple skeletal hand descended from above with a terrifying rush of wind and slammed straight into Akaza. Bang! The ground shook violently. A massive crater formed instantly at the point of impact. Pwah! Pinned firmly at the bottom of the crater beneath the heavy purple skeletal hand, Akaza let out a miserable cry. Nearly 70 to 80% of his bones shattered under that single strike. His internal organs were crushed into pulp as blood mixed with fragments of flesh and organs sprayed from his mouth. No matter how powerful his vaunted regeneration was, under this terrifying, absolute pressure, Akaza could barely move a single finger. Pride? Dignity? Before the overwhelming power of Susanu, Akaza's mental defenses were utterly crushed in that moment. Ding! Detected that the host has violently crushed the martial pride of upper rank 3 Akaza with absolute dominance. The original tragedy of the flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, dying from fatal injuries has been forcibly changed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a generous reward of dimension points, 6,000. The pleasant system notification sounded in Rin's mind. Rin dismissed the purple skeleton surrounding him. He stepped to the edge of the crater and looked down at the upper rank demon who had completely lost his will to fight. A cold smile curved on his lips. So, do you still want to turn me into a demon? ______. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 30, False Memories. 1842 words. The night wind sweeping across the wilderness gradually dispersed the dust that filled the sky. With a single thought from Rin, the giant purplish-red skeletal hand that had been mercilessly crushing Akaza at the bottom of the crater dissolved into specks of light and vanished into the air. At the bottom of the deep pit, the condition of upper rank 3 was horrifying to behold. The martial body he had always been so proud of had completely collapsed at the chest. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, and jagged white bone fragments pierced through the tattoo-covered skin of his arms and torso. Even as one of the 12 Kizuki, possessing regenerative abilities far beyond common sense, the recovery of his body had slowed under the absolute pressure of that overwhelming power. Cough, cough. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs continued to spill from Akaza's mouth. His eyes, engraved with the golden characters of upper rank 3, stared fixedly at Rin standing at the edge of the crater. There was no anger left in them. Only the hollow emptiness that followed the complete collapse of his beliefs. What exactly was that layer of purplish-red ribs? How could a human wield such completely unreasonable power? Even his ultimate technique, destructive death, annihilation, had failed to leave so much as a scratch on it. Why are you staring blankly? Your severed hand has already grown back. Rin's voice came from above, completely devoid of emotion. He slowly walked down the slope into the crater, the heels of his black boots making crisp sounds as they stepped across the gravel. Hearing that voice, the flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku, who had been standing dozens of meters away, finally snapped out of his daze. He immediately gripped his Nichiren blade and prepared to rush forward. Rin Dono! Please allow me to assist you. While he cannot move, let us take this upper rank's head in a single strike. Rengoku's voice rang out as loudly as ever, though his tone now carried an added layer of respect, clearly treating Rin as the center of their group. Stay where you are. Rin didn't even turn around. He simply raised his left hand casually and made a stopping gesture. Watch those 3 brats and make sure the civilians from the train don't come any closer. I still have use for this one's life. Kyojuro Rengoku stopped immediately. Although he was filled with questions, he had witnessed Rin's strength and knew this man wasn't the type to let a tiger return to the mountains out of arrogance. Without hesitation, he sheathed his sword and turned to guard Tanjiro and the others behind him. At the bottom of the crater, Rin walked up to Akaza, crouched down, grabbed the demon's short pink hair, and forcibly lifted his pale face. "If you want to kill me, then kill me." Akaza gritted his teeth. His remaining left hand tried to clench into a fist, but it hung limply due to torn muscles. "Kill you? That would be easy enough." Rin let out a cold chuckle, and his dark pupils instantly turned blood red. Three tomo spun rapidly within his eyes before linking together into an eerie, complex hexagram pattern. Mangekyou Sharingan. The moment those eyes met Akaza's, Rin had already calculated the entire larger game ahead. The leader of the 12 Kizuki, Kibutsuji Muzan, who had lived for 1,000 years, was a notoriously cautious coward. Once Muzan learned that a monster had appeared in this world, someone capable of using Susanoo and beating upper rank 3 like a dog without even drawing a Nichiren blade, he would undoubtedly recall all the upper ranks to the Infinity Castle and hide himself away for decades or even a century. If that happened, finding targets to farm dimension points would become exponentially harder. Killing Akaza alone would yield only a few thousand points. But if Akaza could be used as bait to lure out upper rank 1, upper rank 2, and even Muzan himself, the reward would be an incalculable fortune. "So, I'll have to trouble you to act as my messenger," Rin murmured quietly. "Genjutsu, Sharingan." Buzz. Akaza's body suddenly stiffened. The light in his eyes faded instantly, and his golden pupils lost all focus. Under the powerful interference of the Sharingan, Rin's consciousness invaded the deepest layers of Akaza's mind. What he needed to do now was carefully alter Akaza's memories of tonight, like editing scenes in a film. Within the false memories Rin constructed, the entire course of the battle was rewritten. The purple Susanoo was completely erased from the memory. In its place, the flame Hashare, Kyojuro Rengoku, was shown desperately activating his Demon Slayer mark and unleashing the ultimate form of flame breathing beyond his limits. As for Rin himself, he became a mysterious swordsman who had mastered a variant of thunder breathing. In the fabricated memory, Rin wielded a black blade and fought alongside Kyojuro Rengoku on one side, coordinating with Tanjiro's Hinokami Kagura as the three launched a fierce assault against Akaza. Within the illusion, Akaza displayed overwhelming power. His destructive death techniques battered the flame Hashare until he was covered in blood, while Tanjiro was knocked violently to the ground. Although Rin managed to evade using the speed of lightning release techniques, he also suffered internal injuries and could only barely hold on. Just as Akaza was about to crush the meddlesome demon slayers with a final punch, a pale white glow appeared on the eastern horizon. Dawn had arrived. To avoid the deadly sunlight, Akaza, despite holding the absolute advantage, could only roar in frustration, abandon the chance to kill everyone, and retreat into the mountains. Buzz. Perfect. Rin reviewed the flawless recording within his mental space and nodded in satisfaction. As long as Muzan read these memories, he would reach a clear conclusion: the Demon Slayer Corps had indeed gained a troublesome new swordsman, and the Flame Hashare had fought desperately. But even working together, they had only barely managed to withstand the attacks of upper rank 3. Next time, if Muzan sent a higher-ranked upper rank, or 2 upper ranks together, he could easily wipe out these elite demon slayers. As long as Muzan still believed victory was possible, he would keep sending head straight to Rin's doorstep. Back in the real world, Rin released Akaza's hair and slowly stood up. A faint glow of dawn had already begun to appear on the horizon. There were less than 20 minutes left until sunrise. Wake up! Rin snapped his fingers, and the Mangekyou Sharingan faded from his eyes. Akaza, lying at the bottom of the crater, shuddered violently as the focus returned to his golden pupils. He looked around blankly at his torn clothes, his newly regenerated arm, and Rin and Kyojuro Rengoku standing nearby, both seemingly covered in bloodstains. In reality, a visual illusion created by Rin's genjutsu. The altered memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Akaza's expression twisted instantly as he looked up at the brightening eastern sky, feeling the temperature of the air slowly rising. Damn it! Damn the sun! Akaza let out an unwilling roar. Under the influence of the implanted memories, he believed he had already pushed these demon slayers to the brink of death, just one punch away from killing them all, yet dawn had arrived at the worst possible moment. If he didn't flee now, the rising sunlight would burn him to ashes. Don't think you've won. Akaza glared viciously at Rin and Kyojuro Rengoku, gritting his teeth. Kyojuro, and you, the brat who uses lightning. I'll spare your lives for now. The next time we meet, I'll crush you completely with my destructive death. Before his words had even finished echoing, Akaza slammed his foot into the ground, shattering the rock beneath him. Like a fleeing stray dog, he dashed toward the depths of the nearby forest and disappeared after a few rapid leaps. This? Kyojuro Rengoku stood above the crater, completely stunned. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke also stared in wide-eyed disbelief in the direction Akaza had fled. What just happened? Just moments ago, that upper-rank demon had clearly been beaten by Mr. Rin until his bones were shattered, lying helplessly at the bottom of the crater like a dead dog. Mr. Rin only needed to draw that black sword and casually swing it once to take his head. So why had he not acted? Why had he allowed the demon to escape after letting him shout a few threats? And the way that upper rank fled didn't look like someone who had been completely defeated. It looked more like he had been forced to retreat because dawn was approaching. Rin Dono, why? Kyojuro Rengoku walked quickly to the edge of the crater and looked at Rin, who had just leapt out, confusion written across his face. Although you may have your reasons, that was upper rank 3. If he escapes, more innocent people will surely lose their lives in the future. Don't worry. He won't live for long. Rin casually brushed the dust off his black hari, his tone relaxed. Looking at the puzzled group, Rin continued. The Demon Slayer Corps and the 12 Kizuki have been locked in conflict for over 1,000 years. Have you ever wondered why Kibutsuji Musen always hides in the shadows and never shows himself? Tanjiro paused for a moment before answering carefully. Because he's afraid of sunlight. Not just sunlight. It's also because he's a complete coward. Rin let out a cold laugh. Musen can read the memories of his subordinates through their blood. If I had cut off upper rank 3's head with a single strike just now, Musen would immediately learn that the Demon Slayer Corps has gained a fighter capable of crushing an upper rank alone. What do you think he would do then? Kyojuro Rengoku thought for a moment, and his expression suddenly grew serious. He would retreat into hiding, never allow upper ranks to act alone again, and conceal his whereabouts so thoroughly that we would never be able to find him for decades, then we'll become old and would easily be crushed when he reappears. Exactly. Rin snapped his fingers. So I used a small trick to alter his memories of tonight. Alter his memories. Everyone gasped. Such an ability sounded completely unbelievable. In his mind, tonight's battle was one where all of us fought with everything we had, used up all our trump cards, and only barely survived because the sun rose. His escape just now was also because he believed he held the advantage and had only retreated due to the approaching sunlight. Rin looked toward the distant forest, his gaze deep. Once he brings those memories back to the Infinity Castle, Musen will believe that although we have some strength, we're still insects that can be crushed at any time. Before long, he'll send an even stronger lineup, perhaps even the top 2 upper ranks, to deal with us. Making me harvest more points and become more stronger in the process. _______. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 31, Kibutsuji Musen. 1,278 words. Using a heavily wounded upper rank 3 as bait to lure out the core combat power of the 12 Kizuki and wipe them out in one strike, that's my plan. After hearing these words, the scene fell into complete silence. Kyojuro Rengoku's eyes widened, his chest rising and falling heavily. He looked at the young man before him, the awe in his heart reaching its peak. Such far-reaching strategy. Such confidence in manipulating an upper rank demon as if it were nothing. Compared to this, the Demon Slayer Corps past tactics, simply charging in and fighting demons to the death whenever they encountered one, suddenly seemed painfully naive. I understand. Kyojuro Rengoku suddenly straightened his back and gave Rin a deep bow. Kyojuro Rengoku is in awe of Rindono's wisdom and courage. You are absolutely right. If we wish to end this 1,000-year tragedy once and for all, this risk is entirely worth taking. From this moment on, if you ever require support, the Flame Hashare will willingly follow your command. Tanjiro also looked at Rin with open admiration. Not only was his strength overwhelmingly powerful, but his mind was equally brilliant. To deceive that cold-blooded upper-rank demon so completely, something like that could probably only be done by Mr. Rin. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully used genjutsu to alter an upper rank's memories, establishing a long-term hunting strategy. Flame Hashare Kyojuro Rengoku has been fully won over, increasing the cohesion of the protagonist's group. Congratulations to the host for obtaining dimension points, 3,000. A clear notification sounded in Rin's mind. Including the rewards from crushing Akaza's pride earlier, the total gains from tonight's Mugen Train incident had already surpassed 10,000 points. On the horizon, the first rays of sunlight finally pierced through the clouds and spread across the wilderness. Rin stretched lazily beneath the morning light. All right, let's wrap things up. Time to head back to the Butterfly Mansion for breakfast. Dimensional template system. Host, Rin. Current template, Ucha Sasuke, Mangekyou Sharingan period. Dimension points, 51,990, original accumulation, 48,990 plus memory tampering and winning over the flame #A, 3,000. Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo. As the absolute center of politics and power in Japan, the streets here remained spotless even in the middle of the night. Western-style buildings stood beside high-end traditional Japanese estates. The people living here were, without exception, members of the wealthy and noble upper class. Inside a 3-story luxury Western villa, the mahogany study on the second floor was illuminated by the warm yellow glow of a gas lamp. A gentle cello piece played softly from the gramophone. At the center of the room, over expensive Persian rugs, a boy around 10 years old sat quietly in a high-backed leather chair. His handsome face carried a faint, sickly pallor as he slowly flipped through a thick German medical textbook. "Young Master Toshikuni, it is time for your medicine." A servant in a maid's uniform stepped inside cautiously, carrying a silver tray. On the tray were several Western pills and a glass of warm water. "Leave it on the table and go. Do not let anyone disturb my reading." The boy did not even look up. His voice was youthful, yet it carried an unmistakable chill. "Yes, young master." The maid did not dare say anything more. She set the tray on the table, bowed respectfully, and quietly withdrew, gently closing the door behind her. As the door shut, only the music from the gramophone remained in the study. The boy slowly closed the book in his hands. Under the lamplight, his originally black eyes quietly changed, turning into plum-red vertical pupils. Kibutsuji Musen. In his search for the blue spider lily, the flower said to grant immunity to sunlight, he continuously changed identities, hiding himself among different layers of human society. Currently, he was living as the frail, sickly adopted son of this wealthy merchant family in Chiyoda Ward. Suddenly, the temperature inside the study dropped without warning, and even the flame of the gas lamp began to flicker violently. In the shadows before the window, a figure kneeling on one knee slowly appeared. Short pink hair, a body covered in deep blue tattoos, and clothes torn to tatters. The muscles in his right arm twitched slightly, as if they had just undergone some intense reconstruction. It was Akaza, upper rank 3, who had rushed back from the site of the Mugen train. "Lord Musen." Akaza bowed his head deeply, his voice carrying an irrepressible sense of shame and humiliation. Musen slowly turned the high-backed chair and looked coldly at the subordinate he had always valued highly. In his memory, Akaza was a pure martial arts fanatic who could easily slaughter a #A upon encountering one. It was rare for him to appear in such a miserable state. "I sent you to search for the blue spider lily and deal with those meddlesome demon slayers along the way. Is this pathetic appearance of yours meant to tell me that you failed?" Musen's voice was not loud, but every word carried an invisible, crushing pressure. "This subordinate is incompetent." Akaza clenched his teeth as the images of that fierce battle from a few hours earlier surfaced in his mind. His fists tightened. "I encountered the flame #A, a boy wearing Hanafuda earrings, and a bizarre swordsman who used lightning techniques. They joined forces to stall me until sunrise. In order to preserve my life, I had no choice but to retreat. Stalled until dawn by 3 swordsmen." A flash of cold violence passed through Musen's eyes. He did not care about the process, only the result. For an upper-rank demon to fail to kill a few demon slayers was, in his view, an unforgivable dereliction of duty. However, suspicious by nature, his gaze swept over Akaza and quickly noticed the disturbance in his aura. Without saying anything further, Musen raised his right hand and lightly pointed his index finger toward Akaza's forehead from across the room. The suppression of their blood connection activated instantly. As the progenitor of all demons, Musen could easily read the memories and experiences of any demon. A bridge of consciousness was immediately established, and the battle record of Akaza's experience near the Mugen train began to replay rapidly in Musen's mind like a slideshow. In the images, on the wilderness where the train had derailed, the flame #A, Rengoku Kyojuro, suddenly manifested flame-like demon slayer marks on his forehead and cheeks while facing Akaza's killing blows. With the appearance of the marks, the flame #A's speed and strength increased dramatically. Wreathed in blazing flames, he clashed head-on with Akaza. On the flank, the boy wearing Hanafuda earrings grit his teeth, using sword techniques burning as fiercely as the sun to interfere. Finally, there was a black-haired young man wearing a black hari and wielding a black Nichiren blade. He did not use a traditional breathing style. Instead, he coated both his blade and his body in lightning. His speed was terrifying, moving along the edges of the battlefield like an elusive shadow, striking with various tricky lightning thrusts that constantly disrupted Akaza's rhythm. The battle within the memories was extremely brutal. The flame Hashare was coughing up blood, his body covered in wounds. The boy with the Hanafuda earrings had collapsed from exhaustion. The black-haired swordsman using lightning was also panting heavily, his left arm hanging limp, clearly badly injured. Just as it seemed Akaza was about to unleash his final destructive death technique and crush them all. On the distant horizon, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness. ______. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 32, The Demon King Takes the Bait. 1192 words. VIP shoutout, massive thanks to Anonymous Moose for joining the P tier. Blackheart. _____. The memories ended abruptly. Musen cut off the memory reading and withdrew his finger. Leaning back in the leather chair, his plum-red eyes flickered with an uncertain light. Demon Slayer marks. For a brief moment, Musen's heart trembled uncontrollably. Hundreds of years ago, the man who had driven him into a corner and cut him into over 1,800 pieces, Tsugikuni Yorichi, had borne similar marks on his face. Those were cursed marks obtained by pushing breathing styles to their absolute limit, burning away one's lifespan in exchange for power. The moment Musen saw the flame Hashare activate the mark, a trace of instinctive fear did arise within him. But the next moment, that fear turned into a cold sneer. I see. Even after activating the mark, he could only barely withstand Akaza's attacks and was still beaten to the brink of death. Musen evaluated the scene coldly in his mind. The memories were very clear. Those three humans had exhausted every trump card they had just to barely stall for time. If sunrise had not arrived, Akaza would have crushed them into pulp without a doubt. This proved that although the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps had improved, it had only improved to this extent. No monster like Tsugikuni Yorichi, someone capable of overwhelmingly crushing an upper-rank demon alone, had appeared among them. As for the black-haired young man who used lightning, in Musen's eyes he was nothing more than a nimble clown. Although he had killed Rui at Mount Natagumo, his true strength could not even break through Akaza's defenses head-on. He could only rely on harassment tactics to stay alive. From this perspective, he was not worth worrying about at all. Musen's suspicions were perfectly calmed by the false memories Rin had carefully woven. He did not sense anything unusual because the memory was far too logical. Humans unleashing hidden potential in a desperate situation and narrowly surviving under the protection of the sun was the most common pattern demon slayers had displayed over the past several hundred years. Useless trash. Musen looked down at Akaza kneeling on the floor, his gaze icy. With a single thought, the Musen blood within Akaza's body instantly went berserk. Gah! Akaza suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood vessels across his entire body felt as though they were about to burst. The overwhelming pain made him curl up on the floor, cold sweat soaking his clothes, yet he did not even dare to let out a scream. Unable to even finish off a few dying humans. You've completely tarnished the reputation of the upper ranks. Akaza, you have disappointed me greatly. Musen rose from his chair, walked over to Akaza, and looked down at him coldly. Get out. Continue the mission to find the blue spider lily. As for those demon slayers, since the Demon Slayer Corps liked to gather together, and even swordsmen with Demon Slayer marks had begun to appear, they could not be allowed to continue developing. Inform the other upper ranks to pay close attention to the movements of the Demon Slayer Corps bases. Since the Demon Slayers are beginning to gather, we will use even greater force to uproot them completely. Begone. Yes. I obey your will. Enduring the agonizing pain of his cells being torn apart, Akaza forced himself to bow deeply. Then his body sank into the shadows on the floor and vanished. Silence returned to the study. The young boy walked to the window, pulled aside the heavy velvet curtains, and looked out at the prosperous nightscape of Chiyoda Ward. As long as I find the blue spider lily, this world beneath the sun will belong entirely to me. The next morning. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the Butterfly Mansion, hundreds of kilometers away from Tokyo. When Rin entered through the gate with Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, the sun had just risen. Rengoku Kyojuro had parted ways with them earlier, as he needed to personally report the situation of the Mugen train to the master. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, they saw Shinobu Kocho standing on the veranda. In her hands was a small tray holding several cups of freshly brewed tea. The moment she saw Rin walk in safe and sound, without even a tear in his clothes, Shinobu Kocho visibly let out a sigh of relief. Her tense shoulders relaxed, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a faint smile. "Didn't sleep all night?" Rin walked to the edge of the veranda and asked, noticing the faint dark circles beneath her eyes. "Don't flatter yourself. I was just researching a new pharmacological formula," Shinobu Kocho said, smoothly averting her gaze as she handed him a cup of tea. "How was it? You didn't run into any troublesome problems, did you?" Rin accepted the teacup and took out the parcel from his robe. "Here, your rice balls. I was too busy beating people up last night and forgot to eat them." Shinobu Kocho looked at the untouched parcel, her brows knitting slightly. "They're stone cold. I'll have Aoi throw them away or feed them to the dogs in the backyard." As she spoke, she reached out to take them, but Rin avoided her hand. "Who says cold ones can't be eaten?" Rin opened the parcel and picked up one of the ice-cold rice balls. A faint spark of reddish chakra flickered at his fingertips. The high temperature of fire release was controlled with precision so the food wouldn't burn. Within seconds, steam began to rise from the rice ball. He took a large bite, chewed twice, and commented, "A little too salty, but the plum flavor is pretty strong." Watching Rin finish the remaining rice balls in just a few bites right in front of her, Shinobu Kocho's cheeks gradually flushed a faint red. You really are quite crude," she muttered softly, though the smile in her eyes could not be hidden. "Fishing is physical labor. Of course I need to replenish some energy." Rin brushed the rice crumbs from his hands, savoring the lingering taste. "Fishing?" Shinobu Kocho looked at him with mild confusion. "Yeah. I cast a very, very long line." Rin looked up at the azure sky as the memory he had forcibly implanted into Akaza surfaced in his mind. If nothing unexpected happened, that cowardly piece of trash boss hiding in the shadows should have already taken the bait. Not killing up a rank 3 on the spot did mean missing out on a few thousand points. But in exchange, it meant a VIP home delivery of the entire 12 Kizuki, arriving one by one to deliver their own heads. Next, we just wait for the prey to come knocking on the door. Rin turned his head and looked at Tanjiro and the other two still fooling around in the courtyard. He spoke casually. "Let these 3 boys rest for a day. Starting tomorrow, double their training volume. The real trouble will arrive soon. ______. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 33, Purchasing Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. 2022 words. In the early morning, dust rose across the training grounds behind the Butterfly Mansion. Thud! A heavy impact shattered the quiet of the morning. Inosuke Hashibira, still wearing his wild boar mask, was sent flying like a ragged sack. His body traced a perfect arc through the air before crashing hard into the sand near the fence, kicking up a cloud of dust. That's the 15th time. Rin stood at the center of the field, holding a dry branch he had casually snapped from a tree. His gaze swept over the other 2 boys standing opposite him, both gasping for breath. Kamado Tanjiro gripped his wooden sword with both hands. Sweat streamed from his forehead down his cheeks, evaporating almost instantly when it touched the dry soil. Beside him, Zenitsu Agatsuma's legs trembled even more violently. Even the way he held his sword had become crooked, and he looked as though he might burst into tears at any moment. "Too slow. Too stiff," Rin said, pointing out their flaws without mercy. "Tanjiro, your Hinokami Kagura is indeed extremely powerful, but before every strike, your shoulder muscles tense up half a second too early. To a true master, that kind of wind-up is basically announcing exactly where you're going to attack. And you, Blondie. Thunder breathing is all about the explosive power of a single decisive strike. Yet you keep charging up and striking poses in place. If you faced a demon with a long-range blood demon art, you would have been turned into a pincushion long ago. Blend the explosive force of thunder into your natural movement. Don't just stand there like a wooden post." The 2 who had been called out looked miserable, yet neither of them even had the strength to argue. 3 days had already passed since the Mugen train incident. During these 3 days, Rin had officially taken over the combat training of the main trio. Again. Inosuke, who had been lying in the sand, flipped over and scrambled to his feet, 2 trails of white steam snorting from his nostrils. Although he had been thrown around until he was dizzy, his naturally combative nature had been completely stirred up. He crouched low, crossing his dual blades in front of him, then charged forward like a frenzied wild boar. Beast breathing, boar rush. Tanjiro also took a deep breath, forcing his aching lungs to push total concentration, constant to its limit as he flanked from the side. Although Zenitsu resisted with all his heart, he could only grit his teeth and turn into a yellow flash of lightning, attempting a surprise attack from Rin's blind spot. Facing the three-pronged assault, Rin's eyes remained calm. Relying purely on combat instinct, at the moment the three attacks were about to connect, his body tilted slightly at an angle that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Inosuke's charge brushed past the edge of his clothes. Rin used the withered branch to lightly tap the back of Inosuke's knee. Inosuke instantly lost his balance and plunged headfirst into the dirt. At the same time, Rin flicked his hand backward, catching the withered branch against the guard of Tanjiro's wooden sword. With a twist of his wrist, a precise surge of force numbed Tanjiro's hand and sent the wooden sword flying out of his grasp. Finally, Rin glanced sideways at Zenitsu, who was rushing toward him like a bolt of lightning. He raised his left leg, stopping it less than a centimeter from Zenitsu's face. The sharp wind from the kick stung Zenitsu's cheek, frightening him so badly that he collapsed onto his backside and let out a miserable scream. Combat over. Total wipeout. Rin casually tossed the withered branch aside and turned toward the corridor. Your foundations are still too weak. That's it for this morning's sparring. Go run 100 laps around the butterfly mansion. If you don't finish, no lunch. Watching the three teenagers grumble while obediently getting up to run, Shinobu Kocho, who had been observing from the corridor, handed over a clean towel. Rin Santilda, aren't you being a little too harsh on them? Shinobu watched Rin wipe the sweat from his face, her tone teasing. It's only been 3 days, and they already have so many bruises that even the Butterfly Mansion's special ointment can barely keep up. This doesn't really seem like your usual too much trouble style. Glass must be forged in the fire before it can be polished into a gem. Rin draped the towel around his neck and casually picked up a cup of cold tea from the table, draining it in one gulp. I don't know when the bait I cast will attract a big fish. Although that coward Musen was fooled by me, the next ones he sends will definitely be the core fighters among the 12 Kizuki. If these 3 kids can't even last 3 minutes against me, they won't even have the chance to draw their swords when they face a real upper rank. At the mention of upper rank, Shinobu's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew Rin was telling the truth. The Demon Slayer core current peace was only temporary. The calm before the storm often meant an even more brutal slaughter was coming. Don't worry. Noticing the concern in her eyes, Rin reached out and lightly pinched her fair cheek. It felt soft and warm. Before Shinobu could get angry and swat his hand away, he had already withdrawn it as if nothing had happened. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. You just focus on making your medicine. After saying that, Rin waved his hand and walked back toward his guest room. Shinobu stood there, watching his tall, straight back as he walked away. The scolding she had prepared got stuck in her throat. She bit her lower lip, her cheek slightly flushed, and murmured to herself, that guy, always so self-centered. Night fell. Inside his room at the Butterfly Mansion, Rin sat cross-legged on the tatami with his eyes tightly shut. The doors and windows were locked. No one was around to disturb him. System, open the panel, he thought silently. A deep blue virtual screen instantly appeared before him. The bottom row clearly displayed his current assets. Dimension points, 51,990. Since transmigrating into this world, by altering the hand demon incident, saving the main group, clearing Mount Natagumo, gaining the trust of the Hashira, and orchestrating the series of events that included letting Akaza escape at the Mugen train with false memories a few days earlier, he had finally accumulated a considerable number of points. 50,000 points. This was the hard threshold required to upgrade the Sasuke template from the Mangekyou Sharingan stage to the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan stage. The Mangekyou Sharingan was undoubtedly powerful. Whether it was the black flames of Amaterasu, the shape manipulation of Kagutsuchi, or the absolute defense of Susanoo, each of them could easily overwhelm opponents in this world. However, it had one fatal flaw: loss of vision. Every use of Mangekyou ocular techniques caused irreversible damage to the optic nerves, accompanied by a piercing pain that seemed to reach the very marrow. Frequent use of Susanoo placed an even heavier burden on the body, eventually leading to blindness. In this world filled with unknown dangers, where he might even have to cross into other dimensions in the future, eyes that could go blind at any moment were clearly a massive time bomb. But Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan was the key to completely breaking those shackles. System, consume 50,000 dimension points to upgrade the current template to the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan stage, Rin ordered without the slightest hesitation. Ding! Command confirmed. Deducting dimension points, 50,000. Template upgrade initiated, target, Ucha Sasuke, Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan stage, dot. As the cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, an unprecedented surge of energy descended from the void and poured directly into Rin's body. Ooh! Rin let out a low groan, his hand suddenly clutching the tatami mat beneath him. This power was different from any previous enhancement. It did not affect his muscles or bones. Instead, it went straight to his brain and eyes. A cold, vast surge of dark release chakra, as deep as an abyss, erupted within his optic nerves. Pain. An indescribable agony instantly flooded his eyes, as if thousands of red-hot needles were piercing and reconstructing the inside of his eyeballs. This was the inevitable transformation that occurred when ocular power broke through its genetic limits and underwent a qualitative evolution. In the original Naruto world, this transformation required transplanting the eyes of a sibling. Here, however, the system used pure high-level energy to forcibly bypass that step entirely. Sweat instantly soaked Rin's back. He clenched his teeth tightly, not letting out a single sound. The pain lasted for a full 5 minutes before slowly receding like the ebbing tide. In its place came a stream of energy as cool and soothing as a clear spring, forming a perfect cycle between his eyes and brain. The faint fatigue and stinging pain that had lingered deep within his head after activating Susanoo earlier were completely swept away at this moment. Phew tilde tilde. Rin exhaled a long breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. In the dark room, 2 crimson glows suddenly lit up, like a demon lurking in the night. The pattern of his eyes had undergone a drastic transformation. At the center of the pupil, the 3 sharp angles of a hexagram extended outward into razor-straight lines, while 3 interconnected tomo patterns were perfectly embedded within the hexagram. The perfect fusion of the straight tomo Sharingan and the hexagram. The Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Rin raised his hand and quietly gazed at his palm. His vision was clearer than ever before. Even the tiny dust motes floating in the air and the faint airflow moving through the corridor outside the door appeared perfectly clear under the gaze of these eyes. What shocked him even more was the chakra surging within his body. The qualitative evolution of his ocular power had directly caused the chakra within him to expand exponentially. If his chakra had previously been like a rushing river, then now his inner world had transformed into a vast ocean. So this is what the eternal eyes feel like. Rin focused his mind for a moment. Buzz! A cluster of pitch-black flames instantly ignited at his fingertips. The black flames of Amaterasu radiated a terrifying heat, yet Rin did not feel even the slightest soreness or pain in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the black flames twisted as if alive, changing shape freely at his command. One moment they formed a sharp blade, the next a long whip, blaze release, Kagutsuchi. It moved like an extension of his own arm, without the slightest resistance, and more importantly, without any backlash. Not only that, Rin could clearly feel that the power hidden deep within his pupils had been completely freed from its former restraints. As long as he wished, he could summon at any moment that winged, dual-sword-wielding, godlike perfect Susanoo capable of blotting out the sky. In a world where the highest level of combat power was merely Kibutsuji Musen, Rin, now possessing perfect Susanoo, had truly reached a physical peak that could hardly be surpassed. 50,000 points, well spent. Rin closed his fingers, and the black flames at his fingertips instantly vanished. The complex patterns in his eyes slowly faded, returning to deep black pupils. He pushed open the window, and the night breeze drifted in, carrying the faint fragrance of wisteria flowers. Now that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap, whether Musen sent an upper rank to test him or personally appeared, Rin had absolute confidence he could devour his opponent completely. The quiet days are about to end. Rin looked at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky, a sharp smile curving at the corner of his lips. At this moment, deep within the Infinity Castle, undercurrents must already be stirring. Let the storm come even fiercer. ______. 12 advanced chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 34, 3 trainees and 1 tyrant teacher. 1226 words. Dimensional template system. Host, Rin. Current template, Ucha Sasuke, Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan stage. Innate skills? Ninjutsu, lightning release, fire release, basic 3 techniques, yin release chakra. Ocular techniques, Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, no side effects. Include supreme insight, genjutsu control, Amaterasu, blaze release, Kagutsuchi, perfect Susanoo. Taijutsu, Ucha-style Kenjutsu, Sharingan Taijutsu. Items held, modified Kusanagi sword, Wisteria sachet. Dimension points, 1,990, original total, 51,990 to 50,000 spent on template upgrade. The early morning sunlight had just begun to spill over the walls of the butterfly mansion, yet the training ground behind it was already filled with heart-wrenching screams. Huff huff huff. I can't do it. I'm really going to die. I'm going to die. Zenitsu Agatsuma lay sprawled in the mud without a shred of dignity, clutching a wooden post with both hands, his face covered in tears and snot. His training uniform was already soaked through with sweat, and his legs trembled like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. That guy isn't human at all. He's a demon wearing human skin. Who makes someone hold a horse stance while balancing a giant vat full of water on their head? And if even one drop spills, you have to run 20 laps around the yard. That's basically murder. Zenitsu wailed at Tanjiro, who stood not far away. Tanjiro currently had a large porcelain vat filled with water balanced on his head while maintaining a perfectly steady horse stance. His face was flushed bright red, and even the scar on his forehead looked ready to split open again, yet he still gritted his teeth and endured. Zenitsu, don't talk. If you talk, your breathing will break. Rin-san said this is the best way to train core strength and total concentration, constant. Bull rush. This great me doesn't need this kind of weak training. Off to the side, Inosuke Hashibira had no faith in such methods. He yanked the water vat off his head and, gripping his two serrated Nichirin blades, charged toward the corridor like a crazed wild boar. Take this, beast breathing. On the corridor. Rin leaned lazily against a wooden pillar, sitting on the floor with a steaming bowl of miso soup in one hand and a piece of tamagoyaki held between his chopsticks. Facing the wildly charging Inosuke, he didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Half a second before Inosuke's blade could reach him, Rin kept the soup bowl perfectly steady in his left hand while casually flicking his chopsticks forward with his right. Clack! The two ordinary bamboo chopsticks struck the flat of Inosuke's blade at the precise point of leverage. A precise force traveled along the blade. Inosuke's hands went numb instantly, and he lost his balance. Tripping over his own feet, he tumbled across the wooden corridor floor with a thud before finally crashing into the large tree in the yard. Eighth time. Rin slowly placed the tamagoyaki into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed before glancing at Inosuke, who was now hanging awkwardly from the tree. You can't even touch the hand I use to hold chopsticks. You so-called Lord of the Mountains, you'd better go back to the mountains and spend a few more years eating acorns. Damn it! This great me will try again. Inosuke roared unwillingly. All right, stop shouting. A crisp, capable female voice came from the moon gate leading to the inner courtyard. Shinobu Kocha walked over carrying a black lacquered tray. Today she wasn't wearing her uniform. Instead, she had changed into a simple yet elegant light purple home kimono. Her black hair was pinned up with a plain wooden hairpin, with a few loose strands falling beside her fair, slender neck, giving her a gentle, domestic charm. The moment Zenitsu saw Miss Shinobu appear, it was as if he had spotted his savior. He immediately prepared to rush over and cling to her legs while complaining about Rin's cruel tyranny. However, just as he straightened up, he felt a gaze from the corridor that seemed capable of freezing someone into ice. Zenitsu turned his head stiffly and met Rin's deep, dark eyes. Although Rin said nothing, Zenitsu's radar-like instincts blared a warning in his mind: if you go over there, you'll die. You definitely get chopped into pieces. Tanjiro. I think we haven't finished today's running quota yet. Let's go. Zenitsu's survival instincts instantly kicked in. He grabbed Tanjiro by the collar, yanked the still struggling Inosuke down from the tree, and fled the backyard like a whirlwind. Those three run faster than rabbits. Shinobu Kocho shook her head helplessly as she watched them escape in panic. She walked to the edge of the corridor and set the tray in her hands down. On the tray sat a bowl of medicinal soup with a bizarre pitch-black color, emitting a strong, bitter scent. Drink this. Shinobu Kocho crossed her arms and looked down at Rin. Rin glanced at the bowl of black liquid that looked suspiciously like poison and raised an eyebrow. What's this? Have you finally decided to murder your husband? Bah. Nothing good ever comes out of your mouth. Shinobu Kocho shot him a sharp glare, though a faint blush crept across her fair cheeks. This is a tonic I brewed using coptis, snake gall, and several strengthening herbs that only grow deep in the mountains. You caused such a huge disturbance in your room last night that the entire butterfly mansion could feel a strange energy fluctuation. This morning your face looked paler than usual. Aoi insisted you must be weakened and told me to brew some tonic for you. Hearing that, Rin nearly choked on his own saliva. Last night he had spent 50,000 points to upgrade to the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. The massive surge of yin-release chakra washing through his body had indeed caused quite a commotion. After the cleansing of his marrow and chakra pathways, his skin had become noticeably clearer and paler than before. But in the eyes of these girls, that somehow translated into him being weakened? Whether I'm weakened or not, shouldn't you know better than anyone? Rin set down his miso soup and looked at Shinobu Kocho with a half smile. Stop being shameless with me. If someone heard, they'll think we have. We have. Shinobu Kocho's beautiful purple eyes widened like an irritated kitten. Hurry up and drink it. That medicine took 3 hours to brew. If you dare pour it out, I'll put croton seeds in your dinner tonight. Rin sighed. He knew this Thunder Butterfly was worried about him, even if her way of expressing it was rather unusual. He picked up the bowl of pitch-black medicinal soup, tilted his head back, and without even frowning, drank it down in a few gulps. It tastes terrible. Rin placed the empty bowl back onto the tray and curled his lip. Seeing him drink the medicine she had brewed without hesitation, a trace of joy and sweetness flickered in Shinobu Kocho's eyes, though she didn't notice it herself. She naturally took out a handkerchief, intending to hand it to Rin so he could wipe the corners of his mouth. But the moment she leaned closer, her movement suddenly froze. Wait! Shinobu Kocho's eyes, which had just been filled with embarrassment and annoyance, suddenly focused intently on Rin's face. ______. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 35, Bitterness and a Sweet Kiss. 1,239 words. VIP shout-out, massive thanks to João Miguel de Lima and Justin Avalos for joining the P-tier. Blackheart. ______. As the medical head of the Butterfly Mansion, she was extremely sensitive to even the smallest changes in the human body. At such a close distance, she clearly sensed that Rin's eyes had undergone some kind of indescribable transformation. Before, those black pupils had been deep, occasionally revealing a sharp and intimidating pressure. Now, his eyes were as calm and clear as a bottomless pool. Not only that, but the aura around him, which had once felt like a blade drawn from its sheath, had completely withdrawn. Instead, he carried a quiet sense of restraint and depth, a presence that made people feel unconsciously drawn closer. Your eyes? Shinobu Kocho subconsciously raised a slender finger and lightly touched the corner of Rin's eye. They feel different from yesterday. Are you feeling unwell? The cool touch of her fingertip, carrying a faint scent of wisteria, brushed across Rin's cheek like a feather. Looking at the delicate face so close to his and those eyes filled with concern, a mischievous smile appeared on Rin's lips. He suddenly raised his hand, grasped Shinobu Kocho's small hand resting against his cheek, and gave it a gentle tug. Ah! Shinobu Kocho let out a soft cry as she lost her balance and fell straight into a broad, steady embrace. Rin adjusted his posture with ease, letting her sit across his lap. One hand settled firmly around her slender waist, while the other casually played with a strand of black hair that had fallen over her chest. What are you doing? It's broad daylight, let go of me. Shinobu instantly turned red, her blush spreading from her neck all the way to her ears. She pressed her hands against Rin's chest in a token attempt to push him away, but that small amount of strength felt more like playful resistance than a real struggle. You threw yourself into my arms. How can you blame me for that? Rin replied shamelessly, sounding completely justified. Nonsense. I was just looking at your eyes. Shinobu retorted, flustered, trying to change the subject to hide her racing heart. Be honest. What did you do last night? Why does it feel like your aura has completely changed? It's nothing much. I just broke through a bottleneck. Rin gently rested his chin on her shoulder and took a slow breath of her faint, pleasant scent. My vision improved. I can see you more clearly now. I can even count how often your eyelashes flutter. This flirtatious remark, delivered in a lazy, magnetic tone, pierced straight through the insect Hashira's composure. Shinobu Kocho bit her rosy lips, realizing she couldn't win a verbal exchange with this shameless man. Her eyes darted about before she suddenly slipped a hand into her sleeve and pulled out a dark brown pill. Taking advantage of the moment Rin was speaking, she quickly popped it into his mouth. MMPH. Rin instinctively held the pill in place. The next instant, an explosive bitterness, 10 times worse than the tonic from earlier, spread across his tongue. Ha ha! Serves you right. Seeing Rin's expression stiffen slightly, Shinobu Kocho finally felt like she had won a round and laughed proudly. This is my special concentrated Coptis Sephora pill. I usually use it to punish patients who refuse to take their medicine properly. Who told you to bully me so early in the morning? Her eyes curved into crescents as she laughed. Without her usual composure, this lively, mischievous side of her made Rin's heart skip slightly. It's bitter, isn't it? Let me go quickly so you can drink some water, MMPH. Before Shinobu Kocho could finish speaking, her words were suddenly cut off. Rin didn't reach for water. Instead, one hand cradled the back of her head while the other tightened around her waist as he leaned forward and firmly kissed her. Their lips met. The extremely bitter Coptis Sephora pill was deftly pushed by Rin's tongue between their lips. The bitterness instantly spread through both of their mouths. Shinobu Kocho's eyes widened. Her hands gripped the front of Rin's clothes tightly as her mind went completely blank. She wanted to push him away, but her body seemed to melt under the invasive yet unexpectedly gentle kiss. The medicinal taste that had been unbearably bitter moments ago seemed to ferment into a faint sweetness within the heart-racing closeness. A light breeze passed through the backyard, scattering a few wisteria petals that drifted softly onto the shoulders of the pair locked in their embrace. After a long moment, Rin finally released her. Looking at Shinobu Kocho in his arms, breathing unevenly, her eyes misty and unable to meet his gaze, Rin licked his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness mixed with the medicinal flavor. It really is quite bitter. Rin leaned close to her ear, his voice low and husky, filled with amusement. But eaten this way, the taste is just right. You unreasonable bastard. Shinobu Kocho shoved Rin away in utter embarrassment and hurriedly straightened the slightly disheveled hem of her kimono. She didn't even bother picking up the tray that had fallen to the ground. Covering her burning cheeks, she turned and ran toward the laboratory. I'm going to prepare medicine. Go eat at the dining hall yourself at noon. Don't come looking for me. With her flustered and indignant shout echoing behind her, the purple-clad figure quickly disappeared at the end of the long corridor. Hetilda so cute. Watching her flee in panic, Rin leaned against the wooden pillar and couldn't help but chuckle. In this dangerous world filled with demons and death, having a fiancé who could be teased at any moment, someone both slender and fiercely protective, was truly something that could bring happiness. Boss! A yellow head suddenly peeked cautiously over the courtyard wall. Zenitsu looked around cautiously. After confirming that Miss Shinobu had already left, he flipped over the wall and jumped into the courtyard. Lady Shinobu is gone, right? Zenitsu looked at Rin with a face full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Ah. Boss, teach me. How do you make such a beautiful girl so devoted to you? I want to experience sweet love like that too. I don't want to spend every day stuck with that pighead and that blockhead Tanjiro. Rin's smile faded, and he returned to his usual lazy, indifferent expression. He stood up and brushed the dust from his clothes. You want to learn, who? Zenitsu nodded frantically, his eyes sparkling with desperate eagerness. Sure. Rin pointed toward the largest stone weight in the center of the yard. Go lift that and run 50 laps around the courtyard. Once your strength is enough to one-shot an upper-ranked demon, girls will naturally flock to you. The smile on Zenitsu's face froze instantly, and he let out a howl of despair. Bootilda, you're lying, right? That stone weight is 300 pounds. Boss, you're clearly abusing your authority to settle a personal grudge. 60 laps. I'll run right now. Watching Zenitsu return to the hellish training, Rin nodded in satisfaction. Peaceful daily life was always short-lived. Next, he should consider which big fish that old schemer Musen would send to his chopping block. Shinobu definitely didn't run away because she got flustered. She simply had urgent medical research to conduct. 12 advanced chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 36, A Mission to the Red. 1,631 words. VIP shoutout, massive thanks to Parang Sherpa, Victor Gonzalez, and Cujo for joining the P tier. Blackheart. Omega. ______. The afternoon sun shone warmly over the butterfly mansion. Rin sat cross-legged on the roof tiles, his eyes closed as he quietly rested his mind. After fusing with the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, the yin-release chakra within his body circulated naturally through his chakra pathways, constantly refining his senses. Even without opening his eyes, every movement within several hundred meters, including the path of a drifting leaf, appeared clearly in his awareness. Suddenly, a chaotic mix of shouts and cries shattered the calm of the backyard. Let me go. You bandit. Hentai. Hentai. Help. Someone save us. Rin slowly opened his eyes, one eyebrow lifting slightly. Looking down, he saw a tall man standing in the courtyard of the butterfly mansion. He wore a headband studded with gems, with bold red markings painted around his eyes. He swaggered forward, carrying Kanzaki Aoi under one arm and the young nurse Noho Tokoda under the other. The sound Hashira, Tengen Yuzui. Stop! Let Aoi and the others go. Kamado Tanjiro, who had just finished running his laps, saw the scene and his eyes immediately turned red with anger. Without hesitation, he drew his wooden sword and charged straight at Tengen Yuzui. Zenitsu and Inosuke followed close behind, the three of them forming a triangular assault. A bunch of unruly brats think they can stand in my way. Tengen Yuzui stopped, a wild grin spreading across his face. Facing the three-pronged attack, he didn't even bother drawing the twin blade strapped to his back. With a slight shift of his body, he effortlessly dodged Tanjiro's downward strike. In the next moment, he raised his long right leg and delivered a clean roundhouse kick, sending the charging Zenitsu and Inosuke flying straight into the nearby bushes. Listen up! I am the god of festivals, the ruler of flamboyance. I urgently need female members for an infiltration mission. Being chosen by this god is their honor. Tengen Yuzui proclaimed with complete confidence, as if his bandit-like logic were perfectly reasonable. I don't care what kind of god you are, let the girls go. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, ignoring the soreness in his arms as he raised his sword again. How annoying, Tengen Yuzui muttered, lifting his hand as if preparing to teach the stubborn boy a lesson. But in the next instant, his vision blurred. A black afterimage appeared out of nowhere, cutting directly between him and Tanjiro. The instincts Tengen Yuzui had developed through years of ninja training immediately screamed a warning. He tried to retreat on reflex. But it was already too late. Rin's hand had somehow already reached his wrist. With a seemingly casual pinch and flick between his thumb and forefinger. SSS. A sharp numbness instantly spread through half of his body, and the muscles in Tengen Yuzui's arm went completely slack. Taking advantage of the moment, Rin effortlessly lifted Kanzaki Aoi and Noho Tokoda from under Yuzui's arms and set them gently on the ground. The entire rescue happened in one smooth motion, so fast that even Tengen Yuzui, known for his speed as the sound Hashira, had no chance to react. Kidnapping girls on my turf. Tengen, this kind of flamboyance of yours seems a little beneath you. Rin slipped his hands into his pockets, his tone lazy as his deep, dark eyes quietly studied the other man. Tengen Yuzui shook his numb wrist. The moment he realized who it was, his arrogant expression immediately softened. Recalling the scene from the Hashira meeting half a month earlier, when this man shattered the stone Hashira's iron ball with one hand and cleared the entire field with a single lightning net, a thin layer of cold sweat broke out across his back. Ah, so it's Rin Dono. Aha. Ha. Tengen Yuzui let out a dry laugh and rubbed the back of his head. This is official business. My 3 wives were sent on an infiltration mission in the Yoshiwara Entertainment District, and we've completely lost contact with them. That place is definitely hiding a powerful demon, most likely one of the upper ranks. There are plenty of female members here at the Butterfly Mansion, so it's only reasonable for me to borrow a couple to act as undercover agents, right? Undercover? Kanzaki Aoi hid behind Rin, her eyes filling with frightened tears. I passed final selection, but I'm afraid of fighting demons. I can't do undercover work at all. Rin glanced at the 2 trembling girls, then turned his gaze back to Tengen Yuzui. You heard her. You can't force things like this. Besides, sending 2 girls whose hands tremble just holding a sword to infiltrate right under the nose of an upper rank, how is that any different from sending them to their deaths? But if not them, where am I supposed to find suitable candidates? Tengen Yuzui scratched his head in frustration. A place like Yoshiwara, men can't just walk in there. A meaningful smile slowly appeared on Rin's lips. He turned his head and looked toward Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, who had just managed to scramble back to their feet. Under Rin's gaze, the 3 of them suddenly felt their scalps go numb as an extremely ominous feeling crept into their hearts. Who said men can't get in? Rin pointed at the 3 idiots. They have good foundations. Give them some makeup and a kimono, and won't they look better than half the girls out there? Let these 3 take their place. Who? Zenitsu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he pointed at himself and screamed. Boss! You want us to dress up as women? We'll be exposed. We'll definitely get killed. Either wear the kimono or run 200 laps around the courtyard with weights. Your choice. Rin's voice was calm, but it carried an authority that could not be questioned. The three of them instantly fell silent, their heads drooping like wilted eggplants. Tengen Yuzui examined the trio carefully, stroking his chin for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. Not flamboyant enough, but it'll do. Fine, these three brats will work. With the candidate settled, Tengen Yuzui looked at Rin and asked somewhat cautiously, the waters in Yoshiwara run deep. Even my three capable wives have disappeared there. It's probably a tough opponent from the 12 Kizuki. Rin Dono, would you be interested in making a flamboyant appearance there? If it had been the old sound Hashare, he would never have lowered himself to ask for help. But after witnessing Rin's overwhelming strength and hearing the intelligence that Muzan might send upper-ranked demons for revenge at any time, he understood very clearly that having Rin along was like carrying a life-saving talisman. Of course. Rin turned and walked toward the corridor. I've been eyeing an upper-rank's head for quite a while. Just as he finished speaking, the sliding door leading to the inner courtyard opened. Shinobu Kocho stepped out carrying a tray, just in time to overhear their conversation. Her gaze swept over Tengen Yuzui and then settled on Rin. The faint smile that had been on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a dangerous curve at the corner of her lips. I was wondering who was making such a commotion in the courtyard. So it's Yuzui-san. Shinobu Kocho approached with light steps, her sharp gaze locking onto Rin. I heard you're going to the Yoshiwara Entertainment District. The largest pleasure district in all of Japan, a paradise for men. The temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees. Although Tengen Yuzui already had 3 wives, even he sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere. He wisely took half a step back and pretended to admire the clouds in the sky. Zenitsu instantly picked up on the strong scent of jealousy in the air and hurriedly dragged Tanjiro away. It's just a mission. I'll deal with a demon while I'm there. Rin met Shinobu's gaze calmly, his expression completely unchanged. Just to slay a demon. Shinobu walked up to him and looked up, her purple eyes flickering with scrutiny and a hint of petulance. The courtesans there are famous for knowing how to please men. With your personality, if some Oran catches your eye, will you even remember that you're supposed to be there to draw your sword? Ever since the barrier between them had broken, this sharp-tongued butterfly had become far more open about her jealousy. Seeing her behave like a kitten guarding its food, Rin couldn't help but chuckle. Ignoring the others present, he reached out and gently lifted Shinobu's delicate chin. Leaning close to her ear, he spoke in a low voice only the two of them could hear. No matter how expensive the powder, it still smells like cheap perfume. In this world, aside from your wisteria scent, any other woman, even if she stood naked in front of me, would only be an eyesore. This blunt yet disarmingly sweet confession exploded in Shinobu's ear. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and even the tips of her ears felt burning hot. All the sarcastic remarks she had prepared vanished without a trace, silenced by those few words. You shameless! Who cares where you go? Shinobu slapped Rin's hand away and turned her back to him. If you're going, then hurry up and leave. I've already packed the ointments and antidotes in your bag. If you run into danger, don't act recklessly, you must come back in one piece. The final sentence was spoken very softly, yet it carried deep concern and attachment. Rin looked at her back, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward. Don't worry. After all, I'm the strongest. ______. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept01. Chapter 37, Congratulations, your odds are 0. 1,538 words. In a side courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion, Tengen Yuzui had already gathered Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke like a group of chicks and taken them off to the dressing room, preparing for his so-called flamboyant makeover. Rin had no interest in joining the spectacle. He knew perfectly well how disastrous those three would look once they were dressed as women. With the bag Shinobu Kocho had prepared slung over his shoulder, Rin walked leisurely along the corridor of the inner courtyard, one hand tucked into his pocket, heading toward the main gate of the Butterfly Mansion. Just as he passed beneath the cherry blossom tree in the front yard, he suddenly stopped. On the wide stone-paved clearing, 4 figures had appeared at some unknown moment. The Flame Hashare, Kyojuro Rengoku. The Wind Hashare, Sanemi Shinazugawa. The Serpent Hashare, Obanai Iguro. And at the very edge, standing as rigid as ever, the Water Hashare, Giyu Tomioka. These 4 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps were not wearing their hari, only their standard black uniforms, their Nichiren blades resting at their waists. As soon as Rin stepped out, the low conversation among them ceased, and all their gazes converged on him at once. What's this? I haven't even stepped out yet, and you've already lined up to see me off. Rin looked at their formation, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Cut the sarcasm. Sanemi Shinazugawa stepped forward half a pace, his expression as fierce as ever. But on closer look, the bloodshot hostility from their first meeting was gone, replaced by a restrained seriousness. Kyojuro told us everything about the Mugen train. Even if you used that strange illusion to deceive Kabutsuji Musen into thinking Upper Rank 3 retreated because of Sunrise, we all know you were fully capable of twisting his head off right there. Sanemi clenched his teeth, as if forcing himself to swallow his pride. I didn't come here today to pick a fight with you. I just want to know one thing, how strong is Upper Rank 3? Obanai Iguro, perched on a tree branch, spoke in a cold voice. For 100 years, the upper rank positions have never changed, while the number of Hashira who have died at their hands is beyond counting. We only know they are strong, but because no one survives, our intelligence is always incomplete. Since you fought him head-on, I want to hear your assessment. Not just him, even Giyu Tomioka stepped forward slightly, silently focusing his attention. So they were here to probe the truth. Rin looked at this group of swordsmen who, in the original story, would throw themselves into battle against demons without hesitation, even at the cost of their lives. The casual expression on his face faded. He walked over to a large boulder at the edge of the courtyard, braced one hand against it, and swept his gaze across them. Since you're asking so sincerely, I'll be blunt. Consider it a reality check before you face an upper rank. His voice was calm, yet it carried clearly across the quiet courtyard. First, the conclusion. With your current strength, if you face upper rank 3, or either of the two ranked above him, in a one-on-one fight, your chances of survival are 0. The words hit like a heavy hammer, slamming into everyone's chest. A vein bulged on Sanemi's forehead. Just as he was about to snap back, Kyojuro Rengoku raised a hand to stop him. Yumiu! Rin Dono speaks the truth. Kyojuro Rengoku crossed his arms, openly acknowledging the gap in strength. At the Mugen train, when the demon named Akaza appeared, I felt his battle spirit, and my body instinctively warned me of danger. If Lord Rin hadn't intervened, even if I had risked my life, I could at best have held him off until sunrise. I would not have been able to behead him. Battle spirit, that's the core of the issue. Rin snapped his fingers, picking up from Rengoku's words. As Hashira, after years of life and death combat, every breath you take and every strike you make is filled with killing intent and battle spirit. But in front of Akaza, that very battle spirit is a death sentence. What do you mean? Obanai Iguro frowned deeply. His blood demon art is called Destructive Death, Compass Needle. It functions like a radar-based sensory domain. Rin tapped his temple. Within that domain, he can precisely detect the trajectory, speed, and even blind spots of an attack based on the battle spirit emitted by his opponent. The stronger your killing intent and the more intense your battle spirit, the clearer your movements become to him. It's like trying to assassinate a master archer in the dark while holding a torch. No matter how refined your swordsmanship is, he can use the compass needle to predict your moves and execute the most precise dodge and counterattack the moment you act. As soon as this explanation was given, the entire courtyard fell into a heavy silence. Sanemi's knuckles turned white from gripping his sword hilt too tightly. As the Wind Hashira, his fighting style was known for its ferocity and aggression. If Rin's words were true, then his proud technique would be nothing more than a series of predictable, wide-open attacks in front of Akaza. And that's not all. The regenerative ability of the upper ranks is on a completely different level from the demons you usually deal with. Rin raised a finger, continuing his explanation. If you sever one of his arms, he can regenerate it in half a second. But you? As humans, once your organs are damaged or your bones are broken, your combat ability drops sharply. In a battle of attrition, stamina is always humanity's greatest weakness. Then is there really no way to defeat him? Even the usually calm eyes of Giyu Tomioka showed a ripple of urgency. There is. Rin stepped down from the rock and clapped his hands once. The first method is to overwhelm him with absolute speed and power, exceeding the limits of his compass needle. If your attack is faster than his perception, so fast that his mind can register it but his body cannot react, then he has no choice but to take the hit. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. That method might as well have been no method at all. In the entire world, probably only the monster standing before them, someone who could manifest Susanoo and treat an upper rank like a punching bag with his bare hands, could achieve that. The second method is to transcend your current limits and enter a state known as the transparent world. Rin glanced at the group. Completely suppress all killing intent, battle spirit, and even emotional fluctuations. Let your heartbeat and blood flow slow to the bare minimum. In your opponent's perception, you'll be no different from a lifeless stone. Only by entering a state devoid of battle spirit can his compass needle be rendered useless. A state without battle spirit. Kyojuro Rengoku murmured, as if trying to grasp the possibility of such a realm. Don't think it's that simple. Rin cut off his thoughts without hesitation. The prerequisite for entering the transparent world is awakening the Demon Slayer mark. That mark only manifests in an extreme near-death state, when your body temperature exceeds 39 degrees and your heart rate surpasses 200 beats per minute. Before that, if you're unlucky enough to encounter one of the top 3 upper ranks while on a mission. Rin paused, a cold smile forming at the corner of his lips. Don't hesitate. Send a signal immediately and call for backup. Holding out until I arrive is the only way you'll survive. These words laid bare the overwhelming pressure of the upper ranks and completely shattered the pride of the usually confident Hashira. Yet it was precisely this brutal truth that stirred the blood in their veins. Transparent world. Demon Slayer mark. Sanemi Shinazugawa loosened his grip on his sword hilt and took a deep breath. The ferocity on his face faded slightly, replaced by a determined resolve. Thanks for the information. I won't die for nothing. Before I tear that bastard Musen apart, I'm holding on to this life. Well then, I wish you success on your trip to the Yoshiwara Entertainment District. Obanai Iguro leaped down from the tree. That place is a den of hidden dangers. Since the sound Hashira was assigned there, it won't be simple. If you encounter an upper rank, don't let it escape. Don't worry. As long as it dares to show itself, there will be only one outcome, turning to ash. Rin waved a hand casually, signaling that they didn't need to worry. In this tense atmosphere, heavy with killing intent. Sorry to keep you waiting. Now, allow me to present the most flamboyant Yoshiwara Oiran personally crafted by this god. Tengen Yuzui's overly flashy voice rang out from around the corner of the corridor. A series of slightly heavy footsteps followed. The 4 Hashira and Rin all turned their heads at the same time, looking toward the source of the sound. The next moment, the entire courtyard fell silent. ______. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 38, The 3 Beauties, LOL. 1252 words. Tengen Yuzui strode forward with his head held high, and behind him followed 3 creatures. They wore gaudy, cheap kimonos, their faces caked in thick white powder, with rouge smeared across their cheeks like overripe fruit. Tanjiro had 2 absurd hair buns tied atop his head. The scar on his forehead had been buried under layers of powder, making it look strangely unnatural as he awkwardly tugged at the hem of his kimono. Zenitsu looked even worse. His yellow hair had been forcibly pinned up, his lips painted a garish red, and tears had carved 2 streaks through the thick powder on his face, leaving him looking utterly despairing. As for Inosuke, although his face was plastered with makeup, his thick neck and the muscles bulging beneath the kimono, combined with his fierce glare, made him look like a cross-dressing brute straight out of the mountains. Silence. A suffocating silence. Phut, cough, cough. Kyojuro Rengoku suddenly turned his head, covering his mouth as his shoulders shook violently. Sanemi Shinazugawa's eyes twitched violently. He turned his back on them and forced out a single word through clenched teeth. Indecent. Obanai Iguro even raised a hand to cover the eyes of the white snake around his neck, as if afraid of tainting his pet's vision. Rin looked at the scene, its sheer visual impact almost overwhelming, and couldn't help rubbing his brow as the veins on his forehead throbbed. Tengen, I take back what I said earlier. Rin sighed. Not only is your sense of aesthetics a disaster, but your infiltration plan is a complete joke. These 3 monsters wouldn't even make it through the back door of Yoshiwara before the madam kicks them out like beggars. What do you know? This is a flamboyant look I carefully designed. Tengen Yuzui shot back indignantly. With a little polishing, they could definitely fetch a good price. Forget it. Let's just leave before this burns itself into my memory. If I look any longer, I'll have nightmares tonight. Rin couldn't bear to look at the 3 disasters any longer. He walked straight past them and headed out through the main gate of the Butterfly Mansion. The Yoshiwara Entertainment District, the city of indulgence and sleepless nights, was already shrouded in a heavy gloom. And deep within that dazzling red light district, a slaughter belonging solely to demons and hunters was about to begin with Rin's arrival. After leaving the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the group of 5 set out for the Yoshiwara Entertainment District in Tokyo. On the dirt road leading into town, Rin walked at the very front with his hands in his pockets. He deliberately kept a full 10-meter distance from the four behind him and sternly warned them not to come any closer. He couldn't help it. The scene unfolding behind him was simply too painful to look at. Tengen Yuzui walked in the middle, enthusiastically explaining the essentials of infiltration to his three newly recruited kunoichi. Behind him, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke shuffled along in tiny, awkward steps, desperately tugging at the hems of their gaudy, low-quality kimonos. Tanjiro kept blinking rapidly against the caked makeup weighing down his eyelashes, making his eyes water and smear black coal into raccoon-like rings. The two exaggerated rouge spots on his cheeks had migrated downward with every awkward step, now sitting unevenly like a lopsided clown blush. Inosuke's kimono strained heroically across his shoulders with every breath, the cheap silk threads audibly creaking like they were one flex away from surrender. The wide obi belt refused to sit properly over his barrel chest, bunching up into awkward lumps that made his torso look like it had swallowed 3 melons whole. Even with lipstick on, Inosuke's thick neck and domineering, bow-legged stride couldn't hide his ball-like mentality. As for Zenitsu Agatsuma, he wore a crooked hair bun, his face as dark as a pot, muttering curses under his breath the entire way. "Listen up, you useless trash." Tengen Yuzui suddenly spun around, pointing at the three of them. "In the Yoshiwara Entertainment District, I am God. You are nothing but the lowest dregs under my command. If I tell you to go east, you don't go west. Even if I tell you to be dogs, you'd better bark flamboyantly, understand? Understand my foot?" Zenitsu finally snapped. He yanked the hairpin from his head, threw it to the ground, and pointed straight at Tengen Yuzui as he shouted, "You tasteless, muscle-brained idiot. You dress us up like this and say you're going to sell us to a brothel. We're swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, why should we listen to such nonsense?" "Why?" Tengen Yuzui scoffed, crossing his arms. "Because that place is the largest entertainment district in all of Japan. Men who go in can only be customers chasing pleasure. There's no way for them to investigate what's happening behind the scenes. Only women can infiltrate the inner circles of the Oiran and the house madams." Tanjiro quickly restrained the furious Zenitsu and asked seriously, "Mr. Yuzui, what exactly are we investigating in the entertainment district? You mentioned earlier that your capable subordinates lost contact there. Were they gathering information on the upper ranks?" "Exactly." At the mention of official business, Tengen Yuzui dropped his carefree demeanor, his expression turning uncharacteristically serious. In a place like the Yoshiwara Entertainment District, countless courtesans and customers disappear every night, all brushed off as elopements or runaways. It's the perfect feeding ground for demons. I've long suspected that one of the 12 Kazuki is hiding there, so I sent 3 exceptionally skilled kunoichi to infiltrate ahead of time. They went undercover in Ojimoto House, Kyogoku House, and Tokito House respectively. But a few days ago, all of their regular communication suddenly stopped. Even the Kazhigai crows haven't been able to locate them. Hearing this, Tanjiro's expression grew solemn. "I understand. So your subordinates are in danger, Mr. Yuzui. We'll definitely do everything we can to rescue them. May I ask their names?" "Suma, Mangekyou, and Hinetsuru." Tengen Yuzui lifted his chin slightly, his tone filled with undisguised pride. "I've memorized them." Tanjiro nodded firmly. By the way, Tengen Yuzui raised 3 fingers, a smug grin spreading across his face as the jeweled ornaments on his headband glinted in the sunlight. "They're not just my subordinates. They're also my 3 legally wedded wives." A light breeze swept across the dirt road, stirring a few fallen leaves. The scene fell into dead silence. Rin, walking ahead, suddenly stopped and glanced back. He knew someone was about to lose it. Tanjiro blinked, his mind struggling to process what he'd just heard, unable to respond for a long moment. Inosuke, on the other hand, didn't care at all. He snorted loudly through his nose. "Who cares about wives or husbands? As long as we get to fight. I'm going to tear all the demons there to pieces. Pig assault." "And Zenitsu Agatsuma?" He froze on the spot, eyes wide as saucers, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an apple. He stared fixedly at the 3 fingers Tengen Yuzui was holding up, his entire body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. "Wives." Zenitsu's voice seemed to squeeze out from the depths of his throat, sharp and trembling. "You're saying you have wives?" "And 3 of them. Of course. I'm a flamboyant man. Isn't it only natural to have 3 wives?" Tengen Yuzui nodded as if stating an obvious fact. "Are you kidding me?" _______. 12 advanced chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 39, This world is hopeless. Let a meteor fall and crush us all. 1222 words. Zenitsu suddenly let out a shrill, agonized scream, tears bursting out like a broken dam. He lunged at Tengen Yuzui, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him frantically. You damn show-off. Give me back my feelings. Give me back my respect. You bastard. Scumbag. Why does a guy wearing a ridiculous headband get to have 3 wives? I get called a creep just for wanting to hold a girl's hand, and you've got 3 all to yourself. What about the rest of us single guys? Die. Commit seppuku and atone for your sins, ho-ah. The flames of jealousy had completely burned away Zenitsu's reason. As a lifelong bachelor and the ultimate hopeless romantic, what he hated most were men who were good-looking and popular with women. And someone like Tengen Yuzui, who openly had 3 wives, was practically his mortal enemy. Thwack! Tengen Yuzui slammed his fist down on Zenitsu's head without hesitation, instantly raising a large bump. Stop making a scene. I'm tall, handsome, strong, and charming. Of course women like me, Tengen Yuzui said, brushing the dust off his clothes with a look of disdain. I don't believe it. I protest. This is a massacre of single guys. Zenitsu rolled on the ground, clutching his head. Then, as if grasping at a final lifeline, he scrambled on all 4s to Rin and grabbed his pant leg. Boss Rin. Say something. You also think a guy with 3 wives is too much, right? Hurry, use your invincible lightning to blast this scumbag into charcoal. Do it for justice, boss. Zenitsu wailed, snot and tears streaming down his face as he tried to find solidarity with Rin. Rin frowned in disgust and shook his leg, kicking Zenitsu straight back into Tanjiro's arms like a soccer ball. Stay away from my pants. They're covered in your powder. Rin looked down at the flailing Zenitsu, suppressing his smile, settling for a passable, exaggerated cold sneer. What? Is it strange to have 3 wives? He rested his chin on one hand, speaking in a flat tone as if stating an obvious truth. In a world where human life is as cheap as grass, it's only natural for the strong to possess more resources and companions. The weak can't even protect their own lives, yet they still want to chase romance. That's just asking to die. At this point, Rin paused, as if recalling something, a kiss before they set out, tinged with a hint of youth and sweetness, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. Besides, 3 isn't that many. If you want some entertainment in this dull life of hunting demons, a little domestic drama is actually quite interesting. Thwack! 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 Rin's casual words struck like a barrage of arrows, piercing straight through Zenitsu's heart. Zenitsu stared blankly at Rin, recalling how the usually aloof and sharp-tongued insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, had acted like a shy girl in front of him back at the Butterfly Mansion. Ah. So you're a scumbag too. This world is hopeless. Let a meteor fall and crush all you people like this. Zenitsu completely broke down, squatting by the roadside and drawing circles in the dirt, surrounded by a thick aura of despair. Tanjiro scratched his head awkwardly and quickly changed the subject, asking Tengen Yuzui in all seriousness, Mr. Yuzui, since you have 3 wives, does that mean you have to prepare 3 birthday gifts? And if they argue, who do you side with? Is this how ninja families live? This peculiar line of thought made even Tengen Yuzui pause for a moment. Brat, my private affairs are none of your business. The 3 of them get along perfectly well. They're not petty or jealous like ordinary women. Tengen Yuzui barked, waving his hand to cover his embarrassment. Enough chatter. It's getting dark. Pick up the pace. We need to reach the entertainment district before nightfall. With Rin's merciless remarks and Tengen Yuzui's urging, the farce finally came to an end. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the burning clouds of dusk were gradually swallowed by the deep blue curtain of night. When the 5 of them crested the final mountain, a vast cluster of brightly lit buildings suddenly came into view in the basin below, gleaming like a radiant jewel in the darkness. This was the City of Desire that had endured since the Edo period, the largest and most prosperous entertainment district in all of Japan, the Yoshiwara Entertainment District. Rows of crimson lanterns hung high, forming a sea of fire, while grand wooden buildings stretched endlessly into the distance. Even from the hilltop, they could faintly hear the twang of shamisen strings carried on the wind, mixed with the flirtatious laughter of women and the rowdy clamor of customers. Within this domain cloaked in night, the morality and order of the daytime world were cast aside, leaving behind only desire, money, and beauty entwined. What a noisy place. Rin stood atop the hill, the night wind stirring his black harari. He slowly closed his eyes, circulating the chakra within his body. Beneath his eyelids, the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan silently activated. When he opened his eyes again, crimson patterns spun slowly within his pupils. A powerful ocular force spread outward, his gaze piercing through the dazzling facade of the night-bound city. To an ordinary person, it was a sleepless city of luxury and indulgence. But through Rin's eyes, it was saturated with a thick, nauseating dark purple miasma. That was the resentment of countless humans driven to despair, mixed with the dense demonic aura that had accumulated over many years. The intensity of that presence far surpassed that of lower rank 5 on Natagumo Mountain. It seems the one hiding here has already devoured quite a few people. The Sharingan in Rin's eyes faded, returning to deep black pupils, while the corners of his lips curled into the cold smile of a hunter who had spotted his prey. Tengen Yuzui also shed his usual carefree demeanor, his expression turning solemn as he looked toward the entertainment district ahead. According to the plan, Tanjiro will go to Tokito House, Zenitsu to Kyogoku House, and Inosuke to Ojimoto House. I'll use my connections with the proprietors to get you in as attendants. Remember, your mission is to locate my 3 wives. If you discover any trace of a demon, you are absolutely forbidden from acting recklessly. Find a way to notify me immediately. After giving instructions to the 3 crossdressers, Tengen Yuzui turned to Rin, his tone noticeably more respectful. Rin Dono, how do you intend to proceed? With your status, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to disguise yourself as an attendant. Disguise? I don't need that. Rin pulled out a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket, funds provided by the Ubuyashiki family before departure, and tapped them lightly against his palm with a crisp sound. Don't those monsters who feast on humans prefer wealthy, high-profile targets? I'll just book the most expensive establishment and call for the most renowned Oiran. With one hand in his pocket, Rin walked straight toward the brilliantly lit entrance of the entertainment district. Since we're here to kill a demon, let's make it interesting. I'll drag that rat hiding in the shadows out into the open myself. ______. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 40, Rin becomes a rich scoundrel. 1623 words. Yoshiwara Entertainment District, the city that never sleeps. When night truly fell, this bustling pleasure quarter finally came alive. Red lanterns lined both sides of the street, lighting the entire district as brightly as day. The heavy scent of cosmetics, the gentle twang of shamisen strings, and the coy laughter of courtesans calling out to customers blended together into a decadent, living ukiyo-e scene. In a secluded corner of the street, a rather outrageous human trafficking performance was underway. Tengen Yuzui had changed into an eye-catching kimono and even stuck a fake mustache above his lip, disguising himself as a shady middleman who looked half like a trafficker and half like a pimp. With a flourish of his hand, he shoved the 3 young girls behind him, each wearing gaudy, overdone makeup, forward in front of several brothel madams. Ladies, don't miss this opportunity. Take a look at these 3 lively girls. They may look a bit rustic now, but with a little training, they'll definitely become top earners in the Yoshiwara Entertainment District. Tengen Yuzui declared, enthusiastically pitching his goods. The madam of Kyogoku House frowned, her gaze sweeping over Tanjiro's face, which was caked in white powder, the large scar on his forehead still clearly visible. This one, isn't that scar a bit too noticeable? Still, she looks like a diligent and honest worker. The madam sighed. Never mind. Tokito House happens to be short on help for laundry and chores, so I'll take this girl. Thank you very much, I'll work hard. Tanjiro immediately bowed at a full 90 degrees, his voice ringing out loudly. All right, no need to shout. The madam covered her ears, quickly paid the money, and led Tanjiro away. Next came the madam of Ojimoto House. She narrowed her eyes as she critically examined Inosuke, who stood in the center. Isn't this girl built a little too sturdily? And why is the way she stands like a bandit? The madam was about to refuse when her gaze suddenly landed on Inosuke's face, thickly coated in cheap white powder. She leaned in, took out a handkerchief, and scrubbed hard at his cheek. The heavy makeup smeared away, revealing Inosuke's face, more delicate and beautiful than most women. Oh my! The madam's eyes lit up instantly. She slapped her thigh as if she had discovered a rare treasure. What a face! A bit rough around the edges, but as long as she doesn't speak, this face alone will draw in crowds. This girl belongs to Ojimoto House. Inosuke snorted loudly, about to let loose a string of curses, but Tengen Yuzui quickly pinched the back of his neck from behind, forcing him to swallow his words. The deal was sealed. Now, only one person remained. Zenitsu Agatsuma stood there with two crooked buns on his head, his thick, bright red lips trembling slightly. His eyes, lined crudely with makeup, were already brimming with tears. He watched as his two companions were taken away one after the other. Meanwhile, the remaining madams, upon seeing him, recoiled as if they had seen a ghost. Some even covered their mouths, looking on the verge of gagging. This one absolutely won't do. She looks too miserable. We wouldn't take him even if you paid us. She'd scare all the customers away. Go, go, don't stand here and ruin the view. Hearing these merciless judgments, Zenitsu's heart shattered completely. Why? Why am I the only one nobody wants? Am I not even as good as that wild boar? I'm a golden-haired, beautiful blonde, a sweet girl with rich emotions and a delicate heart. You blind women! Zenitsu screamed inwardly, tears carving two deep tracks through the powder on his face. Paired with his resentful expression, he looked just like a vengeful spirit crawling out of a well. Even Tengen Yuzui found the situation troublesome. He cleared his throat twice and grabbed the madam of Kyogoku House, who was about to turn and leave. Madam, please have some mercy. This girl may look a bit shabby, but she can play the shamisen. She's also strong, no problem carrying night soil or sweeping floors. I'll give you a 90% discount. No, I'll give her to you for free. Just feed her, all right. The madam of Kyogoku House looked down at Zenitsu, who was clinging to her leg and crying his heart out, and curled her lip in disgust. But hearing that the girl was free, and considering that the house did need someone for rough work, she reluctantly nodded. Fine, fine. I must have terrible luck. Hurry up and come with me, don't stand here being an eyesore. Zenitsu was dragged away by the staff of Kyogoku House like a limp sack. Before disappearing, he twisted his head back and shot a vicious glare at Tengen Yuzui and Rin, who was watching from not far away, his expression filled with boundless resentment. Just you wait. I'll definitely become the top Oiran of the Yoshiwara Entertainment District. I'll make all the men in Japan go mad for me. When that day comes, I'll trample you two scum under my feet and make you regret everything, Watching Zenitsu's retreating figure, brimming with fighting spirit, or rather, resentment, disappear around the corner, Rin couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Your infiltration methods are truly unique. Rin shook his head and stepped out from the shadows. All right, now that your subordinates are all in place, let's see how I handle things. Tengen Yuzui tore off the fake mustache on his lip and let out a long sigh. What are you planning to do? Kick down the door and fight the demon. Kick down the door? That doesn't suit my current identity. Rin reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick stack of 10,000 yen bills, generously provided by the Ubuyashiki family, tapping them lightly against his palm with a crisp sound. I heard everything just now. The Kyogoku House where Zenitsu was taken is one of the most high-end establishments in the Yoshiwara Entertainment District. Since it's a place like that, the demon hiding inside won't have low tastes either. Rin removed his black hari and tossed it to Tengen Yuzui. Dressed only in a finely tailored, dark-patterned yukata, with the Kusanagi sword at his waist, his already striking features, sharp brows and star-like eyes, were even more pronounced. With just a bit of adjustment, he now carried the unmistakable aura of a wealthy young master from a powerful family, distant and untouchable, yet radiating extravagance. Go. Keep watch outside for me. If you spot any rats trying to slip away, cut them down. After saying that, Rin slipped one hand into his pocket and sauntered toward the entrance of Kyogoku House. As the premier establishment in the Yoshiwara Entertainment District, Kyogoku House was lavishly decorated. For burly attendants stood at the doorway, smiling as they greeted the stream of distinguished guests coming and going. The moment Rin stepped up to the entrance, two attendants moved to stop him. My, young master, you seem unfamiliar. Our Kyogoku House values proper introductions. Do you have a reservation? Without a referral from one of our regular patrons, you can't simply walk in. The man's words came to an abrupt halt. Rin didn't even spare him a glance. He casually pulled out a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket and, without looking, flung it straight into the man's face. Clatter! The bill scattered across the floor like falling snow. It was real money, thick, tangible cash. Go. Call your madam. Rin stepped forward, crossing the threshold without hesitation and planting himself arrogantly in the entryway. Tell her a young master with nothing better to do wants to reserve the entire house for tonight. The surrounding patrons and courtesans were stunned into silence. In this den of indulgence, they had seen plenty of wealthy merchants throw money around. But someone like this, who casually slapped money into a man's face without a word and demanded to reserve the entire establishment, was something they had never witnessed before. The madam, who had just been arranging for Zenitsu to clean toilets in the back courtyard, heard the commotion in the front hall and hurried over, lifting her skirt as she ran. The moment she saw the money scattered across the floor, and the striking young man standing at the center, exuding wealth and authority, the irritation in her eyes instantly transformed into naked greed. "Oh my! What fortunate wind has brought such a distinguished guest to us?" The madam laughed so hard her makeup nearly cracked. She hurried forward, her tone dripping with flattery. "Young master, please don't be upset. My subordinates were blind and failed to recognize such an honored guest. What would you like to drink? Which of our girls has caught your eye? I'll prepare the finest private room for you right away." Rin's gaze swept over the heavily powdered courtesans, and an undisguised trace of disdain flickered across his eyes. Having seen the pure, lotus-like beauty of Shinobu Kocho, looking at these overly made-up women was nothing short of an assault on his senses. Enough nonsense. Rin strode straight to the VIP tatami in the center of the hall, a seat usually reserved for nobles and high-ranking figures, and sat down. With a sharp motion, he slammed the Kusanagi sword at his waist onto the table with a loud bang. "Bring out your most popular, most expensive, and most arrogant Oiran. I heard Kyogoku House has someone called Warabeheim. That's the one. Tell her to come down and drink with me. Now. _________________________________________________________________________ Rin embraces his big D young master energy. How will Darky react? Find out in the next EP of Dragon Ball. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 41, Makeup Thicker Than a City Wall. 1,433 words. VIP shoutout, massive thanks to George for joining the P tier. Blackheart. _________________. At the mention of the name Warabeheim, the madam's expression immediately changed. Warabeheim was indeed the top Oiran of Kyogoku House, pitilessly beautiful. But her temperament was notoriously terrible. If anything displeased her, she would beat or berate the servants, and she even dared to ignore wealthy patrons. Even when the madam was furious, she didn't dare show it, treating her like an untouchable ancestor. This, young master, I'm terribly sorry." The madam wiped the sweat from her forehead and forced an apologetic smile. "Warabeheim isn't feeling well today and is resting upstairs. Perhaps I could arrange 2 other girls just as charming." Bang! Another stack of banknotes, twice as thick as before, was slammed heavily onto the table by Rin. "I don't like repeating myself." A chilling glint flashed through Rin's black eyes. "If that woman named Warabeheim is not standing in front of me within 1 minute. His voice turned cold. "I'll use this money to buy your entire establishment, and then burn it to the ground." The madam was instantly overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure radiating from him. Her whole body trembled as if she had been locked onto by a predatory beast, her legs going weak as she nearly collapsed to the floor. Yes. I'll go invite her right away. Right away." The madam hurried upstairs, rushing straight toward Warabeheim's room. At that moment, on the upper floor, in the most luxurious chamber at the very back, the Oiran known as Warabeheim lay reclined on a soft brocade-covered couch. Her long hair, a striking blend of silver white and pale green, framed an exceptionally alluring face. But at this moment, that beautiful face was filled with gloom and cruelty. Upper Moon 6, Darky. Why have there been so many rats sneaking into the Yoshiwara Entertainment District lately? Have those Demon Slayer core pests turned into hounds? Darky toyed with her long, sharp nails, her voice cold and displeased. Just then, the madam knocked carefully on the door. "Warabeheim. Oiran Warabeheim, a very wealthy young master has arrived downstairs and specifically requested your company. He brought a large sum of money and has quite a temper. He said if he doesn't see you within a minute, he'll burn down Kyogoku House." "Oh." Darky stilled, and her eyes, once normal, instantly transformed into plum-red vertical pupils. "Threatening to burn down my territory? What an ignorant, worthless human." A sneer curled across her lips as she slowly rose from the couch. She casually draped herself in an exquisitely ornate layered kimono, while a cold-killing intent flickered in her mesmerizing eyes. "With that much money and such arrogance, tonight's extra meal will be him." Let's see if he can still act so proud when I pull out his organs piece by piece. She pushed the door open and walked toward the hall on the first floor, her steps graceful, a sweet fragrance trailing behind her, deceptively alluring, yet laced with deadly intent. Downstairs, in the hall, Rin held a cup of sake, bringing it lightly to his lips. Suddenly, the rapid clatter of wooden sandals echoed from the stairs. Young master, what an impressive display. Not only have you brought so much money, you've even brought a sword. Don't you know that in a place like this, such eyesores aren't necessary? Her figure had yet to appear, but her voice arrived first, soft and seductive to the bone, yet laced with unmistakable arrogance. Rin didn't even look up. He simply swirled the sake in his cup. As Darky's enchanting figure appeared at the corner of the stairs, ready to crush this ignorant young noble beneath her overwhelming beauty and presence. In the depths of Rin's eyes, 3 black tomo quietly emerged, instantly locking onto the woman on the staircase. The makeup is thicker than a city wall, and the perfume is strong enough to choke a stray dog in the street. Rin casually flung the cup in his hand to the ground. Bang! The cup shattered, sake splashing everywhere. He lifted his head, his crimson Sharingan staring straight at Darky, whose expression froze mid-step on the stairs. The mockery at the corner of his lips was completely undisguised. With a face like that, you call yourself the top Oiran of the Yoshiwara Entertainment District. Are you here to entertain guests, or to swindle them? Darky. The night breeze of the Yoshiwara Entertainment District carried a heavy scent of cosmetics as it swept across the rows of wooden buildings. On the high rooftop opposite Kyogoku House, Tengen Yuzui crouched among the cold tiles. He had already discarded his pimp disguise and torn off the ridiculous fake mustache, revealing his naturally handsome face. His signature diamond-studded headband glimmered under the moonlight, and 2 massive Nichiren swords were strapped in a cross on his back. As a former shinobi, concealing his presence was as natural to him as breathing. His original plan had been flawless: sell Tanjiro and the others into the 3 most suspicious establishments as attendants, let them gather intelligence from the inside, while he operated on the outside, searching for his 3 missing wives. Once the demon's identity and hiding place were confirmed, he would strike in a single decisive blow. This was infiltration. This was assassination. This was the fundamental discipline of a shinobi. But despite all his careful planning, he had overlooked one variable: Rin, who acted entirely on his own whims. That bastard. Tengen Yuzui's lips twitched violently, veins bulging on his forehead. From his vantage point above, he could see everything happening at the entrance of Kyogoku House. The banknotes flying through the air, the arrogant declaration of buying out the entire establishment, and that loud, mocking remark that had just echoed across the entire street. Makeup thicker than a city wall. Tengen Yuzui covered his face, unable to keep watching. Was this guy tired of living, or was he worried the demon wouldn't notice him? Who walks up and calls the top Oiran of the entertainment district ugly to her face? This was practically carving the word provocation onto his forehead and shouting it through a megaphone. What happened to casually slaughtering a rat? You call this casual? You've practically blown up the entire nest. Tengen Yuzui gritted his teeth. But complaints aside, as the sound hashira, his keen senses caught a terrifying shift the moment Rin's voice fell. Inside Kyogoku House, which had been filled with laughter moments ago, the entire soundscape had changed. If the previous noise had been a lively yet orderly melody of the mundane world, then now, every sound had been abruptly cut off, overwhelmed by a thick, suffocating, and terrifying killing intent. A faint cracking sound echoed through the air. It was the groan of the wooden staircase railing being crushed by an overwhelming force. Such intense demonic aura? Tengen Yuzui cast aside his playful thoughts, his gaze sharpening instantly. So it really is hiding in Kyogoku House. And this level of pressure, it's definitely an upper rank. Now that Rin had drawn all the most dangerous attention to himself, this was the perfect opportunity for action. Reckless as he is, he's saved me a lot of trouble searching. Tengen rose to his feet, his figure blurring into a fleeting shadow as he merged with the night, heading straight toward the underground passages. Suma, Mangekyou, Hinetsuru, hold on. You must not come to harm. Meanwhile, in a storage room at the back of Kyogoku House, Zenitsu Agatsuma knelt on the cold wooden floor, clutching a rag as he bitterly scrubbed the hallway. His hair bun had come loose, and the white powder on his face was smeared unevenly with sweat. Why does that normie get to have 3 wives, and Boss Rin gets to throw money around and act like a big shot in the front hall, while I'm stuck here scrubbing floors? As Zenitsu scrubbed furiously at a stubborn stain, he wailed inwardly, I want to sit on a soft cushion and drink too. I want to see beautiful courtesans too. Just as he was drowning in resentment, the sharp sound of shattering porcelain rang out from the front hall, followed immediately by Rin's biting mockery. Zenitsu's hand froze. As a swordsman with hearing far beyond that of an ordinary person, he not only heard Rin's words clearly, he also heard the sound coming from the body of the woman upstairs, who had just been provoked. Thump, thump, thump. And that was not a human heartbeat. _____. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 42, From Uglies to the Worthless, Darky Needs a Break. 1,275 words. That heartbeat. It was thick and distorted, filled with endless resentment and malice. It sounded like countless corpses churning in a swamp, the chilling scrape of bones grinding against one another. Eek! Zenitsu shuddered violently, the rag slipping from his hand and falling to the floor. He clutched his ears tightly, cold sweat instantly soaking the back of his thin kimono. Too terrifying. That sound, it wasn't human at all. This was a demon, and one far more horrifying than any demon he had encountered on Natagumo Mountain. The courtesan in this house is a demon. Zenitsu's legs went weak with fear, but the image of Rin standing alone in the front hall, facing that monster, flashed through his mind. No, even if boss is strong, there are ordinary people everywhere here. Zenitsu gritted his teeth and forced himself to crawl to his feet. He wiped the tears from his face with the back of his hand, his right hand gripping the hilt of the Nichiren blade hidden inside the broom handle, and staggered toward the front hall. Even if he was terrified, he was still a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. At the same time, in the back kitchen of Tokito House, Tanjiro was carrying 2 large baskets of freshly washed radishes, about to take them down to the cellar. He had been working so hard that the makeup on his face was already completely smeared. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A faint breeze drifted in from across the street. Tanjiro's nose twitched twice, and his usually gentle dark red eye shrank to pinpoints. Such a strong smell of blood. It wasn't just blood. Mixed within it was a rotten, cold demonic aura, one that felt as if it could freeze a person's very soul. The source of that scent was Kyogoku House across the street. This scent, it's even stronger than the lower rank one on the Mugen train. Tanjiro's breathing faltered for a moment. Upper rank. It had to be an upper rank demon. Rin-san and Zenitsu are both there. Tanjiro could no longer worry about the infiltration mission. He threw the basket from his shoulder, sending radishes rolling across the floor. Sorry. I have something urgent to deal with. He shouted to the busy madam in the kitchen, kicked open the back door, and sprinted straight toward Kyogoku House. Hinakami Kagura. Total concentration breathing. As he ran, he frantically adjusted his breathing, his hand already gripping the hilt of his Nichiren blade. Even though Rin was strong, this was the densely populated entertainment district. If an upper-rank demon went on a rampage here, countless innocent people would be caught in the disaster. Ojimoto House, 2nd floor guest room. Inosuke was being pinned in front of a dressing table by several older attendants, who were forcefully applying makeup to his delicate face. Oh my, this girl has such good features, it's just that her temperament is too rough. Don't move, don't move. If you keep squirming, the lipstick will end up crooked. Inosuke was so irritated he nearly bit someone, but remembering Tengen Yuzui's warning, he could only snort angrily through his nose, suppressing the urge to draw his blades and cut down the entire group of old women. At that moment, his sharpened instincts, honed through years of living in the mountains, caught a strange disturbance. The air was trembling. A faint yet malicious prickling sensation spread across his skin. This feeling was exactly like when he faced the fiercest beasts deep in the mountains, the kind that had already bared their fangs, ready to tear out a throat at any moment. Killing intent. Inosuke's eyes snapped open as he shoved aside the old maid surrounding him. What are you doing, Inoko? Your makeup isn't finished yet, they cried out. Don't get in my way. The prey has appeared. Inosuke couldn't be bothered with any of it. He tore off the lower half of the kimono that restricted his movement, revealing the powerful muscles beneath and the twin blades strapped to his legs. Ignoring the door entirely, he kicked through the paper window on the 2nd floor. Wood splintered and paper tore apart as he leapt out like a beast descending from the mountains, crashing heavily onto the street below. Beast breathing, first fang, pierce. With an excited roar, Inosuke drew his dual-serrated Nichiren blades and charged straight toward Kyogoku House, following the direction of the killing intent. Back in the 1st floor lobby of Kyogoku House. At the turn of the staircase on the 2nd floor, Darky, known as Warabeheim, wore a completely twisted expression. For hundreds of years, relying on her identity as upper rank 6 and her flawless beauty, she had ruled over this entertainment district. Whether nobles or commoners, who didn't tremble in fear and flatter her upon seeing her. Even the hashare of the Demon Slayer Corps were nothing more than prey to be torn apart before her. And yet now, some human boy who had appeared out of nowhere not only smashed a wine cup in public, but even dared to point at her and call her ugly, mocking her as a fraud. "You are asking for death." Darky laughed in fury, her originally seductive voice turning sharp and shrill, like the screech of a night owl. Bang! The ornate, layered kimono behind her burst apart. Several long, beautiful sashes patterned with strange designs shot out from her back like living serpents. They looked soft, but their edges were as sharp as the finest blades. "I'll mince you into pieces, stuff you into my sashes, and slowly savor your screams." Whoosh! 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 For sashes tore through the air with piercing shrieks, striking toward Rin's neck, heart, and limbs from 4 different blind spots. They were so fast the naked eye could barely follow them, leaving only faint after-images behind. The surrounding patrons hadn't even realized what was happening before the fatal attack was already upon Rin. Seeing the ribbons about to slice him into pieces, a cruel smile spread across Darky's lips on the staircase. Clang! A clear, ringing note of steel echoed through the hall. No one saw when Rin drew his blade. All they saw was a flash of pitch-black sword light, laced with dazzling purple lightning, tracing a perfect arc before Rin. Slash! The seemingly indestructible blood demon art sashes were sliced cleanly into the instant they came into contact with the black blade wrapped in crackling lightning. The severed sashes lost all control and fell limply onto the wooden floor, faint purple sparks still flickering along the cuts. What? Darky's pupils shrank as she stared in disbelief at the broken sashes scattered across the ground. Her blood demon art had been severed in an instant. And what kind of weapon was that? It didn't have the distinct sheen of a Nichiren blade, and it carried lightning. Rin slowly lowered the Kusanagi sword in his hand, the tip angled toward the floor. He looked up at Darky on the stairs, her expression a mix of shock and fury, and a cold, mocking smile curved across his lips. "Just a few scraps of cloth, and you dare to show them off like that?" His voice was calm, but laced with unmistakable contempt. "Call out the brother hiding behind you. Trash like you, without even a brain, isn't worth making me draw my sword a second time. Underscore. I wanted you, are asking for death, to be a courting death for meme purposes. But then decided not to cause most of you guys are already traumatized XD. 12 advanced chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 43, Upper Rank 6, Gyutaro. 1,565 words. The first floor lobby of Kyogoku House plunged into an oppressive, deathly silence that seemed to swallow every sound. The severed sashes lay sprawled lifelessly across the polished wooden floor like felled serpents, their once vibrant crimson fabric now dull and limp. Charred edges curled inward from the heat of the lightning, while faint, erratic arcs of purple electricity continued to dance along the cuts, spitting tiny sparks that hissed against the wood before fading away. Darky's plum-red, slit-pupiled eyes trembled violently in their sockets. She stared down at the black-haired youth who stood there so casually, one hand resting lightly on the hilt of his strange, dark blade. For several long heartbeats, her mind simply refused to process what she had just witnessed. The single word, brother, had struck deeper than any physical wound ever could. It was the most tightly guarded secret buried in the rotten core of her existence, something even Muzan Kabutsuji himself mentioned only in the rarest, most private moments when granting her his cursed blood. How could this ordinary-looking human, who wasn't even clad in the distinctive uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, possibly know such a thing? "You, who the hell are you?" Darky's flawless, porcelain features twisted grotesquely. The seductive Oiran mask she had worn for over a century shattered in an instant. Thick, dark veins bulged and pulsed beneath her pale skin like writhing worms. Her sharp fangs gleamed as her lips peeled back in a snarl, and her long, lustrous black hair began to writhe and lift on its own, coiling like living tendrils stirred by some unseen fury, as though the beast inside her had finally been prodded in its most sensitive, vulnerable spot. "War! A monster! The Oiran is a man-eating demon! Everyone, run for your lives!" The spell of enchantment that had held the patrons captive finally broke. The men who moments earlier had been drunkenly admiring Darky's unearthly beauty now recoiled in raw terror. Their eyes widened at the sight of the severed, unnatural ribbons and the hideous transformation overtaking their once beloved Warabeheim. War! A demon! A monster! Piercing screams erupted throughout the hall. Customers shoved and trampled one another in blind panic, scrambling toward the narrow exits. Behind the reception counter, the brothel madam let out a strangled gasp, her eyes rolled back into her head as she crumpled to the floor in a dead faint, her ornate hairpin clattering against the wood. So noisy, filthy, worthless insects, die already. Darky's irritation boiled over into pure, unfiltered rage. The chaos around her only fueled the spiraling killing intent that radiated from her like black smoke. Boom! More than a dozen much thicker crimson sashes erupted from her back in a violent explosion of fabric and malice. Each one was lined with rows of eerie, blinking eyes that rolled and glared in every direction. No longer content to target Rin alone, they fanned outward in a deadly web, tearing through the air with vicious intent. The sashes aimed to shred every living thing on the floor, civilians, furniture, and even the very supporting pillars that held up the building. Blood demon art, eightfold obi slash. A ferocious gust roared through the hall, whipping hair and clothing and sending razor-sharp wood splinters flying in all directions like shrapnel. The entire structure groaned under the strain. It seemed inevitable that the fleeing innocents would be sliced into bloody ribbons within the next heartbeat. Did I give you permission to move? The voice was low, icy, and impossibly close, right beside Darky's ear, as though the speaker had been standing there all along. Too fast. Far too fast. Rin's figure appeared to have bypassed the very concept of distance. One instant he had been 10 meters away, calm and unmoving, the next, he stood directly in front of her, close enough that she could feel the faint heat radiating from his body. He spared not even a glance for the deadly ribbons ripping through the hall. With an almost bored motion, he drove the Kusanagi sword point first into the floorboards, the blade sinking several inches deep with a resonant thunk. The weapon stood upright like a dark sentinel. Now with both hands free, Rin curled the fingers of his right hand into a claw-like shape. Violent blue lightning erupted around his palm and forearm, crackling with ferocious energy that lit the surrounding air in stark, flickering white blue. In one fluid motion, he seized Darky by the throat. GHK. Her pupils contracted to pinpricks as a choked, guttural sound forced its way past her lips. The next instant, dense lightning attribute chakra poured from Rin's palm straight into her body, like thousands of red-hot needles simultaneously piercing every nerve, every vein, every cell. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The dozen crimson sashes that had been seconds away from carving through the civilians froze mid-motion. Their malevolent eyes blinked erratically once, twice, then rolled back as the paralysis took hold. One by one, the ribbons lost all strength and dropped limply from the air, thudding onto the floor like discarded rags. Let go. Darky's clawed hands flew up to grip Rin's forearm, her razor-sharp nails digging desperately into his skin in an attempt to tear him apart. But the overwhelming suppression of the lightning robbed her of nearly all power. Her legendary regeneration faltered, the wound smoked and sizzled instead of closing. Even breathing felt like swallowing molten iron. Rin lifted his arm with casual ease, hoisting the demon, who had lorded over the entertainment district like an untouchable queen for more than 100 years, clean off the ground. Her feet dangled helplessly, kicking uselessly at empty air. His pitch-black eyes gazed down at her coldly, utterly devoid of pity or hesitation as she writhed and gasped in agony. Since you refuse to call him out yourself, I'll simply beat you until he has no choice but to show himself. He flicked his wrist in a small, almost negligent motion. Swish! Rin's left hand moved like a blade, fingers extended and wrapped in a razor-thin layer of sharp, glowing chakra. The slash was clean, precise, merciless. Darky's beautiful yet venomously twisted head separated from her shoulders in a single, fluid arc. It spun lazily through the air several times, long hair trailing behind it like dark silk, before landing on the tatami mats with a heavy, wet thud. The headless body slumped forward and collapsed in a boneless heap. Rin didn't bother glancing at the twitching corpse. He reached down, gripped the hilt of the Kusanagi sword still embedded in the floor, and yanked it free with a soft rasp of steel against wood. Then he stepped over to where Darky's severed head lay, raised one foot, and brought it down hard on the side of her face. Spalch tilde! The impact cracked the floorboards beneath with a sharp report, fractures spiderwebbing outward in every direction. Wara, it hurts. It hurts so much. The head did not dissolve into ash as a normal demon's would have. Instead, it began to wail like a petulant, wrong child, tears streaming from the corners of its eyes, snot bubbling from its nose. You actually dared to cut off my head. You cold, disgusting monster. I'm going to kill you. I'll tear you apart. Brother. Brother, come out right now. Someone's bullying me. Wara, Wara. Darky's pitiful, high-pitched cries echoed through the ruined hall, raw and desperate. As the sobs rang out, a chilling, wet grinding noise began to emanate from the back of the headless corpse still sprawled on the floor. He he he. The flesh along her spine churned and bubbled violently, as though a swamp of rot had suddenly come to life beneath the skin. In the next instant, a pair of gaunt, skeletal hands, each tipped with long, blackened nails, tore through the flesh from the inside and clawed their way out into the open air. An oppressive demonic aura, 10 times heavier and more nauseating than Darky's, exploded outward, flooding every corner of Kyogoku House. The stench of decay, blood, and death was so thick it felt like it coated the tongue and lungs with every breath. Oh my, who made my precious little sister cry like this? A gaunt, bare-chested man rose slowly from the writhing mass of flesh, his posture hunched and crooked. Dark, sickly blotches marred his yellowish skin. In each hand he gripped a grotesquely curved bone sickle, the edges jagged and stained. Most tellingly, the characters for upper rank and 6 glowed vividly in his sunken, bloodshot eyes. The true master of upper rank 6, Gyutaro. He tilted his stiff, malformed neck with a series of sickening pops, his gaze drifting lazily over the stampede of panicked civilians still fleeing in terror. Finally, his attention settled on Rin, who remained standing calmly with one foot pressed firmly against Darky's wailing head. No trace of fury burned in Gyutaro's expression, only a deep, twisted, almost suffocating jealousy that seemed to seep from every pore. He took in Rin's sharp, handsome features, the straight and confident set of his shoulders, the immaculate state of his clothing despite the chaos. Gyutaro's shriveled, cracked lips slowly peeled back in an ugly, lopsided grin, revealing rows of uneven, jagged fangs. How irritating, look at you. Such a pretty face, such clean, expensive clothes. Bet you're real popular with the ladies, huh? Never had to scrape and suffer a single day in your miserable life, have you? ______. 12 advanced chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 44, Amaterasu, Flames That Never Die. 1150 words. How irritating, look at you. Such a pretty face, such clean, expensive clothes. Bet you're real popular with the ladies, huh? Never had to scrape and suffer a single day in your miserable life, have you? Gyutaro muttered in a venomous tone, scratching at the blotches on his face until blood seeped out. So jealous? I really want to peel that face right off. You dare to bully my only sister? I'll use these sickles soaked in my poison to carve your flesh away piece by piece. Faced with his deranged rambling, Rin merely lifted his foot slightly off Darky's head. So you finally crawled out from your sister's behind. That sounded wrong. Well, whatever. Rin raised his gaze, and his pitch-black pupils began to change. Tilda. A crimson hue flooded his eyes, and within them, a complex pattern slowly formed, 3 tomo intertwined with a 6-point star, merging into a single design. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, activated. The moment those eyes opened, the air on the first floor of Kyogoku House seemed to be sucked away in an instant. An overwhelming pressure, beyond description, poured from Rin without restraint. Gyutaro, who had been ranting and clawing at his face, fell silent at once. His previously lifeless eyes widened sharply, and even the hand gripping his bone sickles trembled uncontrollably. What is this? Gyutaro's heart churned. As an upper-rank demon who had lived for over a century, he had slaughtered countless Hashira and devoured the blood of powerful warriors. Yet the instant he met those scarlet eyes, every instinct in his body screamed a warning. Run! You will die. You will absolutely die. This soul-deep terror, he had only ever felt it in the presence of Muzan Kabutsuji. You're the one who injured Akaza near the Mugen train. Gyutaro suddenly understood. This was the black-haired swordsman Muzan had warned them about through his blood, the one who wielded that strange lightning. Are all you so-called upper ranks this weak? Rin held the Kusanagi sword in one hand and walked toward him step by step. The dull thud of his boots against the wooden floor sounded in Gyutaro's ears like a death knell, counting down his final moments. Don't get arrogant. Humans are still just humans. Suppressing the fear rising within him, Gyutaro let out a beast-like roar. His legs burst with force, shattering the wooden floor beneath him as he shot forward like a green blur. Blood demon art, flying blood sickles. Swish, swish, swish. Gyutaro swung his twin sickles wildly, unleashing dozens of crescent-shaped blades formed from his poison blood. These blood blades were not only razor-sharp, but also laced with lethal poison. Even a scratch would be enough to kill a Hashira in a matter of moments. Facing this airtight barrage, Rin didn't even slow his steps. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan in his eyes turned slowly. Gyutaro's lightning-fast movements appeared sluggish in Rin's vision, as if slowed tenfold. The path of every blood blade, every droplet of poison in the air, was laid bare before him. Too slow. Rin spoke lightly, the Kusanagi sword in his hand tracing a casual arc before him. Clang, 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 clang. A rapid burst of metallic collisions rang out. Every one of the deadly blood blades was deflected with perfect precision. Not a single drop of poison touched his clothes. How is that possible? He didn't even use a breathing technique. Gyutaro's eyes widened in shock. This was his blood demon art, yet it had been dismantled so effortlessly. Before he could react, Rin's figure slipped through the barrage and appeared right beside him. Your speed is far inferior to that idiot who only knows how to throw punches. A cold voice sounded at his ear. Slash! The black blade, wrapped in faint violet lightning, swept upward in a diagonal arc. Gyutaro felt a sudden chill in his right arm. In the next instant, the arm holding the bone sickle was severed and sent flying into the air. Gah! Gyutaro screamed as he retreated violently, his remaining sickle swinging instinctively toward Rin's neck. Rin didn't even look. He lifted his left leg and delivered a whip-like kick straight into Gyutaro's abdomen before the attack could land. Bang! Gyutaro was sent flying, crashing through multiple layers of wooden walls before being blasted out of Kyogoku House. He flew dozens of meters and slammed heavily into the main street, leaving behind a massive crater. Dust billowed. Rin rested the Kusanagi sword on his shoulder, stepped over the scattered wreckage, and walked calmly through the shattered opening. Outside, the once bustling street had been completely deserted. The pleasure-seekers had long since fled, leaving only rows of red lanterns swaying in the night wind. With just this much strength, you think you deserve the title of upper rank? Rin looked down at Gyutaro, who was struggling to regenerate his severed arm at the bottom of the crater, his expression filled with boredom. This was the overwhelming power granted by the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Without the burden of vision loss or physical backlash, even his casual attacks created an insurmountable gap. Gyutaro climbed out of the crater and spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of flesh. He stared at Rin approaching him, and the jealousy in his eyes had vanished, replaced entirely by desperate madness. You bastard, don't think you've already won. My sister and I are the invincible upper rank. His regenerated right arm gripped the sickle tightly, his poisonous blood surging as he prepared for a desperate fight to the death. Rin stopped. The 6-point star pattern in his eyes contracted slightly. Invincible? That's only because the ones you've faced so far were weaklings wielding Nichiren blades. Rin slowly raised his free left hand, his gaze locked onto Gyutaro. Today, I'll show you what it means to be burned to ashes, body and soul. Tilde. The power in his left eye focused instantly. Amaterasu. Whoosh! Without warning, a cluster of eerie, ink-black flames ignited out of thin air on Gyutaro's chest. There was no flicker of firelight, no surge of heat, only an absolute, destructive presence. The black flames clung to his flesh like parasites. The moment they touched him, they spread violently, as if fed with the finest fuel. A red car. What is this? It's so hot. I'm burning alive. Ugh! Gyutaro let out a scream of agony. He frantically tried to beat out the flames on his chest, only to find they couldn't be extinguished. Instead, the fire spread to his hands as well. His prized regeneration became meaningless before Amaterasu. Newly formed flesh was instantly reduced to ash, regenerated, and burned again in an endless cycle of torment. Under the inextinguishable black flames, the once mighty upper rank 6 could only roll and howl in pain across the street, like a demon condemned to the depths of hell. ______. 12 Advanced Chapters, Patreon to Slept01. Chapter 45, You're late. It's already been reduced to ash. 1,756 words. On the main street of the Yoshiwara Entertainment District, black flames burned in eerie silence. There was no crackling, no smoke rising into the sky. The ink-dark fire was like an abyss that devoured light, clinging to Gyutaro as it steadily stripped away his life. Ah! Gyutaro rolled widely across the ground. His prized rapid regeneration had become the cruelest torture in the face of Amaterasu, the inextinguishable flames said to reduce everything to ash. New flesh formed, only to be instantly charred the moment it appeared. He raised the bone sickles in his left hand and slashed viciously at his own chest, trying to cut away the burning flesh. Splat! A large spray of poisonous blood burst outward. But to his horror, the black flames followed the scattered blood, spreading onto his sickles and crawling up his arm. This fire could not be extinguished by any physical means. Brother! What's happening to you, brother? From the ruins of Kyogoku House not far away, Darky, reduced to nothing but a head, screamed in panic. Though she had been decapitated, the unique nature of upper rank 6 meant that as long as Gyutaro lived, she would not turn to ash. Watching the brother who had always protected her now writhing on the ground, consumed by those strange black flames, an unfamiliar fear finally rose from the depths of her heart. Don't come over. You! Run! Gyutaro's gaunt face was covered in charred flesh, his eyes burned away into empty black hollows. Even in such agony, the last shred of his reason screamed for his sister to escape. Run? Where would you run? Rin stood less than 5 steps away, looking down at the desperate upper-rank siblings. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan in his eyes turned slowly in the night. Then, the power in his right eye suddenly focused. Blaze release, Kagutsuchi. The Amaterasu flames clinging to Gyutaro instantly reshaped, condensing into a pitch-black whip of fire. The flaming whip lashed through the air in a sharp arc, wrapping around Darky's severed head and her headless body in the distance. It burns. Brother, save me. I don't want to die. Darky let out piercing screams as her once beautiful face melted and twisted under the black flames. The rule that governed upper rank 6, that both siblings must be beheaded to die, might have been absolute. But before the incineration of Amaterasu, whether they were together or separated didn't matter. Once burned to ash, leaving not a single trace behind, even the most unbreakable rule meant nothing. Rin paid no attention to their dying screams or desperate cries. He was not one to indulge in sentiment like the Demon Slayer's protagonist, nor did he care about whatever tragic past these two demons might have had. The only thing that mattered was that, after gaining immense power, they decided to end hundreds of innocent lives for countless decades. PSM, IDK how to properly explain my thoughts, but I guess you got the point. All things aside, they stood on opposite sides. That alone was reason enough. He would send them to hell in the cleanest, most efficient way possible. After a little over 10 seconds. The screams grew weaker, then disappeared entirely. The once arrogant upper rank 6 siblings, along with their clothing and bone sickles, were reduced to nothing but a pile of black ash under the flames of Amaterasu. As the night wind blew, the ash scattered into the air of the Yoshiwara Entertainment District, as though they had never existed. Finally, some peace. Rin closed his right eye. When he opened it again, the lingering black flames on the ground vanished instantly, without causing the slightest damage to the surrounding buildings. Kagutsuchi granted him perfect control over the flames, allowing him to extinguish them at will. Boom! At that moment, a loud crash of shattered roof tiles echoed from the end of the street. A burly figure descended from above, twin wide-bladed Nichiren swords gleaming coldly under the moonlight. The instant Tengen Yuzui landed, he assumed a guarded stance, fully alert. He had sensed that suffocating demonic presence from afar and rushed over at full speed, prepared for a life-or-death battle. Moments later, 3 slightly disheveled figures rushed in from the corner of the street. Tanjiro held his Nichiren blade at the ready, while Zenitsu and Inosuke had already torn off their cumbersome kimonos. All 3 were breathing heavily, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Mr. Rin. Where's the upper rank? Tanjiro asked, his nose twitching as he tried to locate the enemy. Rin turned to look at the 4 of them, who were braced for battle, then casually pointed at the pile of still warm black ash at his feet. You're late. It's already been reduced to ash. Tengen Yuzui froze mid-stance, his sword still raised. He looked down at the ash, then at Rin, whose clothes were still pristine, whose breathing hadn't changed at all, and felt his mind go blank. Dead? Just like that. His voice rose involuntarily. That was an upper rank. I hadn't even finished warming up, and you're telling me you wiped them out by yourself in just a few minutes. Tanjiro was equally stunned. He had clearly sensed 2 incredibly powerful demonic auras just moments ago, far more oppressive than Enmu on the Mugen train. And yet, the battle had ended in less time than it took them to arrive? Otherwise? Should I have kept them around for a midnight snack? Rin sheathed the Kusanagi sword with a crisp metallic sound. One was a decoration that only knew how to wave ribbons, and the other was a sickly freak who liked throwing sickles. Aside from being a bit persistent, they were nothing special. Hearing such a blunt assessment, Tengen Yuzui swallowed hard. He had actually challenged someone like this before, completely unaware of the gap between them. A monster capable of dispatching an upper rank so effortlessly, if Rin had truly intended to kill him back then, it would have taken no more than an instant. Lord Tengen! At that moment, 3 figures stumbled out from the ruins at the far end of the street. They were covered in dust, with tear-streaked faces. Hinetsuru, Mangekyou, and Suma, the three wives Tengen Yuzui had sent to infiltrate the Yoshiwara Entertainment District and who had been captured by Daki. With Daki's death, the blood demon art sashes binding them had naturally disappeared. Hinetsuru, Mangekyou, Suma. Tengen Yuzui immediately lowered his blades and strode forward, pulling the three women, now crying with relief, into his arms. For a brief moment, the sound Hashira, who always prided himself on being flamboyant and unshakable, felt his eyes grow moist. If Rin hadn't intervened tonight, with only Tengen Yuzui and three rookies, facing the upper rank 6 siblings would have been a brutal battle, one that might have cost them their lives. Damn it, it's that guy showing off again. Zenitsu, standing off to the side, nearly ground his teeth to dust in jealousy. He squatted on the ground, pounding it repeatedly as he cursed, looking exactly like a resentful woman. Ding! Detected that the host has eliminated upper rank 6 of the 12 Kizuki, Daki Gyutaro. You have completely ended the century-long nightmare of the Yoshiwara Entertainment District and significantly altered the tragic fate of the sound Hashira, Tengen Yuzui, preventing the loss of his arm, blindness, and forced retirement. Congratulations! You have obtained 15,000 dimension points. The crisp system notification echoed in his mind, and a satisfied smile curved at the corner of Rin's lips. 15,000 points. As expected, the greater the change in fate, the more generous the reward. Although he had just spent 50,000 points to upgrade his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, at this rate, he wouldn't need long to earn it back. Alright, that's enough. Stop clinging to each other. I'll leave the cleanup to you. I'm heading back to the Butterfly Mansion to get some sleep. Rin cut off Tengen Yuzui's reunion and turned to leave the Yoshiwara Entertainment District. Rin Dono! Tengen Yuzui released his wives and bowed deeply to Rin's back. All his usual frivolity vanished as he spoke in a solemn tone. I, Tengen Yuzui, will never forget this debt. If you ever have need of me in the future, my life is yours to command. Rin waved a hand without turning around, leaving only a casual remark. Just take good care of your three wives. And if you ever come up with another ridiculous cross-dressing infiltration plan, I'll stuff that headband of yours into your mouth. The next morning. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds and fell upon the Butterfly Mansion at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Rin pushed open the courtyard gate. The moment he stepped into the front yard, he saw a slender purple figure standing beneath the corridor. Shinobu Kocho was dressed in a clean white medical coat, holding a tray filled with bottles and vials. When she saw the gate open, her steps halted. The morning light settled over Rin's shoulders. His black hari swayed gently in the breeze, he stepped steady, his expression as relaxed as ever. There wasn't a trace of blood on him, and even his hair remained perfectly in place. The tension Shinobu had carried all night finally eased. She set the tray on a nearby wooden table and walked quickly toward him. After carefully looking him over from head to toe to confirm he was completely unharmed, she let out a soft snort and spoke in a deliberately calm tone. It seems the courtesans of the Yoshiwara Entertainment District weren't all that impressive. They didn't manage to ensnare a shameless man like you, and you made it back in one piece. Her words were still sharp, but the relief and warmth in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Rin looked at the Thunder Butterfly Hashira and let out a soft chuckle. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Before Shinobu Kocho could react, he lowered his head slightly and rested his chin on her shoulder. What are you doing? It's broad daylight, Aoi and the others could come out at any moment. Shinobu's body stiffened. She instinctively tried to push him away, but when she caught the faint scent of ash mixed with his familiar cool fragrance, her hand softened, coming to rest lightly against his waist instead. Too tired, just let me lean on you for a moment. Rin closed his eyes, his voice rough with exhaustion. _____. 12 advanced chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Chapter 46, Meeting in the Infinity Castle. 1,390 words. The smell of cosmetics in the Yoshiwara Entertainment District is too strong. The wisteria here is much better. The offhand remark struck straight into the softest part of Shinobu's heart. This man had clearly gone through a battle beyond what ordinary people could imagine, yet he spoke of slaying an upper rank, something that would force even a Hashira to risk their life, as if it were nothing at all. In that moment, all of Shinobu's teasing sharpness and calculated composure faded away. Her cheeks flushed, and she stopped resisting. She rose slightly onto her toes, her slender arms wrapping gently around Rin's back. She patted him lightly, as if comforting an exhausted child. You've worked hard. The hot water is ready. Go take a bath, then get some rest. Her voice was softer than ever. Will there be food when I wake up? Yes. I'll make whatever you want. Then I want to eat. Rin tilted his head, his lips brushing lightly against her earlobe, his warm breath making Shinobu tremble. You. Rin-san. The insect Hashira, who had been gentle just a moment ago, instantly turned into an enraged lioness. She shoved Rin away, face flushed, drawing the short blade at her waist as she glared at him in embarrassment and anger. Get to the bath right now. Or I'll fill the water with a high concentration of paralytic poison. Watching Rin retreat in a hurry, Shinobu remained where she stood, stomping her foot in frustration. But soon, she couldn't help covering her mouth as a bright smile spread across her face. That man, so full of nonsense, arrogant, and overbearing. It was good that he came back safely. Somewhere in an underground abyss hundreds of kilometers from Tokyo. The Infinity Castle. Intricate wooden structures hung suspended upside down, as if gravity itself did not exist. A clear note from a biwa echoed through the vast hall. Nakami plucked the strings. Ting tilde. As space twisted and warped with the sound, several figures radiating terrifying pressure were forcibly summoned into this eerie domain. Oh my, it's been quite some time, everyone. A young man with long platinum blonde hair, his head stained as if splashed with blood, broke the silence with a smile, casually fanning himself with a golden iron fan. His rainbow-colored eyes curved into crescents, his tone light and relaxed, as though greeting old friends at a gathering. Upper rank 2, Doma. He glanced around before fixing his gaze on a pink-haired young man nearby, stepping closer with feigned familiarity. Isn't this Akaza? I heard that during your last mission, you were made to look rather miserable by a few demon slayers. You even had to flee after losing an arm. Truly pitiful. If you had asked me, I would have gladly helped you devour those humans who bullied you. Doma's words dripped with false concern, yet to Akaza, they were sharper than any mockery. Akaza's head snapped around, undisguised killing intent blazing from his golden eyes. The humiliating memory of being forced back by the flame Hashira and a lightning-wielding swordsman at the cost of their lives instantly ignited the rage in his heart. Bang! Without warning, Akaza's fist slammed into Doma's face, the impact tearing through the air. The sheer force shattered the lower half of Doma's face, sending flesh and bone fragments scattering. Shut your stinking mouth, Doma. Say one more word, and I'll crush your head along with it, Akaza said coldly, withdrawing his fist. Doma's mangled face wriggled as it rapidly regenerated. Far from angered, he kept smiling, covering half his face with his fan. Oh my, Akaza's temper is still as explosive as ever, even though I was only worried about you. Enough. A low, dignified voice, like metal grinding against stone, echoed from the highest pavilion. It was not loud, yet every upper rank present felt their bodies tremble. A man stood quietly in the shadows, wearing a purple, snake-patterned kimono with a katana at his waist. 6 eerily arranged eyes gazed down coldly at the scene below. Upper rank 1, Kokushibo. Akaza, you have overstepped. If you are dissatisfied, you may request a blood battle to challenge your rank. Do not commit such an unsightly act here. Kokushibo spoke slowly, yet the sword intent emanating from him made Akaza's entire body tense instinctively. Akaza snorted, ignored Doma, and turned away. Just then, the sound of the biwa rang out once more. The surrounding wooden structures shifted and rearranged at high speed, eventually forming a wide walkway before them. At the end of the path stood a man in a black kimono, his face pale as paper, hands clasped behind his back. The air temperature dropped sharply, as if freezing. The upper ranks, who had each been lost in their own thoughts, immediately fell to one knee in unison at the sight of that figure, bowing their heads deeply. Lord Kibutsuji Musen. Kibutsuji Musen did not turn. His voice seemed to rise from the depths of hell, carrying an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Daki and Gyutaro are dead. The moment those words fell, the demons kneeling below reacted in different ways. Eek! How terrifying! An upper rank was actually killed. Will I be next? It's too terrifying. An old man with horns protruding from his forehead and a frail, skeletal body collapsed to the ground, trembling violently, tears and snot streaming across the floor. Upper rank 4, Hantengu. Beside him, a grotesque creature emerging from a porcelain pot twisted its body in disbelief. How is that possible? That Gyutaro may have had poor taste, but his strength was real. How could he be killed by those lowly humans? Upper rank 5, Gyoko. Doma tapped his forehead with his iron fan, even squeezing out 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. Woo-woo, How pitiful. Those two children worked so hard. Who could be so cruel as to kill them? Silence. Kibutsuji Muzan slowly turned around, his plum-red slit pupils sweeping coldly across those present. 113 years. This is the first time a vacancy has appeared among the upper ranks of the 12 Kazuki. Kibutsuji Muzan's tone was steeped in extreme displeasure and tyranny. You worthless trash. Have you grown so comfortable that you've forgotten your duties? Failing to find the blue spider lily is one thing, but now you can't even deal with those insects from the Demon Slayer Corps. None of the upper ranks dared to even breathe. Muzan's gaze finally settled on Akaza. Akaza! Based on the information you brought back last time, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps appear to have mastered a technique that allows them to temporarily overdraw their vitality in exchange for increased combat power. The technique Muzan referred to was naturally the Demon Slayer mark that had appeared on Kyojuro Rengoku's face, which he had seen within Akaza's memories that had been tampered with by Rin. In Muzan's reasoning, while upper rank 6 was not weak, it was far from top tier. Since the Flame Hashira could unleash that level of strength, if the Demon Slayer Corps had dispatched 2 or 3 Hashira to work together, combined with that life-consuming fighting style, it would indeed be possible to wear down the careless Gyutaro and his sister. He would never have imagined that the one who killed upper rank 6 was a monster who didn't even need to draw a Nichiren blade, and who could casually reduce Gyutaro to ashes with black flames. Amaterasu had burned them too thoroughly, leaving Muzan unable to read Gyutaro and Daki's memories through their cells before death. Rin's strategy of playing the long game to reel in a bigger catch had worked perfectly on this suspicious and arrogant demon king. The Demon Slayer mark, that accursed thing has appeared once again. A trace of barely perceptible gloom flickered deep within Kibutsuji Muzan's eyes, lingering trauma left by Tsugikuni Yorichi centuries ago. He would not tolerate the existence of anything that could threaten his life. Even the slightest spark had to be extinguished completely. Since the Demon Slayers have begun operating in groups, there is no longer any need for you to hunt alone. Muzan stepped forward, issuing new orders. Gyoko, you mentioned earlier that you had discovered clues regarding the Demon Slayer Corps Swordsmith village. _____. 12 advanced chapters, Patreon to Slept 01. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox audiobook.